1. Pippa. I've tried not to be too bitter about the close friendship between clarity and hindsight. Such as, only once you're sitting for your final exams do you register that you might have studied a bit more. Or, perhaps, staring down the barrel of a gun held in your face, you think, gosh, I really was quite a wanker. Or maybe you've just happened upon the white, thrusting bum of your idiot boyfriend as he shags another woman in your bed, and you muse with a touch of sarcasm, ah, so that's why he never fixed the squeaky stair. It was the Pippa alarm. I threw my purse at him mid-thrust, hitting him squarely in the back. It sounded like 100 tubes of lipstick hitting a brick wall. For a cheating, lying, dickhead 40-year-old man, Mark really was quite fit. "You asshole!" I hissed as he attempted, rather gracelessly, to climb off her. The sheets were stripped from the bed, add lazy to his list of attributes. Obviously he didn't want to have to carry the bedding to the laundrette on the corner before I got home. And his cock bounced against his stomach. He covered it with his hand. "Pippa!" To her credit, the woman hid her face behind her hands in mortification. "Mark," she choked out, "you didn't tell me you had a girlfriend." "Funny," I answered for him. "He didn't tell me he had 2 of them." Mark let out a few abbreviated sounds of terror. "Go on, then," I said to him, lifting my chin. "Get your things. Get out." "Pippa," he managed, "I didn't know." "That I'd be coming by at lunchtime?" I asked. "Yeah, I figured that out, love." The woman stood, scrambling in humiliation for her clothes. I suppose the decent thing to do would have been to turn away and let them dress in their shameful silence. But actually, if I was being fair, the decent thing to do would not be to claim she didn't know that Mark had a girlfriend when everything in the bloody bedroom was a delicate turquoise hue, and the bedside lamps had lace-covered shades. Did she think she was visiting his mum's flat? Give me a fucking break. Mark pulled on his pants, coming at me with his hands up as if approaching a lion. I laughed. Right then, I was much more dangerous than a lion. "Pippa, dearest, I'm so sorry." He let the words sit in the space between us, as if they might actually be enough to diffuse my anger. An entire speech filled my head in an instant, fully formed and articulate. It was about how I worked 15-hour days to support his startup. It was about how he lived and worked in my flat, but hadn't washed a dish in 4 months. It was about how he seemed to be putting a lot more focus into giving this woman a bit of fun than he'd put into making me happy in the past 6 months. But I didn't think he deserved even that much of my energy, glorious as the speech would have been. Besides, his discomfort, increasing with every second that passed without a word from me, was too delicious. It didn't hurt to look at him. You'd have thought it would in this type of situation. But instead, it set something inside me on fire. I imagined it was my love for him, maybe, igniting like newspaper held over a match. He took 1 step closer. "I can't imagine how this feels right now for you, but—" Tilting my head and feeling the anger boil up inside, I cut him off. "Can't you? Shannon left you for another man. In fact, I imagine you know exactly how this feels right now for me." Once I said it, memories of those early days bubbled up, when we'd met at the pub, when it was just friends between us and we'd enjoy long conversations about my dating adventures and his relationship failures. I remembered how I could tell that he'd truly loved his wife, from how devastated he was without her. I tried to keep from falling for him, with his dry sense of humor, curly dark hair, and luminous brown eyes, but failed. And then, to my utter glee, one night it turned into more. 3 months later, he'd moved in. 6 months after that, I'd asked him to fix the squeaky board on the stairs. 2 months after that, I'd given up and fixed it myself. That was yesterday. Get your things out of the closet and leave. The woman scurried past us without looking up. Would I even remember her face, or would I forever remember only the thrusting of Mark's backside over her, and the way his cock bobbed wildly as he flipped over in a panic? I heard the front door slam a few seconds later, but Mark still hadn't moved. Pippa, she's only a friend. She's a sister of Arnold's from football. Her name— Don't give me her bleeding name, I said, laughing incredulously. I don't give a fuck what her name is. What if it's a beautiful name? I cut in. What if, someday in the future, I'm married to a really nice bloke, and we have a baby, and my husband suggests that name? And I say, oh, lovely one, that. Unfortunately, Mark shagged a girl with that name in my bed, with the sheets pulled off because he's a lazy wanker, so no, we can't use that for our daughter. I glared at him. You've already ruined my day. Maybe my week. I tilted my head, considering. Definitely haven't ruined my month, because that new Prada bag I got last week is bloody amazing. And not even you or your unfaithful pale arse can hamper that. He smiled, trying not to laugh. Even now, he said quietly with adoration, even after I've betrayed you like this, you're such a funny girl, Pippa. I set my jaw. Mark, get the hell out of my flat. He winced apologetically. It's only that I've got a telecon at 4 with the Italians, you see, and I was hoping to be able to make it from the— This time it was my hand across his cheek that interrupted him. Coco set down a mug of tea in front of me and ran a soothing hand through my hair. Fuck him. She whispered this for Lily's benefit. Lily loved motorcycles, women, rugby, and Martin Scorsese. But she did not, we'd learned, like her wife to swear in the house. I buried my face in my folded arms. Why are men such wankers, Mum? The Mum was for both of them, because it's the one name they'd both answer to. It was confusing at first, shouting for one and having both turn to answer, and why, as soon as I could really speak, Colleen and Leslie let me call them Coco and Lily instead of Mum. They're wankers because— Coco began, and then trailed off, floundering. Well, they aren't all wankers, are they? I assumed she looked to Lily for confirmation, because her voice returned stronger when she said, and women can be wankers too, for that matter. Lily came to her rescue. What we can tell you is that Mark is definitely a wanker, and we all feel a bit blindsided by that, now don't we? I was sad for the mums, too. They liked Mark. They appreciated that he was halfway between my age and theirs. They enjoyed his sophisticated taste in wine, and his appreciation for Bob Dylan and Sam Cooke. When he was with me, he liked to pretend he was still in his 20s. When he was with them, he easily transformed into the best friend of 50-something lesbians. I wondered which version of himself he was with the faceless tramp. I do, and I don't, I admitted, sitting up and wiping my face. In hindsight, I wonder if maybe Mark was so gutted about Shannon because it had never occurred to him to cheat. I looked up at their wide, worried eyes. I mean, he didn't even know it was an option until she cheated. Maybe it became a terrible option if you're unhappy, but an option anyway. I felt the blood drain from my face. Maybe it became the quickest and easiest way to break it off with me. They stared at me speechless as they witnessed my dawning horror. "Is that it?" I asked, looking back and forth between the two of them. Was he trying to end things and I was just too thick to see it? Did he sleep with a woman in my bed to push me away? I swiped my hand over my mouth. Is Mark just a giant coward with a great knob? Coco covered her own mouth to keep from laughing. Neely seemed to give this question its fair consideration. I can't speak to the knob, love, but I would say without a doubt that that man is a coward. Neely cupped my elbow, guiding me with her solid grip to stand and follow her to the overstuffed sofa. She pulled me down beside her long, hard form, and within a breath Coco's soft curves were there too, pressing her warmth into my other side. How many times had we sat like this? How many times had we done this very thing, sitting huddled together on the couch as we considered the mystery of boyfriend behavior? We'd muddled through it, together. We didn't always come up with answers, but we usually felt better after a good cuddle on the couch. This time they didn't put much effort into hypotheses. When your 26-year-old daughter comes home with man troubles, and you're a lesbian couple, married to your first love going on 30 years, there's only so much to say other than, fuck him. You're working too much, Neely murmured, kissing my hair. You hate your job. Coco massaged my fingers, humming in agreement. You know, that's why I came home for lunch that day to begin with. I'd felt like shredding my stack of spreadsheets and dumping Tony's coffee over his head, and decided a good brew and some biscuits might set me right. The irony. You could quit and move home, Coco said. Oh, Mum, I don't want to, I said quietly, ignoring the way the suggestion of quitting sparked a tiny thrill inside me. I couldn't. I stared ahead of us at the tidy sitting room, the small television that was used more as a stand for Coco's vases full of flowers than it was for its intended purpose, the nubby blue rug that used to be a minefield of hidden Barbie shoes, the meticulously stained hardwood floor peeking out beneath. I did hate my job. I hated my boss Tony. I hated the dull tedium of the interminable number crunching. I hated my commute, hated not having any good friends in the office anymore now that Ruby had left nearly a year and a half ago. Hated how each day seemed to bleed into the next. But maybe I'm lucky, I remembered. At least I have a job, yeah? And friends, even if most of them spend more time gossiping in the pub than anything else. I've got 2 mums who love me beyond measure and a wardrobe that would make most women drool. Really, Mark was lovely sometimes, but a bit of a slob if I'm being fair. Great cock, lazy tongue. Fit, but rather dull, now that I think about it. Who needs a man? Not me. I had all that. A good life, really. So why did I feel like broiled shit? You need a holiday, Lily sighed. I felt something inside me pop, a tiny burst of relief. Yes, a holiday. Heathrow was fucking nutters on a Friday morning. Fly Friday, Coco said. It will be quiet, she said. Apparently I should not take advice from a woman who hadn't been on an airplane in 4 years. But she seemed like a wizened sage compared to me. It had been 6 years since I'd flown. I never travelled for work. I took the train northwest to Oxford to see Ruby, and I took the train southeast to Paris, or had, with Mark when we wanted a mini-holiday, and to gorge ourselves on food and wine, a wild sexual excursion with the Eiffel Tower in the background. Sex. Goodness, would I miss that. But there were more pressing things on my mind, and I had to wonder whether there were more people in Heathrow right then, at 9 on a Friday, than there were in the entire city of London. Don't people go to work anymore? I thought. Clearly I'm not the only one out here who's flying off before the end of the work week, on a random non-holiday in October, escaping the boring tedium of my job and the cheating, thrusting... "Get on, then," a woman snarled behind me. I startled, having been caught lost in my thoughts in the security line. I took 3 steps forward and looked at her over my shoulder. "Better?" I asked flatly, now that we were standing in the exact same order and only a few feet closer to the agent checking passports. 30 minutes later, I was at my gate, and I needed an activity. Nerves gnawed at my stomach, the kind of anxiety I wasn't sure whether to feed or starve. It wasn't as though I'd never flown before. I just hadn't flown much. To be clear, I felt worldly in my everyday life. I had a favorite shop in Majorca I would visit for new skirts. I had a list of cafes in Rome I could offer to anyone traveling there for the first time. Of course, I was a seasoned tube traveler, routinely managing the mass of aggressively impatient commuters. But somehow I assumed the airport would be more welcoming, a gateway to adventure. Apparently not. It seemed enormous, and even so, the crowds were surprisingly thick. Our gate attendant was calling out information at the same time that another gate attendant across the way was making similar announcements. People were boarding, and it felt like chaos, but when I glanced around, no one but me seemed to find this at all jarring. I looked down at my ticket, clutched in my fist. Mums had bought me a first-class fare. A treat, they said, and I knew how much it had cost them. Surely the plane wouldn't leave without me. A man stepped up to my side, dressed smartly in a navy suit with polished shoes. He looked far more sure of himself than I felt. Stick by this one, I thought. If he's not on the plane, surely it's not time for me either. I let my eyes travel up his smooth neck to his face, and felt just the slightest bit dizzy. Obviously I was viewing the world through rebound-colored glasses, but he was gorgeous. A head of thick, sunny hair, deep green eyes focused on the mobile in his hand, and a lovely jawline ripe for nibbling. "Excuse me," I said, putting my hand on his arm. "Could you help me?" He looked down at where I touched him, and then slowly over to me, and smiled. His eyes crinkled at the corners, and a single dimple dug into his left cheek. He had perfect American teeth, and I was sweaty and breathless. "Could you tell me how this works?" I asked. "I've not flown in many years. Do I board now?" He followed my attention to the ticket clutched in my hand and tilted it slightly so he could see. Clean, short nails, long fingers. "Oh," he said, laughing a little. "You're right next to me." Glancing up at the boarding door, he added, "They're pre-boarding now. That's for parents with small children or people who need a little extra time. First class comes next. Want to follow me on?" "I'd follow you past the gates of hell, sir." "That'd be smashing," I said. "Thank you." He nodded and turned back to face the gate attendant. "The last time I flew was to India 6 years ago," I told him, and he looked back at me. "I was 20 and visiting Bangalore with my friend Molly, whose cousin works at the hospital there. Molly is lovely, but we are both quite daft when we travel, and we nearly boarded a plane to Hong Kong by mistake." He laughed a little. I knew I was babbling nervously and he was just being polite, but I couldn't stop myself from finishing the pointless story anyway. A sweet woman at the gate redirected us, and we sprinted to the next terminal, where our plane had been moved. We'd missed the announcements because we'd been fetching beers at the restaurant, and we made it onto the flight just before it pulled back from the gate. "Lucky," he murmured. Lifting his chin to the jetway when our attendant announced first class could board, he told me, "That's us. Let's go." He was tall, and as he walked his ass made me nostalgic for Patrick Swayze in Dirty Dancing. Looking down his body, I wondered how long it took a man to get shoes that perfectly polished. If I searched for a stray thread on his suit, a bit of lint, surely I would come back empty-handed. He was meticulous, yet not stiff. What does he do, I wondered as we finally stepped aboard the plane. Businessman, probably here for work. Has a mistress in some fancy Chelsea apartment. He left her this morning, pouting on the bed in the lingerie he got her yesterday in apology after his meeting went late. She fed him takeaway on satin sheets, and then loved him all night long until he rose from the bed at 4 a.m. to begin polishing his shoes. "Miss," he said, as if he'd had to repeat it at least once. I jumped, wincing in apology, up at him. "Sorry, I was—" He gestured for me to slide into the window seat, and I stowed my purse beneath the seat in front of me. "Sorry," I said again. I forget how organized boarding can be. Waving this off mildly, he said, "I just fly a lot. I get on autopilot, so to speak." I watched as he meticulously unpacked an iPad, noise-cancelling headphones, and a pack of antiseptic wipes. He used a wipe to clean the armrest, the tray, and the back of the seat in front of him before pulling out a fresh one to clean his hands. "You came prepared," I murmured, grinning. He laughed unself-consciously. "Like I said." "You fly a lot," I finished for him, laughing outright. "Are you always so vigilant?" He glanced at me amused. "In a word, yes." "Do you get teased for it?" His smile was a rare combination of guarded and roguish, and tripped a tiny thrilled reaction in my chest. "Yes." "Well, good. It's adorable, but deserves a fair bit of teasing." He laughed, turning back to his task of stowing the wipes in a small trash bag. "Noted." The flight attendant came over, handing us each a napkin. "I'm Amelia. I'll be taking care of you today. Can I get you something to drink before we lift off?" "Tonic water and lime, please," my seatmate ordered quietly. Amelia looked at me. I began, wincing a little. "What are the choices?" She laughed, but not unkindly. "Anything you want. Coffee, tea, juice, sodas, cocktails, beer, wine, champagne." "Oh, champagne," I said, clapping. "That seems a fitting way to begin a holiday." I bent, digging into my purse. "How much?" The man stopped me with a hand on my arm and a bemused smile. "It's free." Looking at him over my shoulder, I realized Amelia had already left to get our drinks. "Free," I repeated lamely. He nodded. "International flights serve alcohol for free, and in first class, well, it's always free." "Well, shit," I blurted, straightening. "I'm an idiot." I used my toe to push my purse back under the seat. "This is my first trip in premium class." He leaned a little closer, whispering, "I won't tell." I couldn't read his tone and looked over at him. He winked playfully. "But you will tell me if I'm doing it all wrong?" I asked with a grin. With him leaning so close and smelling like man and clean linen and shoe polish, my heartbeat was a pounding drum in my throat. "There's no wrong way." What did he just say? I smiled more widely at him. "You won't let me accidentally leave all my tiny free alcohol bottles everywhere," I whispered. He held up 3 fingers. "Scout's honor." Straightening, he put the small trash bag in his briefcase and stowed the case away near his feet. "Are you flying home or flying away?" I asked. "Home," he told me. "I'm a Boston native. I was in London on business for the last week. You said holiday, so I assume you're beginning a vacation?" "I am." I lifted my shoulders in a giddy rush, taking a deep breath. I'm flying away. I needed a break from home for a bit. A break is never a bad thing, he murmured, looking directly at me. His calm focus was a little unnerving, honestly. He was clearly Scandinavian. His eyes were so green, his features so defined. It was almost as if a spotlight had been directed at me when he turned his attention my way. It made me both giddy and mildly self-conscious. What brings you to Boston specifically? My grandfather lives there, for one, I answered. And a whole host of friends, apparently. I laughed. I'm meeting them all there for a winery tour up the coast. Literally meeting a whole group of them for the first time. But I've heard so much about them for the past 2 years from another friend that I feel I know them already. Sounds like an adventure. He glanced for just a breath down to my lips before looking back at my eyes. Jensen, he said, introducing himself. I reached forward, shivering at the cool slide of my metal bangles down my arm, and shook his offered hand. Pippa! Amelia returned with our drinks, and we thanked her before lifting our glass tumblers in a toast. To flying home and flying away, Jensen said with a little smile. I clinked his glass, and he continued. What is Pippa short for? Is it a nickname? It can be, I said. It's often short for Philippa, but in my case I'm just Pippa. Pippa Bay Cox. My mum Coco is American, Colleen Bay, where I get my middle name. And she always loved the name Pippa, just like that. When my mum Lily got pregnant from Coco's brother, Coco made her promise if it was a girl they would name her Pippa. He laughed. Sorry, your mother was impregnated by your other mother's brother? Oh dear, I always forget how to delicately lead into this story. No, not directly. They used an actual turkey baster, I explained, laughing too. What a mental picture I was painting. People weren't always as open to 2 women having a baby together back then as they are now. Yeah, he agreed. Probably not. Are you their only child? Because this is where the story always turned. I am, yes, I confirmed, nodding. Do you have siblings? Jensen smiled. I have 4. Oh, Lily would have loved to have more, I said, shaking my head. But while she was still pregnant with me, Uncle Robert met Aunt Natasha, found a very judgmental God, and decided what he had done was a sin. He sees me as a bit of an abomination. Searching for levity, I added, Let's hope I never need bone marrow or a kidney, right? Jensen looked mildly horrified. Right. I registered with faint guilt that we'd been seated barely 5 minutes, and already I'd launched into my life history. Anyway, I said, moving on, they had to make do with just me. Good thing I kept them busy. His expression softened. I'll bet. Lifting my champagne, I took a long swallow, wincing a little at the bubbles. Now they want grandbabies, but thanks to the wanker they're going to have to wait for that. I finished my drink in a final gulp. Catching Amelia's eye, I held my glass aloft. Time for one more before we take off? With a smile, she took the tumbler to refill it. Look how huge London is, I murmured, gazing out the window as we ascended. The city swam below us and was slowly swallowed by clouds. Beautiful. When I looked at Jensen, he quickly pulled out an earbud and held it delicately in his hand. Sorry, what? Oh, nothing. I felt my cheeks heat, and wasn't sure whether it was from embarrassment over being the chatty, oversharing seatmate, or from the champagne. I didn't realize you'd put those on. I was just saying London looks so enormous. It is enormous, he said, leaning over a little to get a view. Have you always lived there? I went to uni in Bristol, I told him. Then moved back when I got a job at the firm. Firm? He asked, pulling both earbuds fully away. Sorry, yes, engineering. His brows rose, impressed, and I quickly spoke to redirect the level of his esteem. I'm a lowly associate, I assured him. My degree is in mathematics, so I just crunch the numbers and make sure we aren't pouring the wrong amount of concrete anywhere. My sister is a biomedical engineer, he said proudly. Quite different things, I said, smiling. She makes very tiny things, and we make very big things. Still, it's impressive what you do. I smiled at this. What about you? He took a deliberately deep breath, and I suspected the last thing he wanted to think about was work. I'm an attorney. I practice business law and primarily handle the steps that must be taken when two companies merge. Sounds complicated. I'm good with details, he shrugged. There are a lot of details in my work. I looked him over again. Neat crease down the center of each leg, those shiny brown shoes, and hair combed without a single strand out of place. His skin looked well cared for, nails groomed. Yes, I could see he was a man of particulars. I glanced down at my own outfit, a black shift dress, striped purple and black tights, scuffed-up knee-high black boots, and a forearm full of bracelets. My hair was shoved in a messy bun, and I hadn't bothered to put on any makeup before sprinting to the tube. We were quite a pair. Sometimes I wish we had just a bit more flair around, he said, having followed my attention. He fell quiet for a breath, and then added, Too bad we don't need a mathematician. I let myself bask in this compliment as he quickly, nearly awkwardly, returned to his music and his reading. Only once he'd said it did I realize I really had started to feel rather dull overall. Couldn't keep my boyfriend's attention, couldn't muster the energy to do more with my career, hadn't been on holiday in months, hadn't gone out and gotten pissed with friends in even longer, hadn't even bothered to dye my rather reddish-blonde hair any fun color lately. I was in a holding pattern. Was. No longer. Amelia leaned in, smiling. Get you another? I held my glass out to her, the giddy rush of holiday and adventure and escape thick in my blood. Yes, please. Champagne cut a sharp, bubbly path through my chest and into my limbs. I could practically feel my body relaxing in tiny increments, fingers to arm to shoulder, and stared at my hands, chipped polish, as the warmth traveled up to the tattoo of the bird on my shoulder. I leaned my head back, sighing happily. This is so much better than going through my flat to figure out what the wanker left when he moved out. Jensen startled beside me. Sorry, what? He asked, pulling out an earbud. Mark, I clarified. The wanker. Didn't I tell you? Looking amused as he let his eyes scan my face, deciding I was drunk, no doubt, but I didn't bloody care, he said gently, You hadn't mentioned it, no. Last week, I told him, I came home to find my boyfriend shagging an unnameable twat. I hiccuped. Jensen bit his lip to keep from laughing. Was I that drunk already? I'd only had... I counted on my fingers. Oh, shit. I'd had 4 glasses of champagne on a very empty stomach. So I kicked him out, I said, straightening and working to sound more sober. But, as it turns out, it's not that easy. He said you can't live with someone for 8 months and just pack it all up in a day. I told him to give it a go and would burn whatever was left. You were pretty angry, of course, Jensen said quietly, pulling the other earbud out. I was angry, and then hurt. Bloody hell, I'm 26 and he's over 40. He shouldn't have to go elsewhere for a shag. Don't you agree? I bet your London mistress with the lingerie and the takeaway on the bed is younger and fit and perfect, right? His smile curled half of his mouth. My London mistress? Not that I'm perfect, and I sure as fuck don't eat takeaway on the bed, but I would, if he insisted, or wanted to stay in bed all day. But he has the lunchtime shag friend, so why would he want to do that with me? So then I got angry again. I rubbed my face. I was pretty sure I wasn't making any sense at all. Jensen was silent at this, but when I looked up, he seemed to be listening still. It was like being with mums on the couch, except here I had distance, and I didn't have to worry about them worrying about me. Here I could pretend that my dull job and my wanker ex was something I could leave behind forever. I turned in my seat to face Jensen and let it all out. I'd maybe been a bit of a trollop before him, yeah, I said, nodding absently when Amelia asked if I'd like another champagne. But when I met Mark, I thought he was it for me. You know how it is at the beginning? Jensen nodded vaguely. Sex on every flat surface, right? I clarified. I'd come home from work and it felt like being a kid running downstairs on Christmas morning. At this he laughed. Comparing sex to childhood, give me a second to catch up. But every day was like that, I mumbled. His wife had cheated and left him, and I saw him go through all of that and just hoped for so long that he would come back to life. And then he did. He came back to life with me, and we were together for so long, I mean like 11 months, which is an eternity for me. And it was so good at first, until it wasn't all of a sudden. He didn't clean, and he didn't fix anything I asked him to fix, and it was always my paychecks paying for the groceries and the takeaway and the bills, and then before I knew it, I was footing the bill for his new business. I looked at Jensen, whose face seemed to swim a little before me, and I was fine with it, I was. I loved him, right, so I would have given him whatever he wanted. But I guess giving him a lover to shag on my bed with the sheets torn off so he wouldn't have to wash them before I got home was maybe a step too far for me. Jensen put his hand over mine. Are you feeling okay? I want to put my boot up his arse, but otherwise Sometimes, when I fly, he said, gently cutting me off, I have a drink, and maybe another, and I forget, occasionally, how it affects me when I land. The altitude will make it worse. He leaned forward a little so I could focus on his face, I suppose. I don't say this to judge you for wanting some champagne, because this Mark guy sounds like a real asshole, but just to maybe tell you that flying and drinking is a different experience. I should have some water instead? I hiccuped, and then, to my horror, I belched. Oh, God. Oh, bloody hell. Fuck, I managed, slapping a hand over my mouth. I bet a man like Jensen didn't go around belching like a hobo in public. Or date a girl who did, or curse, or pass gas, or even have a speck of lint on his suit. With a mumbled apology, I climbed over him and headed to the loo, where I could splash some water on my face, take a few calming breaths, and give myself a lecture in the mirror. After some minutes, when I returned to my seat, Jensen was asleep. The landing was bumpy and jerked Jensen upright in his seat beside me. He'd slept for nearly 4 hours, but I'd been unable to close my eyes. Alcohol made my friends sleepy. It woke me up. It was unfortunate, on this flight in particular, because I would have rather slept than mentally catalogued all the ways I'd remained oblivious to Mark's infidelity, and then gone on to make an arse of myself with a stranger. Logan International stretched out, grey and dull ahead of us, and Amelia made what I assumed were all the regular announcements about staying seated and removing luggage carefully, and please fly with us again. I chanced a quick glance over at Jensen, and the movement banged a metallic gong in my head. "Oh," I groaned, clutching my forehead. "I bloody hate champagne." He smiled politely at me. Lord, he was pretty. I hoped he had someone to go home to and tell all about the insane, dishevelled Brit on the plane. But once we were allowed to stand, he pulled his phone from his laptop case and gazed frowning at the long scroll of notifications. "Back at it, then?" I asked with a smile. He didn't look up at me. "Have a nice trip." "Thank you." I literally bit my lips to keep from adding a rambling explanation for why I'd babbled incessantly at him and belched in his direction, and instead I followed his perfect arse into the terminal, 10 steps behind him. Crossing the terminal and going down toward baggage claim, I found Grandpa waiting at the bottom of the escalator in his Red Sox t-shirt, faded khakis, and suspenders. His hug reminded me of Coco's. Firm grip, warm softness, not a lot of words in greeting. "How was the flight?" he asked, guiding me along beside him with an arm around my shoulders. My legs felt weak and wobbly. What I wouldn't give for a hot shower. "I had too much champagne and talked that poor guy's ear off." I lifted my chin, indicating the tall businessman walking a few paces ahead of us, already speaking to someone in clipped words on his phone. "Ah, well," Grandpa said. I glanced at him, marveling again that I could come from such gentle, soft-spoken stock. It had been 2 years since he'd visited London, and before then I'd seen him at every major holiday. Grandpa didn't ever gush over anything, but was steadfast in his quiet support of Lily and Coco. "It's good to see you," I said. "I missed your face and suspenders." "How long are you here before your road trip?" Grandpa asked in response. "I have the party tomorrow," I told him, "and then we're heading on the winery tour Sunday morning. But I'll be back at the end of the trip to be at the house for a bit." "Hungry?" "Famished," I said. "But no booze." I quickly retied my messy hair and then scrubbed my face with my hands. "Ugh, I'm such a mess." Grandpa looked over, and when our eyes met I could tell he saw only the best of me. "You look beautiful, Pippa girl."
2. Jensen. I could remember exactly one flight more awkward than that one. It was the June after my freshman year in college, and about 10 months after I'd met Will Sumner. He'd blown into Baltimore, the guy with the smile, swagger, and certainty that he and I were going to be partners in crime. For someone like me whose life had been, up to that point, quiet and sheltered, Will Sumner was the best kind of wrecking ball. That summer we went to Niagara Falls with his extended family, and let's say we happened upon a VHS tape of some badly shot porn. There was no music, no faces, and it was all done by one stationary camera. But nonetheless, we watched it over and over until we were blurry and desensitized, reciting the dirty talk in unison and shoveling Pringles into our mouths. It was the first time I'd ever seen someone having real sex, and I thought it was fucking stellar, until Will's pretty Aunt Jessica panicked at the airport, unable to find her home movie in her carry-on. I sat next to Aunt Jessica the entire flight, and it's safe to say I did not play it very cool, at all. I was sweaty palms and monosyllables, and constant awareness that I knew what she looked like naked. I knew what she looked like having sex. My sheltered brain could barely handle that kind of information. Will was about as sympathetic as expected, pelting me with tiny balls of his napkins and peanuts across the aisle. "What's got you all tied up, Jens?" he'd called. "You look like someone saw you naked." Pippa was a different kind of awkward entirely. She was the kind of awkward where pretty and engaging turns into smeary makeup and incessant rambling from the miracle of alcohol. The kind where you feign sleep for more than 3 hours when your brain is panic scrolling through the list of ways the time on the plane might be better spent. As we made the trek to baggage claim, the low hum of airport noise drifted over me. It was nearly as familiar as the sound of my heater switching on at night, or my own goddamn breathing. I could sense Pippa behind me, chatting idly with her grandfather. Her voice was nice, accent thick with the polish of London and the streets of Bristol. Her face was great, eyes bright and mischievous. They were actually what drew me in right away because they were such a startling blue and so expressive. But I was afraid to make eye contact and begin the talking all over again. I'd felt her apology practically bubbling up as I nearly sprinted from the plane, and worried that if I gave her an opening, she would take it without question. I rubbed my eyes and then spotted my suitcase sliding down onto the carousel. There was something almost comically intense about the message I felt I was receiving. Just when I began to consider whether I was looking for women in the wrong places, whether I was wrong about my type, whether I should be more adventurous in dating, the universe trapped me on a flight with a woman who was gorgeous, eccentric, and completely insane. So let's not get ahead of ourselves, Jens. Stick with what you know. Maybe softball Emily wasn't so bad after all. My driver stood with a placard bearing my name, and I nodded, wordlessly following her out of the airport. The car was dark and cool, and I immediately pulled my phone back out, letting my brain slip into that familiar space where work lived and breathed. I would call Jacob on Monday to set up a time to review the Peterson Pharma files. I should email Eleanor in HR about getting someone to replace Melissa in the San Francisco office. I would need to get in early next week to tackle this inbox. The car pulled up at the curb in front of my brownstone, and it felt like a gentle tug, unwinding me. Fall was upon us, spiraling through the trees that canopied the streets, turning everything somehow brighter before it all dimmed for the interminable months of winter. The air outside was biting after the warmth of the car, and I met the driver at the back, handing her a hefty tip for getting us here so efficiently in Boston rush hour. This London trip had been only a week, but it felt like an eternity. Mergers were one thing, international mergers were another. But international mergers gone wrong? Brutal. Endless paperwork, endless depositions, endless details to scrounge up and record, endless travel. Staring up at my house, a simple 2-story, 2 lights on in the bay window, front door framed by potted plants, I let the unwinding work its way through me. As much as I traveled, I was a homebody at heart, and fuck if it didn't feel good to be so close to my own bed. I didn't even feel privately embarrassed that the call of takeout delivery and Netflix made me feel a little drunk. The house lit up with the flick of a single switch, and before I did anything else, I unpacked, if for no other reason than to hide the evidence that I'd been traveling and would no doubt have to fly again soon. Denial, you are my favorite lover. Suitcase unpacked, dinner ordered, Netflix loaded and ready, and, as if on cue, my youngest sister, Ziggy, Hannah to anyone outside our family, opened the door with her set of keys. "Hey," she called out, like she had no reason to knock. Like she knew I'd be sitting right here, in sweats and slippers, alone. "Hey," I said, watching as she threw her keys toward the bowl on the table near the door and missed by at least 2 feet. "Nice shot, loser." She smacked my head as she walked by. "Did you just get home?" "Yeah. Sorry, I was going to call you after I ate." She stopped, turning to look at me quizzically. "Why? Am I your honey, I'm home call?" She turned away, and I stared at her back as she retrieved a beer for me and a glass of water for herself. When she returned, I grumbled, "That's a terrible thing to say." "Is it inaccurate?" She flopped down next to me on the couch. "Why are you even here?" Ziggy was married to my best friend of more than 15 years, Will, of Aunt Jessica fame, and the two of them lived not 5 minutes down the road in a house much bigger and much more lived in than this one. She pulled her hair over her shoulder and grinned at me. It has been suggested that I stomp around the house, thereby making it difficult to have work calls at night. Zig shrugged and sipped her water. Will has some big conference call with someone in Australia, so I figured I'd hang here until I get the all clear. Hungry? I ordered Thai. She nodded. You must be tired. I shrugged. My clock is a little off. I'm sure a quiet night sounds good. I'm sure there's no one you're dying to see now that you're home. With my beer tilted toward my lips, I froze, sliding my eyes to her. Stop it. To be fair, my entire family tended to be overly concerned with the goings-on in each other's lives, and I would admit to playing the protective older brother on more than one occasion. But I didn't like having my youngest sibling stepping into my game. How's Emily? She asked, and faked a yawn. Ziggs. Knowing exactly how big a brat she was being, she turned and looked at me. She scrapbooks, Jensen, and she offered to help me organize the garage. That sounds pretty friendly to me, I said, scrolling through the channels. This is her before marriage, Jens. These are her zany days. I ignored this, trying not to laugh and encourage her. Emily and I aren't really a thing. Thankfully, she decided not to push or make some sex joke. Are you coming over tomorrow? What's tomorrow? Ziggy glared at me. Seriously, how many times have we talked about this? I groaned, standing up and trying to think of a reason I needed to leave the room. Why are you laying into me? I just got home. Jens, we're hosting Annabelle's 3rd birthday tomorrow. Sarah is ready to pop with their 70th child, so she and Max couldn't handle throwing it at their place. Everyone is coming up from New York. You knew about this. You said you'd be home in time. Right. Yeah, I guess I'll stop by. She stared at me. There's no stopping by. Come hang out, Jensen. How wonderfully ironic that I'm the one telling you this. When was the last time you went out with friends? When was the last time you were social or went on a date with someone other than softball, Emily? I didn't answer this. I dated more than my sister knew, but she was right that I wasn't all that invested. I'd been married once. To sweet, playful Becky Henley. We'd met my sophomore year in college, dated for 9 years, and then been married for 4 months before I came home to find her packing her things through a haze of tears. It didn't feel right, she'd said. It never really felt right. And that was all the explanation I ever got. Okay, so at 28, I'd had my law degree and was newly divorced. Turns out there's not a lot of that going around, so I'd focused on my career, full steam. For 6 years, I made nice with the partners, climbed the ladder, grew my team, became indispensable to the firm. Only to find myself spending my Friday nights with my baby sister, being lectured about being more social. And she was right. It was ironic that she was the one having this conversation with me. 3 years ago, I'd said the exact same thing to her. I sighed. Jensen, she said, pulling me back down onto the couch. You're the worst. I was. I was absolutely the worst at taking advice. I knew I needed to get out of this work rut. I knew I needed to infuse some fun into my life. And as averse as I was to discussing it with my sister, I knew I would probably enjoy being in a committed relationship. The problem was, I almost didn't know where to start. The prospect always felt so overwhelming. The longer I was single, the harder it seemed to compromise with someone. You didn't go out in London at all, did you? Zig said, turning to face me. Not once? I thought back to the lead attorney on the London side of our team, Vera Etherton. She'd come over to me just as we'd wrapped up for the day. We'd talked for a few minutes, and then I'd known the second her expression shifted, eyes turned down to the floor with an air of shyness I had yet to see from her, that she was going to ask me out. care to grab a bite later?" she'd asked. I'd smiled at her. She was very pretty. A few years older than I was, she was in great shape, tall and slender with great curves. I should want to grab a bite later. I should want to grab a lot more than that. But putting aside the complications from a workplace standpoint, the idea of dating, even of a simple night of sex, exhausted me. "No," I told Ziggy. "I didn't go out. Not the way you mean." "Where's my player brother?" she asked, giving me a goofy grin. "I think you have me confused with your husband." She ignored this. "You were in London for a week and spent all your free time in your hotel, alone." That's not entirely accurate. I hadn't been in my room, actually. I'd been all over, visiting landmarks and taking in the city, but she was right about one thing. I'd done it alone. She raised a brow, daring me to prove her wrong. "Will said last night you need to get a bit of the college Jensen back." I glared at her. "Don't talk to Will about how we were in college anymore. He was an idiot." "You were both idiots." "Will was head idiot," I said. "I just followed him around." "That's not the way he tells it," she said with a grin. "You're weird," I told her. "I'm weird? You have lights on a timer, a Roomba to keep your floor clean even when you're out of town. You unpack within minutes of entering your house, and I'm the weird one?" I opened my mouth to answer and then shut it, holding up a finger so she wouldn't let loose another playful tirade. "I loathe you," I said finally, and a giggle burst free from her throat. The doorbell rang, and I went to grab the takeout, then brought it into the kitchen. I loved Ziggy. Since she'd moved back to Boston, seeing her a few times a week had admittedly been good for both of us, but I hated to think she worried about me. And it wasn't just Ziggy. My entire family thought I didn't know they bought extra gifts for me at Christmas because I didn't have a girlfriend putting presents under the tree. They always left the +1 question hanging when they invited me over for dinner. If I brought a random stranger into my parents' house for Sunday dinner and announced I was going to marry her, my entire family would lose their minds celebrating. There was nothing worse than being the oldest of 5 children and also being the one everyone had to worry about. Making sure they always knew I was fine, totally, completely fine, was exhausting. But it didn't stop me from trying, especially because when I'd pushed Ziggs to get out into the world more, she'd met up with Will, of all people, and their story was a happily ever after I couldn't begrudge either of them. "Okay," I said, bringing her a plate of food and sitting back down beside her on the couch. "Remind me about the party. What time?" 11, she said. "I wrote it on your calendar on the fridge." "Do you even look at that? Or did you immediately throw out the Post-it note because it marred the perfectly stoic surface of your lonely refrigerator?" I quickly swallowed a sip of beer. "Can you put the lecture on pause for a second? Come on, honey, I'm tired. I don't want to do this tonight. Just tell me what I need to bring." She gave me an apologetic smile before shoving a fork full of rice and green curry in her mouth. Swallowing, she said, "Nothing. Just come over. I got a piñata and a bunch of little girl stuff, like tiaras and pony things." "Pony things?" She shrugged, laughing. "Kid stuff. I'm lame. I don't even know what they're called." "Party favors," I offered with dramatic finger quotes. She smacked my arm. "Whatever. Yes. Oh, and Will is cooking." "Ah, yes," I fist-pumped. My best friend had recently discovered a love for all things culinary, and to say we were all benefiting from it would be understating the extra hour I had to put in at the gym every night to compensate. How is our little chef? Catching up on episodes of Barefoot Contessa? He does fill out an apron quite nicely, I'll admit that. She looked at me sidelong. "You better hope I don't tell him you said that, or you'll be cut off from dinners. I swear I've put on 5 pounds since he got into this pastry obsession. Not that I'm complaining, mind you." "Pastry? I thought he was on a Mediterranean kick." She waved me off. "That was last week. This week he's mastering desserts for Annabelle." I felt my brows furrow. Is she an especially picky eater? No, my husband is just insane for his goddaughter. Ziggy slid another bite of food into her mouth. So if everyone's in town, I'm guessing you'll have a full house tomorrow night, I said. Between our sister Liv's 2 kids and our friends Max and Sarah in New York about to have their 4th, the adult contingent would soon be outnumbered by adorable rugrats. Ziggs loved having the kids over, and I was willing to bet money that Will would have at least one of them attached to his leg for the majority of the weekend. Actually, no, she said with a laugh. Max and the family are staying at a hotel. Bennett and Chloe are staying with us. Bennett and Chloe? I asked, grinning. You're not afraid? No, that's the best part. She leaned in, eyes wide. It's like Chloe and Sarah have traded personalities during their pregnancies. You seriously have to see it to believe it. As predicted, when Ziggy opened the door Saturday morning, the only thing I could see behind her was a flash of color and silk and tiny sprinting bodies. A small child ran into her legs, hugging them fiercely and propelling her forward into my arms. Hey, my sister said, grinning up at me. I bet you're already glad you came. I glanced over her shoulder at the entryway beyond. A pile of assorted children's shoes lay near the front door, and I could see a mountain of birthday presents stacked on the dining room table through a wide craftsman-style doorway. I'm always up for some of Will's cooking, I said, setting her upright and stepping past her into the melee. In the distance, over the sound of Will's deep laugh in the kitchen, was a chorus of squeals and shrieks, and what I imagined to be Annabelle's clear cry of, "It's my birthday! I get to be Superman!" I needed more coffee. I wasn't really a very deep sleeper and had spent a majority of the middle of last night awake, sitting in my living room and trying to remember each of the times I'd done something purely social, for myself, in the past 5 years. The problem was, other than the gym, my softball games on Thursdays, and drinks or coffee with one of my friends afterward, I didn't feel like I had all that much going on. My social calendar was packed, sure, but it was nearly always a work dinner, a visiting client, some milestone the partners wanted to mark with a lavish meal. 2 years ago, I'd come to the depressing realization that too much time on the road and the couch had left me out of shape. I'd started running and weightlifting again, dropping 30 pounds and putting on some muscle. I rediscovered my love for fitness only to realize that I hadn't actually done it to look better or catch someone's eye. I'd done it to feel better. Aside from that, nothing significant in my life had changed since then. My failed marriage was something I tried not to think about, but late into last night I had registered that Becky's leaving me had set off a chain reaction. Heartbreak led me to dive into work, which brought me success, which grew into its own sort of obsessive reward. And at some point I knew I had to commit either to work or to a life outside of it. 6 years ago, with bitterness fueling most of my thoughts about romantic relationships, the decision had been easy. Now I was happy, wasn't I? Not entirely fulfilled, maybe, but content at the very least. But my sister's mild needling last night had sent me into a cold panic. Was I going to die an old man in my neat-as-a-pin, not-so-bachelor pad while color-coding a closet full of cardigans? Should I give up now and take up gardening? I slipped down the hall and out the back into the yard. Dozens of balloons were tied to the fence and the trees, anchored with ribbons to white folding chairs, and arranged along a series of small round tables. A white cake with ruffled frosting topped with a little plastic giraffe, elephant, and zebra sat in the center of the largest table near the patio. A handful of small children in sweaters and scarves raced across the lawn, and I stepped carefully out of their way and toward the cluster of grown-up-sized humans near the grill. "Jens!" Will's familiar voice called to me, and I maneuvered my way over to him. More balloons hung from a vine-covered pergola, along with a safari-themed birthday banner. "I have never had a birthday party this cool," I said, staring behind me at the color explosion in the backyard. "Annabelle doesn't even live here. Who are all these kids? Well, Liv's kids are somewhere, he said, glancing around. The rest belong to Max and Sarah, or people Hannah works with. I blinked at him before looking back out at the yard. This is your future. I said it with a joking bleakness, but Will beamed. Yep. Okay. I think I'm past the opportunity for more coffee. Where's the beer? He pointed to a cooler beneath their large oak tree. But there's some scotch inside you might want to try. I turned just as Max Stella stepped out onto the patio, grinning over at the gaggle of kids sprinting around the lawn. Max and Will had started a venture capital firm together years ago in New York, and seemed to be the exalted odd couple of arts and sciences. Their expertise and keen eyes for their respective fields had made them both very rich men, though, I'll admit, at 6'6" and a genuine wall of muscle, Max looked more rugby brute than art fanatic. If only we all made friends so easily, Max said, watching the kids run amok. His wife, Sarah, followed him out, holding her heavy pregnant belly and sitting in the chair Max held steady for her. I shook his hand in greeting before turning to Sarah. Please don't get up, I told her, bending to place a kiss on her cheek. I'm trying to be in a bad mood, she said, a hint of a smile tugging at her mouth. Your chivalry is melting my pregnancy rage. I promise to work harder on being a jerk, I said solemnly. Though congratulations are in order. I haven't seen you since this one started cooking. What is this, number 4? 4 in what is it now, Max? 4 years? Will said, grinning over the top of his beer. Maybe take a nap or something. Find a hobby. The door opened again, and Bennett Ryan stepped out, followed by Ziggy and a very pregnant Chloe. I'd say he's already got a hobby, Bennett said. Bennett and Max had been friends since they'd attended school together in Europe, and while Max was all friendly smiles and charm, Bennett was the personification of stony. He rarely joked or smiled much that I had seen, so when he did, you noticed. His mouth went a little lopsided, the line of his shoulders softened. He got that way when he looked at his wife, too. He was practically beaming now. It was disorienting. Jensen! The sound of my name jerked my attention around behind me again. Chloe crossed the patio and pulled me down into a hug. I blinked for a moment, glancing curiously over to Will before finally wrapping my arms around her. I had, without a doubt, never hugged Chloe before. Hey there, how are you? I said, pulling back to look at her. Both pregnant women were small-boned, but where Sarah was willowy and delicate, there was a fierceness about Chloe you couldn't overlook. The Chloe I knew was not exactly what you'd call touchy-feely, and I was at a bit of a loss for words. You look happy, she finished for me, and reached down to place a hand on her round stomach. Ecstatic and just bliss the fuck out? I laughed. Well, yes. She winced, looking down at the kids on the lawn. Shit, I'd better work on not swearing. Realizing what she'd just said, she groaned, laughing. I am hopeless. Bennett slid a gentle hand around her shoulders, and she leaned into him, and then giggled. We all stared on in bewildered silence. Finally, Max spoke. They haven't tried to kill each other in at least 4 months. It's confusing the hell out of everyone. I'm worrying everyone with how agreeable I've been, Chloe said with a nod. Meanwhile, sweet Sarah couldn't open a jar of peanut butter last week and lost it so completely she launched it out the window and onto the sidewalk of Madison Avenue. Sarah laughed. No one was injured, just my pride and my long-running streak of good behavior. George has threatened to leave Sarah and go work for Chloe, Bennett said, referring to Sarah's assistant, who had a famous snark-hate relationship with Chloe. Armageddon is clearly upon us. Okay, quit hogging my brother. Ziggy stepped around Chloe and threw her arms around my neck. You're still here. I gazed again in confusion at Will. Of course I'm still here. I haven't been given cake yet. As if I'd uttered the magic word, A handful of children appeared, bouncing excitedly and asking if it was time to blow out the candles. Ziggy excused herself and led them to where another group was playing Red Rover. "When are you both due?" I asked. "Sarah is due at the end of December," Chloe said. "I'm December 1st. At that, we all seemed to take a moment to look around us, sitting in the mild October chill with leaves falling sporadically. "Don't worry, I'm fine," she said, noting everyone's mother-hen expressions. "This is my last trip, and then I'm back in New York until this little thing arrives." "Do you know if you're having a boy or girl?" I asked. Bennett shook his head. "Chloe's DNA has definitely been handed down because the baby was too stubborn to let the technician get a good enough look to tell." Max snorted, glancing expectantly at Chloe for her sharp comeback, but Chloe just shrugged and smiled. "So true," she sang, stretching to kiss Bennett's jaw. Given that Bennett and Chloe's unique brand of flirtation looked strongly like verbal sparring matches, watching her brush aside his attempt to rile her up was, well, kind of disconcerting in a way. For all its normalcy, it was a bit like watching an alien courtship ritual. Ziggy returned from the yard with the birthday girl in tow. "The kiddos are getting restless," she said, and everyone took that as a sign that it was time to get the party started. I made small talk with Sarah, Will, Bennett, and Chloe, while Max, my sister, and a few of the other parents handed out ingredients to make some sort of dirt cup, complete with crushed Oreos, pudding, and gummy worms. Max's brother Niall and his wife Ruby were the last to arrive, but I missed it in the chaos of sugar-fueled preschoolers. It was slightly jarring meeting Niall Stella for the first time. I'd grown used to being near Max, whose height was easy to forget because he seemed so comfortable in his skin, so eye-level emotionally with everyone. But Niall's posture was textbook perfect, nearly rigid, and although I came in at a respectable 6'2" myself, Niall had several inches on me. I stood to greet them both. "Jensen," he said, "it's so good to finally meet you." Even their accents were different. I remembered Max telling me of the time he'd spent in Leeds, and how that had shaped the way he spoke, his words much looser and more common. But like everything else about Niall, even his accent was proper. "It's a shame we couldn't meet while we were all in London." "Next trip," I said, and waved him off. I was slammed this time around. I wouldn't have been much company, but it's really great to be able to meet you both now. Ruby pushed past him, stepping toward me and opting for a hug. In my arms, she felt like a willowy puppy, vibrating the slightest bit, bouncing on her toes. "I feel like I already know you," she said, pulling back to smile widely up at me. "Everyone was at our wedding in London last year, and they all had stories about the elusive Jensen. Finally, we meet." Stories? Elusive? I wondered at that as we all took our seats. I didn't feel like the most interesting person these days. Helpful, yes. Resourceful, sure. But elusive has some mystery to it that I just wasn't feeling. It was strange to be 34 and sense that my life was slowing down, that my best years were somehow behind me, especially when I seemed to be the only one who felt that way. "Ziggy didn't stop talking about you for about a month after the wedding," I told Ruby. "It looked like an amazing event." Niall smiled down at her. "It was." "So what brings you to the States?" I asked. I knew Ruby had moved to London for an internship that eventually led to a graduate program, and that the couple currently called London home. "We're taking a trip to celebrate our first anniversary, just going a little later than planned," he explained. "We started here to pick up Will and Hannah." Ruby bounced on her feet. "We're doing a tour of breweries and wineries up the coast." Her enthusiasm was infectious. "What places are you hitting?" I asked. "Hannah rented a van," Niall said. "We're starting down in Long Island and over 2 weeks are working our way to Connecticut, and then to Vermont. Your sister organized the entire thing." "I used to work out there at a winery on North Fork," I told them. "Every summer in college I worked at Laurel Lake Vineyards." Ruby's palm playfully smacked my shoulder. "Shut up!" You're an expert at all of this." "I can't shut up," I said, grinning at her. "It's true." "You should come along," she said, nodding as if it were already decided. Glancing at Niall, she gave him a winning smile, and he laughed quietly. She turned toward Bennett, Chloe, and Will. "Tell him he should come." "Innocent bystander here," Will said, holding up his hands. "Keep me out of this." He paused, taking a drink from his bottle. "Even though it sounds like a pretty great idea." I stared blankly at him. "Just consider it, Jensen," Ruby continued. "Will and Hannah and another friend are coming, and thank God Hannah doesn't drink much because at least one of us will be able to drive. It will be a fantastic group." I had to admit, a local trip would be perfect. Although I had what felt like 1,000,000 airline miles, the idea of flying somewhere for vacation sounded awful. A road trip, though? Maybe. But I couldn't do it. I'd already been away from the office for more than a week, and I couldn't fathom how I would tackle everything in time. "I'll think about it," I told them. "Think about what?" Ziggy said, joining us again. "They're trying to convince your brother to join you on your trip," Bennett told her. Ziggy nodded slowly at Ruby, as if digesting this. "Right. Jensen, would you help me get everything for the cake?" "Sure." I followed my sister into the kitchen and moved to the cabinet, reaching for a stack of plates. "Do you remember what you told me at that party all those years ago?" she asked. I wondered if playing dumb would work. "Vaguely," I lied. "Well, let me clarify for you." She opened a box and pulled out a handful of plastic forks. "We were looking at a bunch of hideous paintings, and you decided to lecture me about balance." "I didn't lecture you," I said with a sigh. Her only response was a sharp laugh. "I didn't. I only wanted to get you out more, live more. You were 24 and barely saw the outside of your lab. And you're 34 and barely see the outside of your office and/or house. It's entirely different, Ziggs. You were just starting life. I didn't want you to let it pass you by while you had your nose stuck in a test tube." "Okay, first, I never actually had my nose in a test tube. Come on." "Second," she said, staring me down, "I might have just been starting life, but you're the one letting everything pass you by. You're 34, Jens, not 80. I go over to your house and keep waiting to find an AARP membership on your coffee table or those sock suspender things in your laundry." I blinked at her. "Be serious." "I am serious. You never go out." "I go out every week." "With who? The partners? Your softball friend?" "Ziggs," I chastised. "You know her name is Emily." "Emily doesn't count," she said. "What's your deal with Emily, for fuck's sake?" I asked, frustrated. Emily and I were friends, with benefits. The sex was good, really good, actually, but it was never more for either of us. 3 years into it, and it had never gone beyond that. "Because she's not a step forward for you. She's a step to the side. Or maybe even backward, because as long as you have accessible sex, you won't ever bother looking for something more fulfilling." "You think I'm pretty deep, then?" Ignoring this, she continued. "You were in London for a week and didn't do anything but work. Last time you spent a weekend in Vegas and didn't even see the Strip. You're wearing a cashmere sweater, Jensen, when you should be in a tight T-shirt showing off your muscles." I stared at her blankly. I couldn't decide which of these was worse, that my sister was saying this, or that she was saying it at a 3-year-old's birthday party. "Okay, gross, you're right." She shivered dramatically. "Let's strike what I just said from the record." "Make your point, Ziggs. This is getting tedious." She sighed. "You're not an old man. Why do you insist on acting like one?" My thoughts hit the brakes. "Just do something fun with us. Let loose, get drunk, maybe find a nice girl and get your freak on." Jesus Christ. "Okay, strike that last part," she said. Again. "I'm not crashing their anniversary trip and being the third," I did the math, "fifth wheel. That's not going to add any sort of boost to my social life." "You wouldn't be any wheel. You heard them. They have another friend coming along," she said. "Come on, Jens. It's a group of good people. It could be so much fun. I laughed. Fun. I hated to admit it, but my sister had a point. I'd come straight home from a solid, non-stop work week in London, with many consecutive non-stop work weeks before that, with every intention of heading back into work on Monday. I hadn't planned for any downtime. A couple of weeks off wouldn't hurt, would they? I'd left the London office in good shape for the upcoming trial, and my colleague Natalie could handle everything else for a little while. I had more than 6 weeks of accrued vacation, and the only reason it wasn't more than that was because I'd cashed out on 10 weeks 4 months ago, knowing I'd never use them. I tried to imagine 2 weeks with Will and Ziggy, 2 weeks of wineries, breweries, sleeping in. I nearly wanted to weep. It sounded so good. Fine, I said, hoping I wouldn't regret this. Ziggy's eyes went wide. Fine? What? I'll go. She gasped, genuinely shocked, and then threw her arms around my neck. Seriously? She yelled, and I pushed away to put a hand over my ear. Sorry, she yelled again, not really any farther from my ear than before. I'm just so excited. A tiny ball of unease wormed its way into my chest. Where did you say we're going again? I asked. Her expression became even more animated. I've made an awesome itinerary. We're hitting breweries and wineries and a few awesome resorts with a final week at this unreal cabin in Vermont. I exhaled, nodding. Okay. But Ziggy caught my hesitation. You're not thinking of changing your mind already, are you? Jensen, I swear to— No, I interrupted, laughing. I just had this really insane person next to me on the plane yesterday, and she mentioned going on a winery tour. I had a panicked moment, thinking in some freakish joke the universe is playing, she would be the friend coming along. Let me be honest. I'd rather slam my hand in a door or eat a brick. Ziggy laughed. She was on the flight from London? At first she was okay, but then she got drunk and wouldn't stop talking, I said. It would have been a more pleasant flight if I'd been crammed into a middle coach seat. God, imagine a week with such a woman. My sister winced sympathetically. I feigned sleep for 4 hours, I admitted. Do you have any idea how hard that is? Sorry to interrupt, a small voice rose up from behind me. But Hannah, look, my Pippa is here. I turned and froze. Playful blue eyes met mine, and her smile was delighted, and, this time, sober. Wait, how long had they been standing there? No. Fuck.
3. Pippa. God, imagine a week with such a woman, he had said. The woman had winced sympathetically. I feigned sleep for 4 hours, he had said, then shivered. Actually shivered. I'd known it was him, of course, even from the back, with his perfectly styled hair, impeccable cashmere sweater, and pressed trousers at a child's birthday party, no less. I'd recognized him the instant I entered the kitchen. And then, of course, I was aided by the rhythm of his voice, smooth, low, never loud or strained, as we'd stood just behind him, waiting for a good moment to interrupt. Part of me had wanted to let him keep going forever. It was like scratching an itch inside my brain, knowing that I'd been just as tedious as I'd believed myself to be. And also, a little bit, I was tickled by his ability to bitch about it with such a fluid combination of articulation and irritation. I wouldn't have predicted that. He seemed so even-keeled. But he'd had no idea I was standing there, and I watched as the colour vanished from his cheeks in the tiny duration of a surprised, sharp inhale. I heard my own laugh bursting through his horrified silence, and then, when I said a quiet, "Hello, Jensen," it seemed the reality descended upon Hannah, and then Ruby, and finally Niall, who murmured, "Good Lord, he was talking about Pippa, wasn't?" before Ruby shut him up with a smack to his shoulder. Jensen nodded and let out a mortified, "Pippa." If you had asked me yesterday what I would expect Jensen to do after that flight, I would have said either A, promptly forget me, or B, tell someone how dreadful I was and then promptly forget me. The fact that everyone was clearly so horrified on my behalf, I looked back and forth between Hannah's gaping mouth and Jensen's colorless face, reminded me they had no idea how right Jensen was in saying all of this. And then there was Ruby and Niall. Ruby had slapped a hand over her mouth to hold in her laughter. Niall stood grinning down at me. Neither was at all surprised by Jensen's story of my behavior. I looked around at all of them with a big smile. My God, people, he's not wrong. Jensen stepped forward haltingly, and I spoke more to him than to the rest of them. I searched for the right word. I was a complete maniac. He's right. I'm so sorry. Not a complete maniac, he said, slumping a little in relief. Stepping closer to me, he lowered his voice. Pippa, how rude of me to... It's only rude because I'm here, I said, and when his eyes widened in embarrassment, I quickly added, and how would you know that I'd turn up at this party? Talk about coincidences. He shook his head, but looked at my smiling eyes. I guess. And if I hadn't shown up and you'd been telling your sister about this awful flight, it would only be a funny story, a funny, very true story. He smiled gratefully and, seemingly on instinct, glanced to the glass of wine in my hand. It's my first, I assured him. Then added, Alas, it won't be my last today. Lots of new faces, liquid courage and all that. I shrugged, feeling a giddy pull in my belly at the sight of him. But at least here you have an escape. He nodded, finally tearing his attention from my face to look around. Lifting an awkward hand, he said, So, right, this is my sister Hannah. The biomedical engineer. He'd mentioned her on the plane. A lawyer and an engineer. So they were one of those families. I smiled. I've heard so much about you from Ruby. Well, she probably didn't mention how much I love seeing my brother make an ass out of himself. She came forward, embracing me. Jensen mumbled out a dry, "Thanks, Ziggs." Like her brother, Hannah was fair and on the tall side. Both were also in great shape. I was graced with thin jeans, but would likely only run if I were being chased, and even then it would depend on what was chasing me. Realistically, I stood no chance against, say, vampires. Have I entered a room full of fitness fanatics? I asked. Thank God Ruby doesn't regularly exercise. Niall raised a curious eyebrow. She doesn't? Oh, bollocks, I cut in. Stop it already. A gorgeous dark-haired man peeked his head into the kitchen, addressing Hannah. Plum, can you bring out the second cracker tray? These kids are bottomless pits of... He stopped when he saw me and grinned. Hey, you must be Ruby's friend who's coming along on the trip. Jensen's face went ashen again, as though he'd just put that bit of information together too. Pippa, this is my husband, Will, Hannah said with a grin. I reached forward to shake his hand. Pleasure to meet you. Bring her outside, Will said. She needs to meet everyone. Looking grateful for the change of venue, Jensen placed his glass on the counter and gestured for me to follow Hannah out of the kitchen. She led us out onto a wide deck where 5 other people stood, holding beverages and watching over a gaggle of small children running and rolling on the lawn. You guys are not going to believe what... Hannah started, but Jensen cut her off. Ziggy, don't, he said, warning in his voice. Seriously, don't. She must have seen the same thing in his eyes that I did, sheer mortification, because she smiled, introducing me instead. This is Pippa. She was sitting next to Jensen on the plane yesterday. Isn't that insane? Completely insane, I said, laughing. As in, playing the part of a drunken maniac, I added, smiling up at Jensen. The poor man looked like he wanted to fall through the deck and never reappear. Well, then I love her already, a pretty and very pregnant brunette said from my right. Another woman, also very pregnant, seriously, was something in the water around here? Stepped forward from where she'd been standing beside a giant man only slightly shorter than Niall. If I had to guess, I would say he was Max, and she was Sarah, Ruby's sister-in-law. I'm Sarah, she confirmed. Mom to a few of the kids down there on the lawn. Searching for them and seeming to come up empty, she turned back to me with a wry, tired smile on her face. It's so nice to finally meet you. Ruby has told us all about you. Oh no, I said, laughing. All good things, don't worry. The dark-haired woman who had first spoken to me came forward, hand extended. For a beat she looked as though she might slice me and serve me as Pippa sushi, but then she smiled and her entire face warmed. I'm Chloe. This is my husband, Bennett. She nodded to the man at her side, a tall and intimidatingly gorgeous, but frankly quite serious bloke. Chloe held her stomach. Soon to be parents to this mystery. I shook Bennett's hand and nearly fell over when he said, You would have done us all a favor if you'd asked Jensen to join the Mile High Club. Sarah gasped. Hannah reached over and smacked Bennett's arm, but I coughed out a laugh. I looked at Jensen. Is that right? Should you have followed me to the loo? He laughed, shaking his head in amusement. I try not to have sex with women who won't remember it later. I grew mildly light-headed from the flirtatious lean to his words. Too worn out from that mistress in the London flat. A figment of your imagination, sadly. And the gorgeous wife in the brownstone down the street? Again, he said, stifling a smile, you've given me quite a fantasy life. Well, I clapped my hands. This just means you're free to shag the entire 2 weeks we drink our way around the East Coast vineyards. Jensen turned bright red. A few people, Chloe, Sarah, and Niall, barked out surprised, delighted laughs. Oh, my God, Sarah said, placing a delicate hand to her throat. Jensen, you look like you just swallowed a plate. Wow, am I sorry I'm going to miss this. And it was true, he looked exactly like he'd swallowed a plate. Can't wait, Jensen said, voice wobbly. My poor put-together seatmate was rather surprised to find himself the subject of all this attention. This trip would undoubtedly be fun. Pippa is exactly as I described, isn't she? Ruby said to everyone and no one, smiling at me fondly. I put my arm through hers and grinned up at her. Now introduce me to all the little ones. Your friends are quite the breeders. I don't know why you don't work at a daycare, Ruby said. You're so cute with kids. I tickled little Annabelle's tummy and pretended to shriek in surprise when her younger sister Iris jumped out from behind the playhouse yelling, Boo! Because, I answered, my voice going muffled when Iris and Annabelle hugged me around my face simultaneously. I'd be plastered day and night. Ruby laughed. Gently prying them off me, I gave them a task. See if you can find Auntie Pippa some carrot sticks. And then turned back to Ruby when they sprinted over to the table laden with food. Besides, I make more money working at RC. It's hard to leave. She pulled up a blade of grass, grumbling, Not that hard. Well, not for you. especially not when you have one Niall Stella in your bed and a position at Oxford waiting in the wings. I bumped her shoulder, smiling at her when she looked over at me. She gave me a grudging laugh. God, that whole time was so crazy. It's 2 years ago, can you believe that? It feels like yesterday. It wasn't easy to forget Ruby's harrowing experience at the end of her tenure at the engineering firm where we met, Richardson Corbett, where Ruby fell in love with Niall. Niall eventually noticed and quickly fell in love with Ruby, and then he ruined it all by being a coward when she was told to choose between her job and her relationship. I forgave him not long after she did, but occasionally like to throw a quietly muttered wanker at him whenever it comes up. He takes it in the good spirit it's intended, I think. Speaking of the devil, Niall appeared, finding a spot between us on the lawn, and handing Ruby a glass of wine. I watched, grinning, as he leaned close and kissed her. "That will never get old," I mumbled. "What won't?" he asked, pulling away from her to turn to me. "Seeing you be affectionate in public. You used to go into your office and close the door so you could retie your shoes in private." Ruby laughed. "It took a while to train him." He shrugged without protest, sipping his beer. The change in Niall Stella since he'd met Ruby was fascinating. He'd always been confident, but also carried the air of formality with him when he moved. Now he was just calm. Now he was perfectly obviously happy. It made something swell inside me, a flower blooming in my throat. I watched Sarah in the distance, holding her 1-year-old Ezra in an airplane position across her full pregnant belly. "Your brother nearly has 4 children already. When are you two going to try for kids?" Turning back, I caught Niall just as he put a fist to his mouth, coughing and working not to lose his swallow of beer. From the other side of his long torso, Ruby groaned. "Pippa." "Aw, come on then," I said, poking Niall's ribs. "I get to ask all of the inappropriate questions because I'm your wife's best mate. See also, how'd you get that scar on your face? How awkward were things after your first shag? Are you going to try to get pregnant soon?" This earned a laugh from Niall, and he wrapped an arm around me, pulling me in to kiss the top of my head. "Don't change, Pip. You keep things interesting." "Speaking of," I said, sitting back up, "what is the plan for this trip? Aren't we leaving in the morning? It occurred to me as I was sexually harassing Jensen back there that while I am happily crashing your holiday, I don't actually know where we're going." Ruby waved her hand in the air at someone across the yard, and I turned to see that she was flagging down Hannah. "Let's ask the brains behind the operation. I've done nothing, literally. We've just written checks and shown up. Hannah and Will have taken care of all the details." A tangle of limbs and light brown hair landed on the grass to my left, and it, Hannah, was quickly covered in 2 little squealing, wiggling girls. "I've been replaced," I noted with a feigned pout. "Auntie Fancy is the favorite." I turned my face up at the sound of a deep voice. Will sat down beside his wife, tall, inked, breath-catchingly pretty, and from the twinkle in his eye knew all of the world's very naughty things. I watched his face as he gazed at Hannah, Annabel, and Iris. "Hannah is Auntie Fancy?" I asked. He nodded, reaching for Iris and pulling the little girl into his lap. "Back when Hannah was still my fiancée, Anna couldn't say the name. She called her Fancy, and now," he said, smooching Anna's younger sister on her sweet chubby neck, "she will forever be known as Auntie Fancy." "I mean, obviously," Hannah said through a laugh, gesturing to her outfit of jeans and a Harvard sweatshirt. Her easy comfort was actually the first thing I liked about her. It was an effortless inattention to clothing I'd never been able to pull off. Obviously, another male voice added from behind us. Jensen came and closed this small circle of bodies on the lawn, sitting directly across from me. "Sorry," he said, grinning. "What were we talking about?" "That Hannah is rather fancy," I said, "though no one competes with you." I gestured to his own perfect put-togetherness. "You're not so bad yourself," he said, nodding to my dress. I skipped over the compliment with a shake of my head. I always feel like I don't quite blend in. People are comfortably casual or, like you, impeccable. I'm the knob with the fluorescent tights at the nice restaurant. Someone help me figure it all out. "I do always feel like a low-wattage bulb beside you," Ruby said. I scoffed at this. That was not at all how I meant it. Ruby was stunning, willowy and poised, with a smile that could light up an entire building. "I've just come to the realization that I'm clothes-dumb," Hannah added, shrugging. Ruby squealed. "I always say I'm hair-dumb." They leaned across Niall and me and high-fived. Niall and I exchanged knowing glances. The two of them were rather twinnish. Leaning in and unfolding an actual paper map, Hannah showed us the highlighted path from the Long Island wineries up north through Connecticut and to Vermont, where we would spend our second week together at a spacious cabin that, from the photos Will showed us on his phone, promised to be rustic and luxurious in the way only an expensive vacation rental can manage. Ruby was giddy. She leaned into Niall and hugged him. Will was staring at Hannah adoringly. Suddenly immensely grateful that Jensen was coming along, I glanced up at him. He was carefully studying the map and arguing with Hannah about the best route. His hair fell forward over the smooth arch of his forehead, obscuring his bright eyes from me. But I took a moment to catalogue his features: straight nose, a mild, constant bloom to his cheeks, full lips that I now knew curved into a wide, effortless smile, and a jaw I wanted to cup in my hands. After a few minutes, he caught my eye, doing a slight double-take. I tried to look away, but it would have been an obvious and awkward maneuver. I'd been very clearly staring at him. I don't know what was happening in my belly. I felt warm, nervous, curious, suddenly seeing the trip as the setup that it was. Will and Hannah, Niall and Ruby, Jensen and me. Did I want to play this game? Maybe. I mean, clearly I had a crush. Immediately, blindly, and most likely uselessly. Our start hadn't been the smoothest. But then the warmth inside me twisted when I remembered Mark the last time I'd seen him a week ago. His face as he begged me not to end things, promised that he really didn't want us to be over. The truth was, he didn't want to be out of a flat, didn't want to be out of a good source for wireless, didn't want to lose the rooms he quite conveniently used as an office all day while I was at work. Unfortunately, I wanted to be valued a bit more highly than that. But could I be valued as a fun shag for a week? I looked at Jensen again. Yes, I could. Unfortunately for this plan, Jensen had an air about him that said, "I'm comfortable in my skin, but I am not free with my affections." After nodding to Hannah when she excused herself and Will to go greet someone who'd just arrived, Jensen looked back to me and then smiled. He patted the grass beside him, tilting his head just slightly and mouthing the words, "Come here." So I stood, unable to refuse such a quietly sweet invitation. Swiping the dried grass from my skirt, I walked 2 paces to him, settling beside him on the lawn. "Hello," I said, bumping his shoulder with mine. "Hey." I feel as if we are already old friends. Tilting my head back toward the sweets table, I asked, "Did you manage to get a Cookie Monster cupcake before they were decimated?" He shook his head, laughing. "Unfortunately, no." "I suppose I could have guessed that," I said, smiling back. "Your lips have not yet taken on that semi-permanent blue tint." "Pippa," he cut in, holding my gaze. "I really am sorry. I wasn't being very kind." I waved him off. How did I know this would come up again? I could see Jensen so transparently for the kind-hearted, responsible person he was. "Trust me," I told him. "I'm mortified about all of it." He started to shake his head, to interrupt, but I held up my hand to stop him. "Honestly, I've never spilled my life story to anyone like that before. I presumed I'd never see you again, and I could." I shook my head. "I don't know. Perhaps just unload it all in the hopes that it would wipe my mind free of it." "And did it?" "Not as such." I smiled a little at him. "Instead, it just made for a very unpleasant trip for both of us. Lesson learned. It would have been best for me as well if I'd never seen you again. But here we are." "Here we are." "Let's start over?" He nodded to the empty spot where Hannah's map had just lain. "I think this trip will be fun. You don't mind being coupled off with me?" He deflected this with a little laugh. "Happy to be your leaning post for the drunken stumble back to the van?" I shook my head, marveling. You think there will be only one drunken stumble? Did you already forget the number of wineries on that route?" He opened his mouth to answer, with a smile already curling his lips, but we both startled when his name was called from across the lawn, and my heart drooped a little, inexplicably disappointed to see it was Will, needing Jensen's help hanging the piñata. "Why would he ask me and not Max or Niall?" Jensen playfully grumbled, pushing to stand. The answer was very clear. Max was busy giving airplane rides to a line of squealing 3-year-olds. Niall was busy snogging Ruby over in the shade of the porch. But, as Jensen left, Niall looked up, moving into action and following him. Ruby scrambled over to me, tackling me with a hug. "I'm so glad you're here." I fell back on an elbow under the sheer length of her slim torso, laughing. Once we were both upright again, I agreed. "I'm glad to be here." "It's going to be so fun," she whispered. I nodded, looking at where Jensen and Will were stretching their arms over their heads, wrapping the piñata's rope around the branch of a large elm tree. Will's T-shirt slipped up, exposing a tiny stretch of inked skin. Jensen's sweater shifted up as well, but sadly did not show me anything. He had another shirt there, carefully tucked into his trousers. "So, he's gorgeous," Ruby said conversationally. I agreed with a hum. "And single," she said, "and funny and responsible. I see what you're doing. And fit, and related to Hannah, which means he's awesome." Turning to her, I asked, "What's that about? Why is he single?" "I think he works a lot," she said speculatively. "I mean, a lot. Loads of people work a lot. Fuck, look at you and Niall. But you manage to shag daily." I held up my hand when she opened her mouth to agree. "And I really don't want to hear confirmation of that. I'm just being rhetorical." She closed her mouth and pretended to button it shut. "But I don't get it. Is he kinky?" I glanced at him again briefly, wondering if I preferred that possibility. He and Will were done, and laughing at the slightly skewed lean of the papier-mâché pony hanging from the tree. "Think he might be into blokes?" "I doubt it." "I'm not so sure," I murmured, looking at him. "He's awfully well dressed." Ruby smacked me. "Okay, so here's what I've heard." She angled her body to face me, keeping her back to the rest of the party. I watched the thrill of gossip briefly light her eyes. "He was married in his 20s. Hannah told me it only lasted for a few months, though. I pulled a face. That's interesting. I imagined this Jensen in his blue cashmere sweater and neatly pressed black trousers at a child's birthday party. I tried to imagine Jensen from before. Perhaps he met this girl outside on a rainy day when her groceries spilled from a torn sack. He bent to help her, and later they were a tangle of sweaty limbs, sheets on the floor. They had a shotgun wedding, something scandalous and wild. "He was with her for 9 years, Ruby said. From college until after they'd both finished law school. My fantasy wilted. Oh, so I was right. He wasn't likely the type for a wild weekend then. I guess pretty soon after the wedding she told him she didn't think they were right for each other. She couldn't have done that before they exchanged vows? I asked, pulling up a blade of grass. That's shite. You're not the first person to ask that. All the color drained from Ruby's face, and I immediately recognized Jensen's voice. Oh, fuck, I groaned, turning and looking up at him. I'm sorry, we've been caught talking about you this time. He laughed, reaching for his wineglass, which sat empty beside us. I winced, madly searching for the right thing to say. I hardly think it's fair for you to know my entire life story, and here I know nothing other than there is no London mistress and no wife in the brownstone. He smiled, nodding. There is neither. Well, couldn't you have been a bit less efficient with the piñata? I asked, trying to cover my embarrassment with humor. Honestly, you hardly gave me any time to get the dirt on you. He squinted up into the sun. That's about the only dirt there is. He looked down at me, and I couldn't for the life of me read his expression. Was he furious, indifferent, relieved that the score was even now? Why did I feel as though we'd just met, but already had so much baggage? Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I opened my mouth for a few confused seconds before asking, You mean, is it a good thing or a bad thing you only have one interesting story? He winced, but it was gone in a blink. Let me know if you want some more wine.
4. Jensen. I heard a rumor. I finished the last line of the email I'd been working on before looking over to the door. Greg, hey. I pushed back from my desk and waved him in. What's up? I heard you're taking a vacation, he said. Greg Schiller was another business attorney, specializing in biotech mergers, and loved gossip more than anyone I'd met, aside from my Aunt Met and Max Stella. And now I see you in here scrambling on a Saturday night, so I know it must be true. Yeah, I said, laughing. Vacation, just until the 22nd. Vacation. My mind tripped on the word and how unfamiliar it felt in the context of I, Jensen Bergstrom, am going on vacation. I was the guy who stayed late and worked weekends when something had to be done, the one you called in an emergency. I didn't rush through emails to get out of the office, and I definitely didn't have my assistant clear my schedule for the next 2 weeks so I could third-wheel it across the East Coast. Except a couple of hours ago, I'd done just that. I'd cleared my schedule to go on a road trip to wineries with my sister and brother-in-law and their friends and a drunken woman I'd met on the plane. What in the world was I thinking? Uncertainty clutched me. There were still a few loose ends to clean up on the London side of this HealthCo and FitWest merge. What if I was out of cell range at some point and, as if sensing my hesitation, Greg leaned across my desk. Don't do that. I blinked up at him. Do what? That thing where you imagine any and every catastrophic scenario and talk yourself out of going. I groaned. He was right. It was so much more than missing work. It was a gnawing sense that I was at a fork in the road in my life. Again. It would be eminently easier to stay home, get some rest tomorrow instead of hopping into a van with my sister and her friends, and then dive back into the familiar routine of work on Monday. But to do that would be to stay exactly where I'd been for the past 6 years. Shaking my head, I spun a stapler on the top of my desk. I never thought I'd be this guy, you know? I mean, you're right. It's Saturday. Natalie could handle all of this. She could. He sat in the chair opposite me. Well, what are you doing here? I asked, looking up at him. I left my wallet in my office yesterday. He laughed. I'm not Jensen Bergstrom level of dedicated yet. I groaned. But we all know there are 2 paths in this firm. Sacrifice everything and become partner, or remain an associate for a decade. A lot of us envy you, you know. I ran a hand through my hair. Yeah, but you have 3 kids and a wife who brews beer. Some of us envy you. Greg laughed. But I'll probably never make partner. You're almost there. God, what a strange finish line. And to be 34 and nearly there. Then what? 2 decades of more of the same? He leaned in. You spend way too much time here, though. You're headed straight to midlife crisis and yellow Ferrari in less than 3 years. This made me laugh. Don't say that. You sound like my sister. She sounds pretty smart. Where are you going, anyway? A winery tour with a group of friends. His brows lifted in surprise, but the unspoken hung in the air, the question of whether there was someone else coming, someone else in my life. Red flags waved in my peripheral vision. Well, I corrected, mostly with my sister's friends. He grinned, and I realized I'd made the right call. Better to have Greg know I was tagging along than think there was some interesting gossip to be found. Booze and time off, he said. Well done. The Sunday morning air carried a damp chill. My car was silent in the driveway, already bombarded with leaves falling from the sugar maple in the front yard, and I wondered how much dust it would accumulate out here. Ziggy had offered to come pick me up in the van, but in an impulsive burst, I'd said I'd meet them at her house. My car hadn't been out of the garage in 3 months. I either took the bus to the office or caught a taxi to the airport. My life felt small enough to fit into a thimble. I climbed the stairs to Will and Ziggy's, kicking a few leaves off the porch as I went. The birthday balloons were gone, and 2 fat pumpkins and an urn of mums now stood in their place. I thought back to my own house. No pumpkins, no wreath on the door, and pushed down the wiggly, hollow feeling in my chest. I wasn't denying that I wanted more for my life. I just wasn't thrilled that my little sister had pointed it all out to me so glaringly. Having always had a knee-jerk response to criticism, I tended to shut down and need to think for a bit. Last night's thinking still lived as an exhausted yawn echoing in my head. I pressed the doorbell and heard Will's shout of, "It's open!" from inside. The knob turned easily, and I stepped in, dropping my bag near the others by the door, towing off my shoes and following the scent of fresh coffee down the hall. Niall sat at the breakfast bar, mug in hand, while Will stood at the stove. "Scrambled, please," I said, earning a piece of mushroom lobbed at me in lieu of a reply. Reaching into the cupboard for a mug of my own, I looked around the room and out into the backyard. "Where is everyone?" "We've only just arrived," Niall said. "Pippa and Ruby went to help Hannah finish packing." Nodding, I sipped my coffee and looked around the kitchen. Whereas my house was, even I could admit it, a bit uptight in its tidiness, Will and Ziggy's house looked lived in. A small pot of flowers sat on the windowsill near the kitchen sink. The refrigerator door was covered in drawings from Annabelle's party, and even though they didn't have any kids of their own yet, anyone could see it was only a matter of time. Elsewhere, I knew what I would find. Books and scientific journals on every flat surface, the pages marked with whatever scrap of paper my sister could find at the time. An upstairs hallway lined with photos of family gatherings, weddings, trips they'd taken together, and framed comics. Will's phone was vibrating somewhere behind him. "Can you grab that for me?" he said, nodding toward the counter. "It's been going off all morning." I reached for it, seeing a new group message flash across the screen. "You're in a group text? How adorable." It's how we all stay up to date with what's happening, but it's taken on a whole new life since Chloe got pregnant. Bennett will either have a heart attack before this baby comes or need to be sent away somewhere. Read it to me, will you? "It says the airline lost Chloe's luggage," I started. "Her favorite shoes were in there, a clutch I got her for our anniversary, and a present she picked up for George." Max then asks if her head has spun around, or whether she started speaking in tongues. Bennett's answer is, "If only." Will laughed as he turned over a few sizzling pieces of bacon. "Tell him I read an article in the Post that said only 6 or 7 priests in the U.S. actually know how to perform exorcisms. He might want to start making some calls." Shaking his head with a wistful sigh, he added, "God, I miss New York." I typed out his message before setting his phone back on the counter. "Need me to do anything?" He shut off the stove and began scooping eggs onto 6 brightly colored plates. "Nah. The van is here and fueled up. The bags are mostly packed. Should be ready to go as soon as breakfast is done." I'd gone over the itinerary my sister had provided and knew the drive to Jamesport on Long Island was around 4 hours, give or take, with traffic and the ferry. Wouldn't be too bad. I felt a rebellious pull in my thoughts, knowing this trip was good for me, but wanting somehow to prove them all wrong. To prove, maybe, that I didn't need more than what I already had to have a happy life. Otherwise, how could I find pride in all that I'd accomplished? I heard Ziggy's voice upstairs, followed by Pippa shrieking something dramatically and Ruby and Ziggy bursting into hysterical laughter. Will met my eyes, brows raised. I didn't have to ask to know what he was thinking, and if it wasn't glaringly obvious to all of us, we were a group of idiots. This trip was a lot of things, vacation, bonding time, but now it was also a setup. I already anticipated the knowing looks, the insinuations, and, especially after a glass or two of wine, the outright understanding that this was a group of couples on a trip together. Pippa was sexy. That wasn't the issue. She was beautiful. That wasn't the issue. At issue was her type of beauty, her type of sensuality, flamboyant, loud, bright, and how I knew in my bones that she wasn't right for me. At issue was also my ambivalence about relationships and the odd instinctive recoil I had developed as a response to them. But this was just a vacation. It didn't have to be more. "You're freaking out about something," Will said, handing me a large cup and gesturing to the silverware drawer. I put a handful of forks inside it, turning my back to him. "No, just doing the math." He grinned. "Took you a while?" "I'm good at avoidance." Will burst out laughing in the easy way of a man about to have 2 weeks of vacation with his best friend and wife. "Now, that's a lie. We'll talk later." I grunted some sound of ambivalence, buttering the toast, pouring the juice, and helping bring everything to the table. "Breakfast," Will called up over the banister. Footsteps thundered down the stairs, and I looked up to see Pippa enter the room first, her red blonde hair worn back in a loose braid. Anticipating the long drive, she wore a pair of electric blue leggings, tennis shoes, and a loose-knit black sweater that slipped gently off one shoulder. "Hi, gents," she said, smiling brightly on her way into the kitchen. Her braid swung behind her with each step, and I watched her retreat, glancing away immediately at the sight of her ass in those pants. Fuck me. I turned back to the table, only to be faced with Will's knowing smile. "Hiya, gents," he repeated, smug grin growing wider by the second. "How's that math looking now?" "Looks a little like me punching you in the dick." I sat down, placing my napkin in my lap. He laughed and pulled out a chair for Ziggy as she joined us. "I love being right," he said, leaning over to kiss her. She gazed back at him in confusion. "Huh?" He turned, stabbing a forkful of eggs and smiling at Pippa as she pulled out the chair beside me. I'm just really looking forward to this trip. We crowded around the shiny silver van at the curb, watching Niall arrange the luggage in the most efficient way possible and deciding who would sit where. Ziggy had thought of everything. The van seated 8, so our little group of 6 fit inside with plenty of room to spare. There were pillows, blankets, snacks, water, satellite radio, and even travel-size Yahtzee, Boggle, and Scrabble. We decided to share the driving, but, it being my sister's forum here, we decided who would take first shift via the dorky scientist version of rock, paper, scissors. Pipette, beaker, notebook. Pipette stains notebook, notebook covers beaker, beaker smashes pipette, she explained. It took longer for us to figure out the hierarchy than it did to just fucking agree that Will would drive first, but when I smashed his pipette with my beaker, we were off. Pippa slid into the seat beside me, offering me a knowing smile. Hey, friend. I laughed. Want to play Scrabble? You're on, sir. She pulled the game pieces out with an odd, wolfish smile. Okay, so Pippa was surprisingly good at Scrabble. I tossed the box back into Ziggy's games bin and looked over at her. That was fun, I said flatly. Gherkins, what the hell, woman? She let out a delighted laugh. I sat on the G and K for most of the game, sweating it out. Leaning forward toward Ruby and Niall, she asked, Anyone up for more Scrabble? I'll sit by you on the next stretch, Niall said, smiling over his shoulder at her. I'd be happy to take one back for the men's side. In your dreams, she teased. Falling back into her seat, she sighed, looking out the window. Road tripping is such a different experience here than in England. How so? I asked. She swept the hair from her forehead and turned slightly to face me. You could get from one end of England to the other in a single day, she said, and then raised her voice to the row in front of us. About 14 hours from Cornwall to the Scottish border, wouldn't you say, Niall? He considered this. Depending on traffic and the weather. Right, she said with a nod. But the roads are endless here. You could start driving on a Monday and keep going for days, truly let yourself get lost. Wouldn't it be lovely to do that? Get a motorcycle or one of those silver Airstream campers and just drive and drive, no destination in mind. Stop at all the sites, eat junk food in every state, Ziggy said from the front seat. Need every restroom along the way, Will added with a wink in her direction. He looked up, meeting my eyes in the rearview mirror. Do you remember the dart trip we took in college, gents? How could I forget? Dart trip? Pippa asked, looking between us. I don't know how much Ruby has told you, I said, but Will and I went to college together. That's how we know Hannah. Her eyes widened, seeming to realize that there was an ocean of untold stories between us, and 2 weeks stretching in front of us for her to hear them. I smiled. A dart trip is where you basically throw a dart at a map to decide where you're going. In our case, it landed near Bryce Canyon National Park, so the summer before junior year, that's what we did. You drove from Boston to Utah? Ruby asked incredulously. Apparently Will's aim veers a little to the left, I said. A lot to the left. Will grinned at me from the mirror. God, we were so broke. I remember us having $400, what felt like a fortune at the time, and it had to cover gas, food, toll roads, and somewhere to sleep. And when money ran short, we had to, improvise. Ruby had turned fully in her seat to face me now. In my head, you both worked as strippers in a roadside bar somewhere in Nebraska. Please don't spoil this for me. Will barked out a laugh. You aren't that far off, actually. How long a trip was that? Niall asked. I'm not an expert on U.S. geography, but that has to be what, 3,000 miles? About 2,500, I said. In Will's mom's old Lincoln. No air conditioning, vinyl seats. No power steering, Will added. A long way from the leather interior and DVD player in this thing. Still one of the best weeks of my life. Maybe you're forgetting about our little hike through the canyon, he asked, meeting my eyes in the mirror again. I started to laugh. I try to forget. Well, don't leave us hanging, Pippa said, and reached out to place a hand on my leg. It was an innocent touch, one meant to urge me into my story, but I felt the heat of her palm, the point of each finger through the fabric of my pants. I had to clear my throat. It was July, and hot as hell, I began. We pulled into one of the lots and climbed out of the car. We had water and a little food, sunblock, everything we thought we'd need for a few hours. The sun was overhead, and we hiked up this beautiful trail with high rock walls on either side. After a while, we reached a flat point where we could either finish the loop or continue on toward a larger trail to see more of the canyon. Of course, being 20 at the time, we kept going. Ziggy looked at Will and rolled her eyes with a little laugh. Of course you did. It was breathtaking, I said, with hoodoos and spires just off in the distance. It was like looking at a fortress that had sprouted right from the ground, made entirely of red rock. But it was also fucking hot, and by this point the sun had moved to the other side of the sky, and we still had a hell of a hike back. We stopped to rest a couple times along the way and had drained all of our water. We were starting to get tired, too, and without water we were getting a little nuts. We were young and fit, but we'd been hiking for hours in the blazing heat by that time. I'll spare you the misery of it, but trust me, it was awful. It was, Will added. It was nearly dark by the time we got back to the car, I continued. We both sprinted to the drinking fountains and drank our weight in water. We used the bathroom and cleaned up a bit, feeling like we'd somehow cheated death, I said with a laugh, and then dragged ourselves back to the car. Why do I feel a butt coming up somewhere? Ruby said. But, Will continued, we got back to the car, I reached into my pocket for the keys, and they were nowhere to be found. Shut up, Pippa said with a gasp. We were still so relieved we made it back alive, Will said, that we were able to be calm about it, mentally retracing our steps. We'd stopped for a drink at a few points along the trail. I'd taken my chapstick out, my camera, but those places were at least a mile away. We took a flashlight from our pack, walked out to the first point we knew we'd stopped, and then realized we couldn't retrace our entire hike again. We walked back to the parking lot, and since neither of us were proficient at breaking into a car or hot wiring, I started. We were stuck, Will finished. Neither of us bothered with cell phones back then, and there was no payphone nearby. We had to wait for someone to find us or for the sun to come up. But it was getting colder by the minute, and have you seen the spiders that live in the desert? I finally gave up and used a rock to break the back window and unlock the car. Did you two sleep there? Pippa asked. I nodded. In the back seat. Who was the big spoon? Ruby asked, and Will tossed a couple of M&Ms at her. The next morning we climbed out and had a look around, I told them. I'd walked to the back of the car and for some reason looked down. There were the keys, on the ground, where they must have fallen when we got out before the hike. You're joking, Pippa said, expression thrilled. They were there the whole time. Must have been, I agreed. We just didn't see them in the dark. She shook her head at me, an amused light in her eyes, before she turned back to the window. We fell into a companionable silence then, and I was surprised by how easy it all felt. How easy it was to be sitting here, next to Pippa, and surrounded by our friends, like our adventure on the plane was something that had happened to two other people. She was sweet and funny, adventurous, and a little wild, but also thoughtful and self-aware. I don't know what I expected, whether it was for her to have the same assumption I had, that we'd been coupled up by default, but she wasn't climbing into my lap. She wasn't desperate for my attention. She wasn't pushy. She was just here, on a holiday, getting away from a shitty situation back home. And this entire time I'd been so focused on my own life, my own lack of situation back home, that I hadn't given a thought to how much she might need this. I'd just assumed she would be the same drunken woman I'd met on the plane, something to bear on this trip, a game with which I needed to play along. Instead, She was self-assured and unobtrusive. "Are you glad you came?" I asked her. She didn't even turn around to look at me. "I'm so glad I came. I'm so glad to be away from home for a while. I needed this." I'd just nodded off when I felt the van slow. Pippa had fallen asleep too. The space between us had disappeared somewhere around the last toll road, and she now slept on my shoulder, her breath warm in my ear, her body a comforting presence at my side. I straightened, adjusting my sunglasses where they'd slipped down my nose, and steadied her back against the seat. Looking out the window, I saw we were parked in front of a large white multi-story Victorian inn, surrounded by lush gardens and a fountain happily gurgling near the front entrance. A sign out front told me we'd arrived at the Jedediah Hawkins Inn. Large stands of trees stood on either side of the building, their leaves flaming in fall colors against the blue sky. Will and Ziggs were climbing out, and Niall was busy waking Ruby, which left me to rouse Pippa. I reached across my body with my free arm, the one that wasn't pinned by her gentle weight, and touched her hand. She inhaled sharply, stiffening as she came into consciousness. Wiping her hand across her face, she looked at me guiltily. "Did I fall asleep on you?" "Oh, God, Jensen, I'm sorry." "It's fine," I said quietly, and it really was. "I fell asleep too. We're here." We exited the van and followed everyone inside, shaking awake limbs and getting blood flow going again. We checked in, grabbed our keys, and agreed to meet shortly back at the entrance to explore the grounds before doing a wine tasting nearby. My legs were stiff, my back tight from sitting so long. I groaned, stretching in my empty room before walking to the bathroom to splash some water on my face, relaxing incrementally. Shoulders, arms, neck. I could feel it pushing at the edges of my mind, too. That need to just turn off everything, to unplug. It was easy to do today, a Sunday. Would I be able to keep it up for 2 full weeks? When I got back down to the reception area, Pippa was talking to the woman at the desk. They were already laughing at something together. Pippa seemed to make fast friends wherever she went, whereas I was a generous tipper. Jesus Christ, I was a stiff bastard. Bending over a map, the woman circled a few things, offering suggestions for the 2 nights we'd planned to stay. I heard Pippa say the words holiday, wanker X, and new friends before Ziggy came up behind me, jumping on my back and scaring the hell out of me. Jesus Christ, child, I grumbled at her. You're not tiny anymore. You could carry me. She reached up, squeezing my bicep. I pretended to scowl at her. I could, but I shan't. Pippa came over to us, smiling widely. You guys are the cutest siblings in history. Her enthusiasm was contagious. She was wide-eyed as she took everything in. Rachel says there's an amazing restaurant semi-walking distance down the road. We could get breakfast there tomorrow? Sounds good to me, I told her, wrapping my arm around Ziggy's neck to give her a noogie. Our first stop was the tasting room of a local winery called Sherwood House Vineyards. The GPS directed us to a gray colonial building tucked beneath tall trees and surrounded by flowering shrubs. It looked more like a private residence than a tourist attraction, with acres of manicured lawn, tidy boxwoods lining the path, and a pair of potted topiaries flanking the front porch. In fact, if it weren't for a sign pounded in near the road, I would have passed it by altogether. We parked and climbed out of the van, and through some instinct I can't explain, I found myself walking rather close to Pippa, my hand just shy of touching her lower back. A girl could get used to this, Pippa said, shielding her eyes from the sun as she looked up at the house. Remind me to schedule all my holidays with you lot, please. We get together at Christmas, too, I told her. You'd have to listen to Ziggs and Will geek out over God knows what, and how our mother can't seem to find any good rackfisk at the market anymore, but dinner itself is guaranteed to be amazing. Are we making hypothetical holiday plans together already? She asked, smiling as I motioned for her to precede me up the path. Because, wow, would Lele love you? I searched my memory. Lele, the one who gave birth to you? With Coco being the American, I said, and her face lit up with surprise. You were listening? It wasn't that bad. It was awful, she corrected, the color of her cheeks deepening. She'd changed at the hotel and was now wearing a yellow shirt dress and a pair of light blue tights with brown boots. The combination wasn't something I would have expected to work, but it did. The dress brought out the flush in her face and caught the gold at the ends of her hair. Her legs were long and toned, and for a flash I wondered what they would look like bare, how they might feel under my hands. I stumbled. But let's not talk about that anymore, she said, smiling over her shoulder at me. Talk about what? I asked. She laughed, not realizing my confusion was genuine. Exactly. Inside, Sherwood House reminded me of someone's living room. White beams supported an exposed ceiling. A brick fireplace, complete with a crackling fire, stood at one end and a long wooden bar at the other. Smaller rooms, including what looked like an antique store, branched off from the main one, and a set of stairs led to a second floor. I felt someone loop her arm through mine and looked over to see Ziggy grinning up at me. Isn't this great? It's beautiful, I said. Good choice. Actually, George hooked us up. You having fun? And before I could even formulate an answer, she added, Pippa seems nice. I lowered my chin to meet her eyes. Okay, she whispered. I'm just... Don't say worried, I thought, unwilling to be the sad, lonely guy the woman in my life fussed over anymore. Becoming aware of it made it suddenly unbearable. I knew some part of my reaction must have made its way across my face because my sister placed her hand on mine as if to soften her words and then paused, considering me. I just want you to enjoy yourself, she said finally. With a tiny shift in my thoughts, I understood what I could give her on this trip. I could give her my all-in. I could do exactly what she wanted me to do. Nobody worried about Liv or Ziggy because they were married and settled. Niels had a long-term girlfriend, and Eric was always out with someone new. I was the oldest child in a family of meddlers, and just like I'd butted in and encouraged Ziggy to get out more, the same was being done to me. She wanted me to come on the trip. She wanted me to have fun. And part of her, no matter how much she denied it, wanted that fun to be with Pippa. And even if I knew Pippa wasn't a real prospect for me, I'd had casual relationships before. I didn't love them necessarily, but I wasn't a monk. I smiled and wrapped an arm around Ziggy's shoulders. I am having fun, I told her, and pressed a kiss to the top of her head. Thanks for making me come. She looked up at me, blue-gray eyes narrowed slightly, and I wondered when my little sister became so fucking smart. The first wine was a Sauvignon Blanc, nice, mildly acidic, not too intense. I watched as Pippa picked up her glass, brought it to her nose, and inhaled before taking her first sip. I worked on the mental transition. Don't fight it, don't overthink it, just enjoy it. So you worked in a place like this? She said, oblivious to my inspection. I blinked away, down at the slice of bread in my hand. I did, yes, in college, during the summer. She gave me a cute little grin. Meet a lot of women? I'm imagining you in college and swooning a tiny bit. I laughed. I was with Becky then. A tiny sting intensified in my chest. Your ex-wife? She asked, and I met her eyes. I let out a short chuckle, a small burst of air. To be fair, she's more ex-girlfriend than ex-wife. Pippa laughed not unkindly at this. Oh, what a horrible realization. I glanced over to where she was settled against the arm of a sofa, one leg tucked beneath her as she enjoyed her glass of wine. The fire crackled behind her, the air warm with just a touch of smoke. Taking another sip, she swallowed and asked, Was the winery a lot like this? It was less cozy and more commercial than this, but yeah, same general vibe. Did you love it? I don't know if I'd use the term love, I said, easing onto the couch. But it was cool to see the process from vineyard to cellar, why they made certain wines, and how even the slightest fluctuations in temperature or humidity affected the final product. Plus, free wine, she said, lifting her glass in salute. I laughed and raised mine too. I didn't have quite the appreciation for it that I do now, but that aspect certainly didn't hurt. I can't imagine you and Will at uni together. You're both functioning adults now, but I can look at you and see the shadow of the insanity. Like an aura, I said, laughing. Your wild side lurks just there, she agreed, smiling back as she drew a circle over my head. Here I thought I had everyone fooled with my pressed dress pants and sweaters. Pippa shook her head. Not me. Conversation flowed around us, and I could feel my sister watching us from where she sat across the table. I rubbed a finger over my brow, working to not feel self-conscious. Once I moved in with Becky, we weren't so crazy, I said. But before that, I have no idea how we got through each weekend without an arrest or our parents murdering us. Tell me more about the college-age Jensen, she said, delighted. The next bottle of wine was opened, and Pippa took the offered tasting glass with a quiet thanks. I took a sip of my own selection, a peppery Zinfandel, already feeling the effect of the first one. My stomach was warm, my limbs a little looser, and I leaned in a little more, close enough to smell the subtle citrus of her shampoo. College-age Jensen was an idiot, I said, and for some reason he seemed to go along with most of Will's terrible ideas. You can't say something like that and not elaborate, she prodded. I thought back to the summers Will spent at my house, the holidays. I suspect Will was just as wild in high school, but add in being away from home during college and having the ability to purchase alcohol, all bets were off. Sophomore year, Will talked me into smoking a bong out on our balcony, and then didn't realize the door had locked behind him. I should mention it was about 2 a.m. in November, and we were both in nothing but boxer shorts. This might be better than the dart trip, she said, though I can't imagine you high. She considered me for a moment. The boxer shorts are easier to visualize. I laughed at her easy flirting. Unfortunately, I wasn't as awesome as you might expect, given the laid-back partier I've become, I said, gesturing to my dress shirt and polished shoes. Most people relax or laugh or snack when they're high, right? She nodded. When stoned, I become neurotic. I paused, grinning. More neurotic. So how did you get back in? We had a new, cute neighbor in the apartment with the adjoining balcony. Will found a few little pebbles, a beer cap, and a soda can, and threw them at her window until she finally came out. Then he flirted with her until she said she would help us. Help you how? Pippa asked, grinning. Obviously wary about letting two half-naked guys climb onto her balcony, she offered to just call someone to let us in. Unfortunately, we didn't really want to explain to campus security why we were locked out in our underwear with a bong and a bag of weed. I was totally freaking out. In my head, I'd skipped forward 2 years to us serving time in prison for smoking a bowl, me with a sugar daddy named Meatball. I shook back my head, remembering. Anyway, our neighbor was also pre-law and made us plead our case before she'd agree to let us over. I've never seen either of us hustle like that, before or since. Pippa rested an arm against the back of the couch as she listened, expression delighted. I bet you did okay, Jensen Bergstrom, Esquire. I lifted one shoulder in a shrug. I'd give you more detail on my argument if I remembered even a word of it. So I'm assuming you finally got inside. Yeah, there was a lot of awkward clinging to each other and terrified yelps that we might fall to our death, but we finally managed to navigate the 3-foot crevasse between the balconies. Now that I think of it, Will actually saw her for a few weeks after that. Huh. Maybe that was part of the settlement? Scratching my shoulder, I smiled at her. Anyway, enough reminiscing. Absolutely not. I'm here to forget the wanker. You're doing a great job. Pippa looked up at me and then motioned toward Ziggy. Don't make me ask Hannah. I bet there are loads of stories I could get out of her, and it wouldn't take more than a glass or two. A bit of a lightweight, that one. Looking up, she let out an amused snort. I followed her gaze to where Will was standing next to my sister, refilling her glass, and, if my guess was correct, talking to her boobs. It didn't matter how often they were like that or how many times I'd walked in on them. It was still gross. I groaned. Though, by the looks of it, Pippa said, tilting her head, Will has her monopolized at the moment. They're eternal newlyweds, I explained, lacing my words with a hint of playful disgust. But I think Will is volunteering to be the designated driver tonight and trying to get her a little drunk. My sister is hilarious when she's had a few. Is that strange at all? Baby sister married to your best mate? I'm not going to lie, it was at first. But when I thought about it and realized I was the one who suggested they reconnect in the first place... You set them up, she asked, smiling over the top of her glass. Most men wouldn't encourage their best friend to date their sister. I didn't realize that was what I'd done, I said, and drained the rest of my wine. I set the glass down on the table and reached for another olive. In hindsight, yeah, I told her to call Will, but at the time she was a workaholic dork. It never occurred to me that he would look at her, at Ziggy, the lab rat, and see anything but my nerdy little sister. I watched them for another few seconds. Will said something that made Ziggy burst into laughter, leaning into his chest. He bent, kissing the top of her head. But he's good for her. She's good for him, too, I added quickly. And I've never seen either of them so happy. Pippa nodded in agreement and looked over at the rest of our group. I felt the same way about Niall and my Ruby. She'd been in love with him for ages, and he had no idea she was alive. That's right, I said. You used to work together. It alternated between being hilarious and excruciating to watch, but I couldn't be happier for them now. Pausing, she added, even if I do want to turn the hose on them at times. I'd let out a wry laugh. I knew exactly how she felt. She leaned back in her seat. I'm sure I sound like an old spinster saying it, but come on now, leave a little snogging for the rest of us. Straightening, I motioned the server and was met with Ziggy's wide, hopeful eyes. The server poured us each another hefty tasting. Pippa took her glass, holding it aloft. 2 old maids? She asked, and I considered. To a little snogging for the rest of us, I said instead. Pippa beamed and lifted the glass to her lips. I will definitely drink to that.
5. Pippa. He reminds me of this boy I went to uni with, I murmured, staring at Jensen across the room as I absently licked a drop of wine from the rim of my glass. Daniel Charles Ashworth. I mean, are you kidding me with that name? Fucking unreal. I shook my head. Fucking beautiful, too. Smart and kind. He was funny and charming. And he never dated a soul. Ruby followed my gaze. Was Danny shy or something? We both watched for a few seconds as Jensen, Niall, and Will chatted amiably with the owner of the winery. Jensen sure isn't. I'd lost count of how many tastes I'd had, and given up and ordered a full pour of the delicious Petite Syrah. Ruby was halfway into her generous pour of a Viognier, and we were both perched rather crookedly on our stools at the wine bar, while the men debated which and how many bottles they wanted to buy to bring home. Not shy, I told her, blinking and turning my attention back to her. Just incredibly picky. I shook my head to clear it, reaching for an almond from the dish before us. Danny admitted to me one night, totally pissed on tequila, that he didn't like to have sex with lots of women. Didn't like it, I repeated. Said he loved sex, of course, but it was too intimate to do with a stranger. Ruby popped an almond into her mouth, staring blankly at me. Huh? Isn't that sort of lovely? I asked, thinking about the sight of Mark's thrusting bum, of the way I didn't and wouldn't ever know the name of the woman beneath him, the way I felt like he'd ended our relationship so easily, without any fear that he'd miss it. Isn't it sort of lovely to have it mean so much that even when you're 19 you don't want to do it with just anyone? No one is like that anymore. True. Well, I amended, lifting my chin toward Niall, he is. Ruby laughed. Oh, he's not. He was just married those years. I always maintain that if Niall had never met Portia, some sexually liberated woman would have found him first and turned him into the most adorable slut. God, that's a lovely mental image, I said in a breathy gust. A sexually insatiable 19-year-old Niall Stella. She nodded in agreement. Right? Oh, boo! I missed the ogling, Hannah said, following our attention and plopping down beside me. No, you're right on time, I told her, resting my chin in my hand. Lord, but that's a lovely wall of men right there. As if they could feel the weight of our attention, the three men turned in unison, catching us all resting our jaws on our palms, staring hungrily at them. This was fantastic for everyone except me and Jensen, who both immediately turned our attention elsewhere as the three of them wound their way through the crowd to reach us. You look good, Hannah growled when Will sidled up to her. Hey, Ruby said with a breathless smile when Niall hugged her from behind. Jensen waved, being playfully awkward with me. Have you tried the house-made pickles? No, I stuttered, playing along. I haven't. Yet. They're very good. Are they? I asked, laughing as the other two couples beside us kissed, crowding us closer together. He hummed, nodding. The spicy one is great, if you like spice. I quickly answered, I do. Well, he said, biting back a laugh and taking a step to his right as Will pressed Hannah into the bar with a deeply intimate kiss. They're very good. I'll have to try them. Jensen looked at me, eyes dancing. He shook his head, holding my gaze. It was good to acknowledge the premise of this openly, wordlessly. The expectation that we would eventually pair off was thick in the air. And while I was open to a holiday affair, and he didn't seem entirely repulsed by it, he covered his deeper feelings with a confusing mix of humor and formality. I wanted us, at the very least, to be partners in crime here, travel friends, buddies. Niall, of course, seemed to pick up on our pointed banter and pried himself out of Ruby's tipsy embrace. Shall we change for dinner? I know I'd love a shower. I appreciated that the three women on this trip were nearly more efficient at the shower and change routine than the men were. Ruby and Hannah were in the hall, hair wet, makeup minimal, when I emerged from my own room in a similar state. High fives to low-maintenance women. Hannah lifted her hand, meeting my palm with hers in a quiet smack. Niall and Will were standing together a few paces down the hall, conversing quietly. "Are we just waiting on Jens?" Ruby asked. Hannah nodded. "He's probably ironing. No one loves to iron as much as my brother. He would iron his socks if he thought no one would ever find out about it." "That's precious," I said, and then glanced down at my own outfit. Tall boots, red tights, my favorite twirly black and white striped skirt, a bit rumpled from the suitcase, and a white tank top beneath a fitted aqua cardigan with a parrot embroidered over the breast. I looked like a box of markers exploded in the hallway. "I love the way you put outfits together," Ruby said. "You're so brave." "Thanks, I think," I murmured, smoothing my sweater. Honestly, I just liked these colors. Jensen stepped out into the hallway and did a slight double-take to find the three women huddled practically in front of his door. "Sorry," he said, looking at each of us in mild confusion. "I didn't realize you were all waiting on me." "It's all right, Princess," Hannah said, smooching his cheek loudly. "I had to iron," he said quietly, and Hannah threw me a called-it smile of victory. Ruby took Niall's arm, Hannah took Will's, and Jensen turned to me with an easy smile that belied the tension in his eyes and said, "You look lovely." It made me suddenly uneasy. I knew that the setup aspect of this entire trip was written in the brightest invisible text just above our heads and followed us around wherever we went, but I wanted us to both be able to ignore it. I could enjoy the safety of a crush on Jensen, knowing he would be cautious in all the ways I might be impulsive, and he could enjoy the work-free time, and together we could pretend it didn't exist. But in reality, attention from him was only truly flattering if it was genuine. Once we'd arrived at the restaurant winery and checked in at the hostess stand, I carefully pulled Hannah aside. "I don't want—" I trailed off. I had begun to speak before determining what exactly it was that I wanted to say. She smiled, taking a little step closer. "You okay?" "Good," I answered, nodding. "It's only that—" I glanced over at Jensen and quickly back. "I don't want him to feel any undue pressure." Hannah blinked, scrunching her nose as she worked to understand my meaning. "With you?" "Yes." Her confusion melted into amusement. "You're worried my brother feels pressure to hook up with a bombshell on vacation?" "Well," I said, flattered at the description, bombshell. "Well, yeah." She snorted. "Rough life, Jensen. Let me give you a cuddle." I laughed at this, realizing that each time she spoke, I fell in love with her a bit more. I understood Ruby's infatuation. "You're adorable, and you know what I mean. The attraction may not be mutual. So you are. And if it's not," I continued over her, "that's okay. I'm here for a laugh. I'm here to get away." I looked at the wall displaying hundreds of bottles of wine and felt my brows rise as if it were there to challenge me personally. "I'm here to get rather sloppy, actually." "Let me tell you a little something about my brother," Hannah said, leaning in. "He used to be this legendary player. Honestly," she added, most likely at my surprised expression. "And then he married a witch who broke his heart. She broke all our hearts, really." I frowned at this, thinking on a 9-year relationship and how that must have stretched beyond Jensen and deep into his family. "Now, he's a workaholic who doesn't remember what it's like to be spontaneous and have fun just for the sake of having fun," she continued. "This vacation is so good for him." Her eyebrows twitched when she added, "It could be great." I watched her make her way back to Will, whose arm snaked its way unconsciously around her middle, and studied the 5 of them huddled together, waiting for our table to be called. True to expectations, I was seated beside Jensen at the broad hexagonal table in the center of the dining room. The restaurant was gorgeous, with a statue that appeared to be an inverted tree trunk coming out of its ceiling, its branches and leaves built up entirely of thousands of tiny lights. Waiters wore crisp white shirts with black aprons tied neatly around their waists, and filled our glasses with water ribboned with tiny bubbles. My wine haze from the afternoon had cleared, and I agreed to share a bottle of the house Pinot Noir with Jensen. Why in the bloody hell not? I could tell he was trying to relax. Part of me loved that it wasn't in his nature, though. I always felt that I was nearly too relaxed for everyone around me. Someone had to be the pillar. I could try to be the pillar, but as I probably could have predicted, that plan was doomed before it even began when, ever the gentleman, Jensen poured my glasses larger than his, and more frequently, too. "Are you forgetting my propensity to ramble drunkenly?" I asked, watching him drain the bottle with a long pour into my glass. The appetizers fanned across the table, endive with prosciutto, fresh mozzarella, and a sweet balsamic glaze, tiny meatballs with rosemary and sweet corn. a bowl of perfectly charred shishito peppers, and, my favorite, a shrimp and calamari ceviche that made my eyes water with its perfect tartness. "Contrary to what I said," he told me, putting the empty bottle back on the table, "I think I like your rambles. You aren't some crazy lady on the plane anymore." He lifted his own glass to mine and clinked it gently. "You're Pippa." Well, that was rather sweet. "I think tonight I want you to ramble," I said, flushing and leaning a little closer. Jensen's eyes dropped to my mouth, and then he seemed to remember himself, and he sat up. "Unfortunately," he said, "I'm the least interesting person at this table." I glanced around at our friends. Ruby and Niall had their heads together, Hannah had gotten up to use the restroom, and Will was reading the Scotch menu, clear across the other side of the table, and, in a restaurant like this, only in the loudest shouting distance. "Well," I allowed, "that may be true, as I've heard nothing from you to dispute it, but as you're my only option at the moment, I want to hear you talk." He blinked down into his glass, took a long breath, and then looked over to me. "Give me a topic." Oh, the heady power. I leaned back in my chair, sipping my wine as I considered this. "Don't look so Machiavellian," he said, laughing. "I mean, what do you want to hear me talk about?" "I certainly don't want to hear you talk about work," I said. He agreed with a smile. "No." "And the ex-wife sounds like a pretty gross topic." He nodded, laughing now. "The grossest." "I could ask why you haven't been on a proper holiday in 2 years, but—" "But that would be discussing work," he interjected. "Right." "I could ask about this softball team Hannah keeps mentioning," I said, and Jensen rolled his eyes in exasperation. "Or your ability to run several miles every morning without requiring payment or some sort of monster chasing you." I chewed my lip. "But really, I think we both know that I find you rather sweet, and more than rather attractive, and I know there is no London mistress or Boston wife, but I want to know whether you have a girlfriend." "You think I would be on this trip?" he said. "With my sister and her husband and Ruby and Niall and you, if I had a girlfriend?" I shrugged. "You're a mystery to me in many ways." His smile was a tiny tilt of his mouth. "No, I don't have a girlfriend." I smacked the table, and he startled. "Lord, why not?" I cried. "Virility such as yours should not go wasted." Jensen laughed. "Virility?" "Right." He flushed at this. "Well, I guess I'm picky." "I gathered," I murmured dryly. He squirmed a little in his seat. "I like to be able to control things." I leaned in. "Now that sounds interesting." Smiling in a way that told me he knew he was going to disappoint me with what he would say next, he added, "I think I enjoy that aspect of my work. Every relationship I've been in since Becky feels a bit like chaos." "They can be," I admitted, and when I said it, I realized I knew exactly what he meant. I'd never felt with Mark that I could predict what he was going to do next, like I had any finger at all on the pulse of his love for me. Ours was a relationship constantly unscrolling, the remaining story unknown. I understood for the first time since the breakup why for the past year I'd felt that tight, needling anxiety inside me, and why I didn't feel it at all anymore. For as much as I wanted love to be an adventure, there was certainly something to be said for stability in places. "But, yeah," I continued, "I agree they shouldn't." "Dating after being with someone for a decade was disorienting," he said. It's a new language I haven't quite mastered yet." "I'm sure Niall can relate," I said. He nodded. "Max and I talked about that once. Luckily, Niall's settled now. What's weird," he continued, and then smiled sheepishly up at me, "and, sorry, this veers into gross ex-wife territory, but things with Becky always felt predictable until she left, out of the blue. I thought we were happy. I was happy. Imagine how stupid I felt that I didn't even notice she wasn't." I realized in a depressing gust what he was telling me. As far as he was concerned, relationships were damned if you do, damned if you don't. His first love seemed to be happy, but wasn't, and everything that came after felt like it was happening in a language he didn't speak. I opened my mouth to answer, to reassure him somehow that this is life, and it's messy, but for all the women out there like Becky, there are at least as many who know our minds and our hearts enough to be honest. But the words were cut off by a piercing wail. The sound was so wholly different from any version of a fire alarm I'd ever heard that for a second some odd ancient part of my brain screamed, "Seek bomb shelter immediately!" before Jensen took my hand and pulled me after him, calmly exiting the restaurant via the indicated fire escape route. He did it with such surety that it occurred to me he might have scouted out the exit plan before we were seated. Not only did he stand and react as if he'd been expecting the fire alarm to go off, but he knew exactly where to go. I wanted to hand him a shaken martini and live out a one-night James Bond fantasy. The fire alarm carried over the sounds of surprise and concern, and finally the understanding, shouted by waiters as they ushered people outside, that it was a small kitchen fire and everything was fine. Please stay calm. As it turned out, the escape route placed us behind the winery's restaurant, at the top of a hill overlooking the vineyards. Long past sunset, the vines seemed like a dark labyrinth of wood and foliage. Jensen dropped my hand, quickly tucking his into a pocket, and gazed out at the view. At the far end of the row before us was a small structure, what appeared to be a shed, built in the center of the vineyard. "What is that out there, do you think?" I asked him, pointing to it. Will and Hannah slid around a few mildly hysterical older gentlemen and then sidled up beside us, looking at it. "I think that's where they sit outside and have lunch," Hannah guessed. "I would. It's a beautiful view." We scooted forward, making more room as people poured outside. Will shook his head. "I'm going to say it's the shagging shed." "I think it's likely where they keep their smaller harvesting implements," Niall said logically, and we all glared up at him, Will making a quiet snoring sound. Behind us, waiters and staff were scurrying around, trying to reassure diners that everything would be handled and the situation wouldn't interrupt our meal indefinitely. But for now, we were banished out here. "I want to go see," I said. "Do it," Will urged. "Pippa," Jensen began, but I turned to him, grinning widely. "Race you," I said, stepping off the concrete patio and taking off into the soft earth, leaving a stunned silence in my wake. The wind felt amazing, cool and sharp against my cheeks, and for the first time, thank you, Pinot Noir, I giddily pretended I was in an actual race, pumping my arms, feeling the ground give beneath my shoes and pass behind me. I heard the steady footfalls behind mine, and then Jensen was there, slowing to run alongside me and giving me a bewildered look before his competitive side seemed to win out. He sprinted the rest of the way to the shed, turning when he reached it and waiting for me to come to a gasping, wheezing finish at his side. Standing still as the shed itself, he stared wordlessly down at me while I caught my breath. "What the hell was that?" he finally asked, a small smile pulling at his lips. "I thought you didn't run." I laughed, turning my face up to the sky. The air was cool, a little damp. The sky was the color of my favorite indigo dress. "I have no idea. We were getting so serious in there." I pressed my hands to my sides. "I liked it. I think I'm a bit tipsy." "Pippa, I don't." Jensen stopped when I turned, walking over to a small window of the shed to peer inside. Just as Niall had predicted, it was full of gardening supplies, buckets, tarps, and coiled hoses. "Well, that's decidedly uninteresting," I said, turning back to him. Sadly, Niall was right. Jensen took a deep breath, staring at me with an unreadable expression. "What is it?" I asked him. He laughed without humor. "You can't just—" He stopped, digging a hand into his hair. "You can't just run off into a dark vineyard." "Then why on earth did you follow me?" He blinked, surprised. "I mean—" He seemed to find something suddenly ridiculous in his answer, but gave it to me anyway. "I couldn't let you run off into a dark vineyard alone." This made me laugh. "Jensen, I'm barely a city block away from the restaurant." We both looked back at the group of restaurant-goers, still mingling on the sloping patio, still waiting to be allowed back inside, and still entirely unconcerned about what we were doing. I turned and looked at his profile in the dim light from the distant winery. I wondered if he was thinking back to our conversation at the table about the conundrum of not trusting yourself and not understanding others. "I'm sorry about Becky," I said, and he startled a little, looking down at me. "I'm sure loads of people said that in the beginning when it was most raw, but I bet hardly anyone says anything about it anymore." He turned to face me fully, but didn't respond except to give a cautious "no." I remember when my grandmum died. I looked away out at the rows and rows of grapevines. It was years ago. She was relatively young. I was 11, and she was, well, let's see, she would have been in her late 70s. "I'm sorry," Jensen said quietly. I smiled up at him. "Thank you. The thing is, everyone was quite sad for us at first, naturally. But over time, it seemed harder that she was gone, for Lily, at least. All these big and small moments Grandmum was missing, it didn't really get easier, per se. Our sadness just got quieter. We just didn't talk about it anymore. But I know every tiny heartbreak and victory that Lily couldn't share with her mum weighed on her." I looked back up at him. "So what I'm saying is, yes, it's 6 years since Becky?" "Yeah, 6, he confirmed. 6 years later, and I'm sorry that she's not in your life anymore." He nodded, opening his mouth and then seeming to try to strangle down the words. Jensen clearly didn't like to talk about himself when it came to relationships. At all. "Thank you," he said quietly again, but I knew that wasn't what he'd originally had on the tip of his tongue. "Say it," I said, holding my arms out. I spun in a slow circle, arms outstretched. "Vent it to me and to the grapes and the vines and the tiny gardening tools in the shed." Jensen laughed at this, glancing up to where our friends stood talking as they looked out at us in the middle of the vineyard. "Pippa, you're—" He stopped abruptly as a quiet hissing noise came from our right and then our left. I bolted backward. "What is that?" He groaned, reaching for my arm. "Fuck! Come on!" We started to run, but in only a few seconds we were inundated with the heavy spray of sprinklers from every direction. Water poured on us, drenching us, from delicate pipes of water strung across the vine lattice, from the sides and from below, delivered by quickly rotating sprinkler heads near our feet. We took several more slippery steps in the dirt, but then I nearly fell onto my back. Jensen barely caught me. Running was futile. We were soaked. "Forget it!" I yelled to him over the deafening sound of the sprinkler system. It was as if we were caught in a downpour. "Jensen," I said, grabbing his sleeve as he made to return to the winery. I turned him to face me. He stared at me, eyes wild. It wasn't just that we'd had a bottle of wine after a day of drinking small tastes over and over and over. It wasn't just that our meal had been interrupted, or that we were presently soaked outside in October in a small Long Island winery. From the savage flash in his eyes, it was as if something had been shaken loose in him. "I know we don't know each other at all," I shouted, blinking the water out of my eyes. "And I know this sounds crazy, but I think you need to yell." He laughed, spluttering under the spray of the sprinklers. "I need to yell?" "Yell!" He shook his head, not understanding. "Say it!" I cried over the roar. "Say whatever it is that's in your head this second, whether it's work or life or Becky or me, like this." I sucked in a gulp of freezing air as words nearly burst from me. "I want to hate Mark, but I don't. I hate that I fell so easily into a relationship that was just a pit stop for him, one that I saw as a possible forever. It never was, and I feel like a fool that I didn't see it earlier." He stared at me for several breaths, water running down his face. "I hate my job," I yelled, fists at my side. "I hate my flat and my routine, and that it could go on like this forever, and I might not have the courage to do anything about it. I hate that I've worked so hard, but when I look around, compare my life to everyone else's, it feels like such a small drop in such a massive bucket." He looked away, blinking past the fat drops of water on his lashes. "Don't make me feel foolish," I said, reaching out to press my hand to his chest. Just when I thought he was going to turn away and walk back to the restaurant, he tilted his head back, closed his eyes, and yelled over the roar of the sprinklers, "We might have had kids by now." "Oh, my God." I nodded, encouraging. He looked back down to me as if seeking affirmation, and his features changed when he let in the emotions. His expression grew tighter, eyes sharper, mouth a harsh line. "They'd be in school," he said, wiping a hand down his face, momentarily clearing the water away. "They'd be playing soccer and riding bikes." "I know," I said, sliding my hand down his arm, lacing my dripping fingers with his. "Sometimes it feels like I have nothing," he gasped. "Nothing but my job and my friends." "That's still a lot," I didn't say, because I understood it wasn't the life he'd imagined for himself. "And I'm so angry at her that she couldn't tell me earlier that it wasn't what she wanted." He wiped his face again with his free hand, and I wondered for a beat if there was more than just water running down his cheeks. In the darkness I couldn't tell. "I'm so angry that she wasted my time," he said, shaking his head and looking away. "And then I'll meet someone, and it feels like, why bother? Is it too late? Am I too uptight or too uninteresting, or just been stabled too long?" I said, trying to make him laugh, but it seemed to have the opposite effect, and he dropped my hand, sighing heavily. "What a pair we make," I said, taking his hand again determinedly. I waited for him to look at me. "It's not too late, not even if you were 80, and you're only 33. 34, he corrected in a growl. "And, please," I continued, ignoring this, "most women aren't that obtuse about their own lives and feelings. Your first real bite was into a rotten piece of fruit. There are so many more ripe ones on the vines." I did a tiny drenched shimmy, and he cracked a little smile at this, glancing to the gnarled Zinfandel vines around us. "I don't mean me," I added. "I don't necessarily mean the next woman you meet, either. I just mean she's out there, whoever she is." He nodded, staring down at my face. Water sluiced across his forehead, over his nose, tripping across his lips. For a heartbeat, he looked like he might kiss me. But then he shook his head a little, staring at me as if waiting for some magical directive. "I'm sorry you lost her," I said more quietly. "And I know it's been a long time, but it isn't too long to still be royally pissed off about it. It was a dream you lost, and that's bloody terrible from any angle." He nodded, squeezing my hand. "I'm sorry about Mark, too." I waved this away with a laugh. Mark wasn't a dream. He was a fantastic shag I kept waiting to turn into a better bloke. Considering this, I added, "Maybe he was a dream, but it was a short one. If I've realized anything on this trip so far, it's that I didn't really need to take 3 weeks away to get over him. But I'm glad to have it, anyway." I saw the shutters return, but didn't really curse them. It was his process. I knew it already. Give a little, close up shop, protect. So I made it easy for him and dropped his hand so he could lead us back to the patio, where people were filing back inside. We would laugh about how insane I'd been, how wacky that Pippa is, and go back to our rooms to change into dry clothes for a new dinner.
6. Jensen. Monday morning, I was up before the sun. I blinked up at the darkened ceiling, the blanket still warm around me as the fog of sleep faded away. My admission to Pippa still rattled around inside my head. We might have had kids by now. They'd be in school, they'd be playing soccer and riding bikes. I had no idea where it all came from last night. Those were thoughts I rarely had anymore, usually only during a moment of weakness or after a particularly bad day, when there was nothing to come home to but an empty house. Or, apparently, after a day of drinking and racing into a sprinkler-filled vineyard. I'd dated a number of women since my divorce and hadn't given Becky much thought, but I'd spent a lot of time thinking about my marriage after I met Emily. With her, easy, predictable friendship somehow found its way into bed, and it tripped something in me how much easier it was to have something like that didn't have to mean anything, than to have something I put my entire heart into. We'd had a softball game, and Emily and I had met after for a beer, just like we often did. But that particular Thursday, I'd paid the bill and walked her to her car, and she'd surprised me by asking if I wanted to follow her home. Turns out I did. We had sex twice that night, and I was gone before her alarm went off the next morning. Emily was attractive and smart, a pediatric neurologist on staff at Boston Children's Hospital, but we both knew it wouldn't go much further than friends who sleep together whenever it's convenient. A couple of times a month we had sex. It was always good. It was never amazing. It was never amazing in part because it was never emotional for either of us. And frankly, I did know that a lot of my own hesitation to get more deeply involved was the residual bewilderment over Becky, and not wanting to deal with that again. Pippa had been right. The pain did get quieter with time, but it didn't entirely go away. It changed the way I saw things and the way people saw me. The acceptable grieving period for the loss of my marriage and all the things it meant for my life had expired. The rest of the world had moved on. I was supposed to, too. So why hadn't I? I'm so angry at her that she couldn't tell me earlier that it wasn't what she wanted. I'm so angry that she wasted my time. It feels like, why bother? Is it too late? Am I too uptight or too uninteresting or... I wouldn't finish that thought. I wasn't sure what it was about Pippa that had me admitting things I'd never said out loud before, but I didn't like it. These next 2 weeks were supposed to be about getting away and drinking too much, not introspection and soul-searching. I kicked off the blankets and sat up, reaching for where my phone was charging on the bedside table. Skipping over emails in a wholly uncharacteristic move, I opened the last text I had from Will, asking whether I'd be up for a run in the morning. "I'm up. You ready?" I sent, and tossed my phone to the bed. I checked the schedule Ziggy had printed for everyone. Brunch, some free time to explore the area, a possible brewery tour, and dinner here at the hotel. Will's reply came while I was in the bathroom, a simple no, followed by silence. I dialed his number, and after 4 rings and the sound of the phone being dropped at least twice, he answered. "You are as bad as your sister," he said, words mumbled into what I could only guess was his pillow. "You're the one who asked me to run this morning, remember?" "It's not even," he fumbled with the phone again, "7 yet." "So, this is when we always go." "Jensen, do you see the room you're in?" I glanced around the room. White-paneled walls, large bed covered in a handmade quilt, brick fireplace. "Yes?" "We're on vacation. Brunch doesn't even start until 10. It's okay to sleep in." "You could have clarified this last night," I told him, already opening up the menu for room service. "I drank my weight in wine and tried to talk our waiter into opening a vineyard with me," he said. "I'm not sure anyone should count on anything I said last night." "Fine," I said with a sigh. "I've got some work I should get to anyway. Call me when you're up and we'll head out then." "Oh, no, you don't." There was the distinct rustle of fabric and the sound of the mattress shifting in the background. "God damn it, no. No way are you sitting in there working on your laptop. Your sister will kill me." So Will had been put on Jensen duty, too. I gritted my teeth. "It's fine," I said. "No work. I'll just head out now and catch up with you all later." "No, you're right. Give me 15 and I'll meet you down in the lobby. Deal?" "Deal." My room was at the end of the house and overlooked the lawn and breezeway that separated the main building from a large barn-like structure in the back. The sky was still dark, but had lightened enough that I could see a copper-roofed gazebo just off in the distance, and a patio where, according to the brochure Ziggs had included in our itinerary, they served dinner most nights alongside a roaring fire. Things were considerably busier downstairs, with a fire burning in the lobby fireplace and the sounds and smells of breakfast being made wafting out from behind the closed kitchen doors. Will was already there, talking to the manager near the front door. Catching sight of me, he raised a hand in greeting and said his goodbyes to the manager. "Morning," he said. "Morning. Zig still asleep?" "Dead to the world," he said with an amused smile I did not work to translate. He began to slip on a pair of gloves and let out a little snort. "I see you got your shirt back." I looked down at my Johns Hopkins sweatshirt, the one my sister seemed to have the majority of the time. It was a little faded, a little worn in spots. The wristbands were frayed and one of the sleeves had started to unravel at the seam, but it was one of my favorites. Ziggy was always in and out of my house and had been stealing my clothes since she was old enough to reach my closet door. The only reason I had this one was probably because she'd changed at my place at some point and left it on the floor. "I feel you judging my sweatshirt, William. This is a classic. Your wife gets that, she probably wears it more than I do." "No, Hannah, like you, is oddly sentimental. You two are the only people I know who will throw away a piece of old Tupperware because you don't want to wash it out, but keep a sweatshirt for 2 decades. He had a point. We crossed the lobby, leaving before the smell of bacon and brewed coffee had us abandoning a workout altogether, and slipped out the back door. The chill hit us immediately. Will pulled his hat down lower over his ears and looked out over the yard. "This place really is beautiful," he said. I followed his gaze. Mist clung to the fence lines in the distance, the trees a shock of autumn fire set against a colorless sky. The inn stood behind us. White clapboard siding and powder blue trim, the copper-topped turret that gleamed like a new penny. I nodded in agreement. His phone buzzed in his jacket pocket, and he pulled it out, laughing dryly. "Bennett just sent this to the group thread." Chloe made me breakfast in bed. It's 2 hours later, and she hasn't asked me to fix the garbage disposal yet. Do wives do this kind of thing out of kindness? Please translate. I laughed, shaking my head. Do you think he's genuinely confused or just playing this up? Tucking his phone back in his pocket and zipping it closed, Will said, I think it's pretty genuine, though he is adding in some humor. She's completely different. Those two had a particular dynamic, and now that there are 1.5 of her, it's off kilter. Do you wish you were in New York to see more of it? Actually, yeah, he said, bending to the side to stretch his back. It's really weird, but entertaining. We stretched in silence like we've done 100 times. Quads, calves, hamstrings, glutes, and the sounds of the morning echoed around us. Horses munched on grass in a neighboring field, and a hammer pounded nails somewhere on the property, but it was quiet and peaceful as we stood and made our way to the head of the trail. I set the timer on my watch, and we started off, moving from dirt trail to sidewalk to road. Our feet landed rhythmically over the pavement, and I kept my breaths steady, my eyes on the path ahead. How's work? I asked. Will was an investor, and Max his partner. Together they owned Stella and Sumner, a venture capital company, with Max in New York City and Will now back home in Boston. Pretty good, he said. There's a small Australian pharmaceutical company doing some great cancer work. I'm flying out to talk to them next month. Oh, and Max turned my old office into a crafts room for the days he has Annabelle with him at work. So I'm going to have his redecorated the next time he's out of the country. Redecorated? I asked. Yeah, disco ball, pink faux leopard on his couch, maybe a stripper pole right in the middle. You guys are broken, he laughed. The last time I was in the city, I spent the week at the reception desk, sharing a computer with his mom. This should about even the score. Didn't Bennett's eyebrows just grow back from the last time one of you tried to even the score? I asked. Remind me to stay out of New York. One eyebrow lost, not both, he clarified. So what about you? Good to be away? Yes and no, I admitted. I can see how badly I needed this, but it doesn't mean I'm not constantly worrying about what's going on while I'm gone. Because you're a control freak, he said, smirking in my direction. It's a Bergstrom family trait. I'm thinking of having you all tested to find the genetic locus. Really, it's because I'm good at my job, I corrected, then quietly added, and maybe just a little of that other part. Will laughed, and we made a left onto South Jamesport Avenue, a rural 2-lane road lined with trees and the occasional house. We ran in silence, side by side, at an even pace. But the familiar calm a good run always brought seemed to evade me. My thoughts were still all over the place, a sense of needling anxiety twisting in my gut. So what do you think of Niall and Ruby? Will asked a few minutes later. They seem great, I said, happy for any conversation that might get me out of my own head. Niall is so much like Max, and yet not? That's exactly what I thought when I was with them both in New York, Will said. Ruby must be really good for him because he seems so much more relaxed now, happier. Though I have to admit it tickles me to imagine uptight Niall working alongside both Pippa and Ruby. Those two are the enthusiasm twins. That must have been something else. It's a wonder anything ever got done. Well, and I must say, he said slyly, it's been nice seeing you and Pippa get along. The mention of Pippa's name made something tense inside my stomach. That's because she's nice, and I clearly just caught her in a bad moment on the flight, I said. Though I'm not sure I'll ever get my foot out of my mouth. I can still hear the sound of her guffaw echoing through your kitchen. I am really sad I missed that, Will said. Well, stick around. I'm sure I'll find another way to do something equally horrifying. You're not the first person to say something stupid in front of someone they like, Jens. The shit I used to say in front of Hannah was unreal. I slowed as we passed a large piece of property surrounded by white rail fence and a few horses. The need to talk this out a little pushed up in my chest, forcing the words out. This Pippa situation, Will slowed beside me, glancing over. Yeah. The streets were mostly empty at this hour, but we moved to the side of the road as a car drove past us. Look, you're right. I do like her, I said. But it feels really loaded. I feel like we're in a fishbowl. Who cares? Hannah is invested, yeah, but that's also what sisters do. Ignore her. Pippa is exactly what I would have pegged as your type back in school. She's funny, a fucking mathematician for fuck's sake, not to mention gorgeous. And if it isn't that great, she's here for a few weeks, and then we'll live across the ocean. Am I missing something somewhere? I don't know, I admitted. Clearly I'm overthinking this. With his hands on his waist, he stopped and leaned against a wooden fence to catch his breath. Listen, I told Hannah I wasn't getting involved with this, but in college you would have seen this for exactly what it is. An awesome vacation with family and new friends, one of whom happens to be single and smoking hot. I squinted, staring down the road. Yeah, I guess. I'd like to think I'm a lot smarter now than I was in college, though. I don't know about that, he said before looking down and kicking a stone near his toe. What's really bothering you? I laughed. That's a big question for 7:30 in the morning. He looked up at me. Is it? I've never really seen you have any existential angst, not even after Bex left. You had a couple drunk weekends and then went back to work and never stopped. I mean, is that it? Have you decided that's all you want? The mention of Becky sent a hot poker through my chest. That was happening way too often lately. I keep waiting for you to bring someone over for dinner, he said, interrupting me. When I lived in New York, I thought I wasn't meeting your girlfriends because of proximity. But now that we've lived here for, 2 years? I've only met your platonic fuck buddy, and I'm going to be honest, Jens. I side with Hannah on this one. She's about as interesting as a spoon. This made me laugh incredulously. You're one to talk to me about fuck buddies. He acknowledged this with a nod. Okay, that's fair. I get it. And if that's what you want to do forever, fine. But then what's your hang-up about this trip? You can't have it both ways. You can't tell me you want to stay unattached and also get neurotic about the Pippa situation. Because I am neurotic, Will, I said, my voice rising a bit in the damp fog of the morning. Yesterday I looked at Ziggs and realized how much she would love to see me have a little summer camp fling, and I was like, sure, why not? I can do this. But there's something about Pippa that makes you uncomfortable, he asked, glancing up at me, eyes steady and knowing. Yeah, and I don't really understand why. Because she's honest and doesn't keep shit on the surface? When I didn't answer, he continued. Because she asks you real questions about who you are and what you think? And because you don't think you'll be able to evade it for the whole 2 weeks? Okay, so maybe you've put some thought into this. Unfortunately, I have. I mean, I could be back in that giant bed sleeping with my beautiful wife, but instead I'm out here having feelings time with you. So talk to me, Jens. Tell me what's going on in that head of yours, or let me go back and... Okay. I laughed without humor, turning my face up to the sky. Jesus, I don't even know. Somehow she got me talking about Bex last night, and it's not that I'm still in love with her, the exact opposite, actually. It's that I fucking hate thinking about it. Why do women like to go there? I don't even want to go there. This is the extent of your relationships for the past 6 years, Will said. You meet women, go on a date or two, maybe have sex with them, and then don't call them again. Is that about right? I shook my head, but I wasn't exactly denying what he said. You're a mess, man. He straightened, brushing any splinters from his shorts. I bet you even rationalize it by thinking you're sparing them getting involved with a man who will eventually be inattentive because of his job. Well, yeah, I said, shrugging. I haven't met anyone I can see myself wanting to be with over wanting to work. Can you hear how fucking pathetic that sounds? He asked, and his laugh softened his words. When in reality, I think you're just terrified of getting involved and having it end inexplicably again. It's the same reason you hate talking about Becky. You just don't understand it. Well, I have news for you. None of us understand it. We never did. She hurt everyone, and I get that it's worse for you, a lot worse, but we all lost her. Now you're so afraid of trying again you just don't bother. Oh, please, you're full of shit. Will shook his head. This is fear of failure, and you're full of shit. Jesus Christ, why did everything have to come back to Becky? I don't think it's that deep, Will. I turned and started walking slowly enough that he knew I wasn't simply walking away. I'm not saying it's deep, he said. I'm saying it's obvious. You're such a cliché. I love you, man, but you are as easy to interpret as a dream about going to school naked. This made me laugh. Okay. So what you're saying is, I'm a cliché hung up on being dumped and overthinking this. In a nutshell, he smiled over at me. Did you really get me out of my warm bed to talk about this? After another day of wine tasting and an evening with rich food and a blessedly earlier bedtime, we left just after breakfast on Tuesday. Our second leg of the trip took us from Jamesport to Windham, Connecticut. It was only a couple of hours by car, but having been at the same inn for the last 2 nights and then packing up to leave made the road trip start to feel real. 4 days crashing around various breweries and small wineries, and then we would make our way to Vermont for a quiet week in a cabin. But before quiet, we had wild. At least that's how Ziggy pitched the next stop. It was part of an organized tour of activities, with 10 of us in total, meaning 4 others would be joining us along the way. Niall gave us a playful lecture with a lingering look at Pippa on the things we share and the things we don't. For example, he said from the front seat where he sat beside Ruby as she drove, we don't talk about how itchy our bras are at the end of the day. We don't? Ziggy asked, pretending to pout. And we don't talk about our wanker ex-boyfriends and their trusting bums, he said, and Pippa groaned playfully. Dad, she whined. Everyone must remember there are new friends joining us. He turned back around and Ruby glanced over, shaking her head at him. Let us try to be on our best, albeit drunken behavior. So, what's this itinerary again, Hannah? Ruby asked. We have a brewery tour at Willimantic at 3, tomorrow is a winery tour, and Thursday we have a wine and chocolate pairing, followed by a clam bake. Will looked over his shoulder at me from the second row of seats, and I knew exactly what he was thinking. What a vacation. It sounded awesome, don't get me wrong, but for a group of hyper-ambitious people, this wasn't reading on the beach or floating lazily on a river with a beer and a foam cozy. This was my sister's version of downtime. But then he said, Bet you're relieved you're not expected to sit still, eh? And I registered that. Okay, this was also my version of downtime. Willimantic Brewing Company was a colonial-looking building that couldn't be more New England if it tried, and I grew up in Boston, so that was saying something. Willimantic, Connecticut, just beside where we would eventually stay in Windham, was driving distance to several major cities but felt oddly rural and quaint. Pippa mirrored my thoughts. I don't feel like I've seen a city yet, she whispered, staring out the window as we parked. Why do I always assume your East Coast is built up and entirely urban? As a worldwide expert on urban planning, Niall opened his mouth to answer, but Ruby turned off the engine, saying a quick, No, my adorable one, we don't have time to hear your dissertation now. Pointing with a smile out the window, she added, I think there's our contact for Eastern Stumbles. Eastern Stumbles? Will and I repeated in unison. My sister waved her folder over her head as she slid open the side door. The name of the group that organizes this. They're pretty clear about what we're here for, drinking, eating, and stumbling back. I reached over the back seat for my laptop bag and my sunglasses while Ziggy and Will jumped out to check in with our contact. Niall and Ruby got out to stretch their legs, Pippa following them onto the sidewalk. My phone buzzed and I pulled it out, reading an email from Natalie. You coming? Pippa asked, leaning in from the sidewalk. Don't tell on me, I said, typing out a quick reply. I just have to send this real quick. Laughing, she ducked back out as I finished up my email and hit send. Bending to stand, I nearly ran into my sister. She was blocking my exit. I think we have a change of plans. Will wants to improvise and head a bit north. I looked up. Her face was flush, eyes a little wild. Are you sure? I tried to see past her. Is this place shady or something? Drinking, eating, and stumbling sounds pretty great. She shook her head. No, we're just not feeling the vibe. I turned to glance out the window. Jensen! Ziggy yelled, grabbing my attention back. Startled, I looked back at her. What? She shook her head, a little out of breath and maybe just a touch frantic. Ruby and Niall wordlessly climbed back in. Pippa hovered behind Ziggy, watching me with guarded eyes. I really think we should head out, my sister said. Whether she was irritated with Will for suggesting that we skip an entire portion of her carefully laid plans, or she was hungry, I had no idea. But I had to take a leak. Okay, let me at least run inside to use... I felt her hand grasp my arm as I pushed past her, felt her panicked grip around my bicep. What in the world was wrong with her? Jensen, Pippa said quietly. Or maybe she shouted it. I barely heard. 10 feet ahead, but I knew it was her without needing her to turn around. Her hair was shorter, but she had that tiny mole on the back of her right shoulder, a shoulder I had kissed too many times to count. There was the scar running down the length of her left arm where she'd been bitten by a dog when she was 8. I took a blind stumble forward. It was true how these moments are described, like the world spins, like there isn't enough gravity. The world was definitely spinning, and I wasn't sure when I'd last taken a breath. Bex? I asked, voice rough. She turned, deep brown eyes wide with surprise. Jensen? I could practically feel the heavy silence behind me. My entire group of friends watched this unfold, no one else breathing either. A smile broke out on Becky's face, and she came forward and threw her arms around my neck. It was only when I lifted my arms, numbly, to return the embrace that I realized Pippa had been gently holding my hand. She let go but stood just beside me, a supportive presence. Becky stepped back, reaching behind her. Jensen, I want you to meet my husband, Cam. I hadn't noticed the man at her side, though I have no idea how. He was a tower of muscle and bone, with brilliant white teeth when he smiled. His grip around mine was strong but easy. The way he slid his arm around Becky's shoulders, the way she turned into his side, was like watching a memory unfold. Good to meet you, I managed, somehow. How was this possible? He smiled down at her. You too, man. I've heard about you for years. Years. She'd had someone else for years, and I was still standing, left at the starting gate. I grappled to my side, finding Pippa's warm, comforting hand again. I felt Becky's eyes follow the movement. Before I could stop myself, the words were out. This is my wife, Pippa. I felt the tiny tug of her hand in mine, the stunned jerk of her arm, and I saw Becky take this in. Pippa's hair in a messy bun, her fuzzy orange sweater, tight ankle jeans, and sky-high bright blue heels. I saw her take in Pippa's necklace, a complicated cascade of green and red and yellow beads, and her wide, brilliant smile. Fuck. What have I just done? I'm sorry, I began, wanting to immediately backtrack. Seeing Becky, being here, I knew in a heartbeat that the face I used to love, and which swam in my heartbroken thoughts for years, was now only a face from my past. With startling clarity, I felt very little hurt. No renewed heartbreak, no heated jealousy of her new husband, not even a hint of nostalgia. But Pippa cut me off, letting go of my hand to grasp Becky's instead. Becky, she said smoothly, it's lovely to finally meet you. Straightening, she looked up at me, eyes gleaming, and then slid her arm around my back, reaching down to spread her hand across my ass. She gave it a squeeze. Jensen and I are celebrating our honeymoon. How funny to run into you here.
7. Pippa. When I was little, Coco and Lily repeatedly watched and sobbed over a film about a bunch of old people in ruffled shirts or tiny running shorts who all got together after a funeral and basically sat around for a week afterward having sex with each other. At least, that's how the Big Chill felt to me when I was small. All these years later, one scene in particular stuck with me. The scene where Chloe walks over to Nick, reaches out for his hand. She's the young, odd one, the ex-girlfriend of their suicidal friend, the one none of them knew before the funeral, the one who sounds a bit daft and laughs at the wrong time, and she's taking a chance by asking the other odd man out to come with her. He says, "You know I don't do anything," meaning sex, and Chloe nods, because she doesn't care. She just wants to be with Nick, because she feels that he might understand her grief in a way others don't. All of this had been running through my head when I'd taken Jensen's hand. I was thinking of Chloe and how it was quite brave that she did this, quite noble, really, to offer Nick access to his dead friend's closet to rifle through his clothes and remember him. In my case, and even if Jensen didn't realize it at the time, I'd also taken his hand for support. Just outside the van, it took Hannah about 2 seconds to identify Becky from the back, about as long as it had taken Jensen himself, and she'd quickly told me who the woman joining our tour was. I'd taken his hand because I imagined the same scenario, years in the future, where I might run into Mark and see him happily married, again, and even then, no matter how hard it was, it would feel only a fraction as bad as how this probably felt for Jensen. I would be the first person to admit that I rarely think things through, which is both a blessing and a curse. When asking Billy Ollender to meet me in the broom cupboard in Year 6, I hadn't anticipated that he'd run out and tell his twatty little mates that I was a sloppy kisser. When blindly agreeing to a holiday with Ruby and her friends, I figured Ruby was undoubtedly being overly positive, and I would never have guessed they would end up being some of the loveliest people I would ever meet. And when I'd reached for Jensen's hand, never in a million years did I expect him to introduce me to his ex-wife as his wife. His wife! Jensen and I watched in mutually bewildered silence as Hannah came forward and tentatively hugged Becky, and then Will took a turn. Both hugs were visibly awkward. I'd spent enough time with them in the past 4 days to know their hugs were normally tight and warm, not these stiff triangles formed by bodies touching at the fewest points possible. I watched them stumble through the explanation that yes, they were married now, yes, that's what they meant, Will and Hannah were married. It seemed this hit Becky someplace tender, because we all watched, unsure what to do, as she teared up and pulled Hannah back in for another hug. But beside me, it was impossible to miss the stiff lean of Jensen's posture. I knew, without having to ask, that sure, it was all well and good to see this affecting Becky, to see her registering the extent to which she wasn't a part of their lives anymore, but that was a choice she had made. I tugged his arm, his hand still in mine. He turned to face me, and I sensed Will and Niall struggling to not gawk at us. "Thank you," he whispered while Hannah and Becky talked, his eyes searching mine. "What the hell did I just do?" I shook my head, smiling up at him. "I have no idea." "It's a mess. I need to tell her the truth." "Why?" I asked, shrugging. "This is the first time you've seen her in over 6 years, isn't it?" He nodded, but began to turn to look back at them. The misery on his face was nearly too much for me to bear. Instead of letting him turn back over to where Becky and Hannah stood speaking, I cupped his jaw and pulled him to me. His mouth met mine with a surprised gasp before he slowly relaxed, tilting his head and turning the kiss from a simple meeting of our lips to something real and warm and lovely. My mouth opened under the urging of his, and I felt his arms go around my waist, his chest press into mine. He leaned away just a breath, and it was all I could do to not pull him back again. "You'd do this for me?" he whispered against my lips. I giggled. "Kissing you is a hardship I'll have to bear." Jensen pressed another sweet peck to my lips. "It was already so weird, and then this?" "It was never that weird." I glanced over at the group of friends catching up, pointedly ignoring us. "But this makes things very interesting." We were all a bit stunned, to be fair. The entire drive from Jamesport to Willimantic, Hannah and Will had been prattling on happily about the history of our next destination and all the things we were going to do. I assume this played into our reaction when we saw Becky and Cam and were faced with either climbing into the tour bus or awkwardly bowing out. We moved on autopilot, silently forward. We could have left, really. There were a million other things to do, and absolutely no reason to stay in a stilted situation. But, in the end, standing in a small huddle outside the bus, it had been Jensen who insisted he was fine. And, at his side, I nodded. "We've got this, not a problem." So, we climbed aboard the tour bus, sitting in tidy rows and making polite small talk as we drove. In truth, I had no idea what I was in for. We got off pretty easy with the brewery tour, hand-holding throughout, a few kisses here and there when it seemed the newlywed thing to do. I figured the rest of the week would be more of the same, some snogging, some canoodling, maybe I'd get to sit on that lap, feeling those muscular thighs beneath me for a few minutes here or there. All of this was so naive, and just within the context of brewery tours, wine-tasting, grape-smashing. It never occurred to me what it meant that we were all staying in the same small B&B in Wyndham. Until we stood at the reception desk, checking in. "I have you for 4 rooms, 3 nights," the woman said, smiling up at Jensen. "Is that right?" As fate would have it, Hannah had sent Jensen and I up to check in for all of us, while she found a parking spot for our van on the street. Becky and Cam and the other couple in our group, Ellen and Tom, were lined up behind us to get their own room keys. "That's right," Jensen said, and then startled markedly beside me. "Oh," he said, too loudly. "No, only 3 rooms. We only need 3 rooms, right? Did you—" He turned and looked down to me. In my peripheral vision I could see Becky watching us. "We got 4 rooms at the last place," I explained to the woman, laughing awkwardly. "Pippa likes to," Jensen said, searching, and then he answered, "sing loudly," just as I answered, "practice yoga early." "Very early," he agreed in a burst, just as I said, "very loud singing." "Singing and yoga," I said, laughing. Because that's what normal people do. Because I didn't look at all like a bleeding idiot. "You practice yoga?" Becky asked, eyes lighting. "Me too. I'd love to join you." Cam squeezed her, a proud smile on his face. "Bex is getting her instructor certification. She's a real convert." I nodded quickly. Shit. "I practice a special hot yoga," Jensen offered helpfully. "Bikram?" Becky said. "Oh, it's the British version of that," I said, with a casual wave of my hand. Yes, because I was so sophisticated that I practiced a niche British version of hot yoga. My brain went into overdrive as I tried to explain how I would do this in a hotel room. You know, with the steam from The shower? I said, looking up at Jensen, who nodded as if this were a perfectly normal explanation for why he and his new bride would get 2 bedrooms on their honeymoon. Listen, Becky said, excitement making her voice go up an octave. Cam runs early every morning. Why don't you just save yourself the money and come do your steam yoga in my room in the morning? Or, better yet, we could do some yoga outside in the field. I'd love to practice some of the routines I've been working on with someone else. I blinked at her, wondering why she was being so nice, trying so hard. Really, wasn't it better for everyone if we just agreed there was no requirement to socialize? It won't really help with the loud singing, Jensen said dubiously. The woman at the front desk perked up and handed us the 3 room keys. We have a karaoke at the bar next door every Tuesday from 7 to close. Beside me, Becky clapped in delight. Perfect! She looked emotional, almost as if she might cry. I glanced up at Jensen. He worked to smile through a grimace. Perfect. I don't think you realize what a disaster this is, I said, opening my suitcase and pulling out my toiletries bag. Jensen stared bleakly down at the tiny bed we were meant to share. No, I think I do. I don't mean the bed, you wanker, I said, laughing. For fuck's sake, we can share a bed. I mean the yoga. You don't have to do the yoga, he said, confused. Of course I do. Did you hear the hope in her voice? She was nearly in tears, she was so happy. I can't suddenly be like, oh yeah, I don't want to do the famous British steam yoga I prattled on about. We'd look insane. I walked into the bathroom and heard him laughing behind me. As opposed to how we look right now? Jensen followed me in and watched as I unpacked my toothbrush and squeezed some toothpaste on top. I wasn't all that bothered about my impending yoga fail, or the fact that I'd essentially agreed to give a concert at karaoke tonight. It wasn't that we would be spending the next 4 days with the woman Jensen had married. It wasn't even that it would be so hard to pretend to be married to Jensen on this short leg of the trip. It was that I was sort of looking forward to it. I knew myself and my own heart. It tended to dive first, think later. Working like this as a team, a kissing team for God's sake, I was doomed. Hey. His hands slid around my hips, fingers clasping together at my navel, and he rested his chin on the top of my head. As delightful as this was, it wasn't really helping. I met his eyes in the mirror. Hey. I watched him watching me, and we both bit back a laugh. What in the world were we doing? I hadn't let myself give much thought to how this would go tonight, but we would be sleeping together. I shoved my toothbrush in my mouth and began vigorously brushing. He straightened a little, giving me room. I don't remember the last time I watched a woman brush her teeth. Is it as good as you remembered? I asked, mouth foamy. I bent down to spit and came back up, filling a glass with water to rinse. He opened his mouth to say something, but I beat him to it after spitting again. I kissed you. You did. He nodded, leaning back over me and resting his chin on my head again. And then, if you remember, I kissed you. Was it rubbish? He shook his head. Pippa? Yeah? Thank you. I laughed. For what? Laying one on you? I can assure you it was my pleasure. He shook his head, his eyes holding mine in the mirror. For making this easier. I grinned up at him, leaning back into his embrace. Easier on you? His eyes narrowed, not understanding. Jensen, we're sharing a bed tonight. I can barely touch my toes, let alone do yoga, and I am completely tone-deaf. This is going to be a disaster. You said it earlier. We've got this. Hannah and Will have been looking forward to this part of the trip for weeks. Let's tough it out. I stared at his eyes in the mirror. Why is she being so nice? His expression straightened, and his eyes grew a bit unfocused. Becky was always nice, but, yeah, I don't know. We met downstairs for dinner, walking self-consciously, hand in hand toward Will and Niall, who were waiting near the front desk. Will turned, grinning down at our linked hands. "This," he said, arms outstretched. "This is what I'm here to see." "Making the best out of a bad situation," Jensen said cheerfully, pulling me into his side and planting a loud kiss on my temple. "Oh no, what bad situation?" Becky asked, coming out of complete, bloody nowhere, and we all jumped. We would definitely need to put a bell on her. Will barked out a laugh. "Holy shit, Jensen. I am living watching you do this over and over lately." Jensen stuttered out a few things. No, nothing." He blinked down at me. "We just—" "Pippa just found out she's pregnant," Will blurted. Both Jensen and I turned to him in shock. "Will!" I yelled, smacking his chest. "What on earth? Are you crazy?" Will's brows shot up. Still looking a bit tipsy from the rather extensive beer tasting earlier, he leaned in, whispering without subtlety, "What? Shit. No good?" "We're on a winery tour, you twat," I hissed, eyes wide. "I'm not pretend—" I stopped when Jensen squeezed me roughly into his side. I smiled through clenched teeth to a bewildered Becky. "Will's joking, that clown. I'm not pregnant." "See?" Will said, rocking back on his heels. "I told you I could get them to see the bright side. So you didn't get that house in Beacon Hill that you'd offered on, but at least your new wife didn't get pregnant on your honeymoon, right?" Jensen narrowed his eyes at Will. Hannah came down the stairs and sidled up to her husband, correctly reading the situation. "Are you causing trouble?" "What? No." He bent, kissing her as a distraction. "You're looking to buy in Beacon Hill?" Becky asked Jensen quietly, giving me the impression that Beacon Hill must be a pretty fancy area. Cam came up beside her just as she added a hushed, "Wow." "Jensen's about to make partner," Niall said. "Hard work pays off." Turning from Hannah, Will added, "Got the job and the girl." Becky looked up at Jensen, her eyes glassy again. "I'm so glad, and this is so amazing, because Cam is a real estate agent. He can definitely find you a house in Beacon Hill." I felt Jensen's arm tighten around me. Without him even needing to say it, I could tell this was the last place he wanted to be right this second. "That is fortunate," he said through a pained smile. She took a step closer. "I think I worried that when we—" Becky began, her eyes suspiciously shiny, and I cut her off. "Mates, I'm famished!" I exclaimed. "All the hot newlywed sex and whatnot. Where are we headed for dinner?" Of course, Jensen blushed when I said sex. "I feel like I missed something really interesting back there," Ruby said, leading the way on our walk to dinner. "Will dropped the Hiroshima of awkward," Niall explained, "and Pippa followed up with Nagasaki." "It was pretty bad," Jensen agreed. I smacked his shoulder. "This is incredibly hard on me, pretending to be your wife." "Too much hot newlywed sex?" he deadpanned. Niall choked on a cough. Oh, and apparently Cam is going to sell us our dream home in Beacon Hill. Thanks for that, Will. Will grinned back at us. Welcome. I bit back a laugh. What am I supposed to do in the face of your ex-wife, who keeps tearing up every time she's near you guys? I said. It's been 5 hours, and I already feel like we're dysfunctional. What is with Becky's crying? Hannah asked. Will looked back at us again, wide-eyed. Maybe she's pregnant. She was drinking beer, Ruby reminded him. Maybe she realized she lost the best thing that ever happened to her, Hannah asked in a protective growl. Okay, that's enough, Jensen said, rubbing his eyes with the heels of his hands. Hannah pointed across the street, and we followed her toward the small farm-to-table restaurant where we had reservations for dinner, alone, without Becky and Cam or Ellen and Tom. God, I groaned, what am I going to do at karaoke tonight? Do we have to go? Well, we wouldn't if you hadn't accepted, Jensen said, laughing. This is amazing, Will said and giggled, still tipsy. Come on this trip with us, Jens. You'll be paired up with your crazy flight mate, and then we'll run into your beast of an ex-wife for the first time in a decade, and we'll all pretend you're hot and heavy, married to a stranger. Hey, I protested, feigning insult. Jensen looked over at me. You're not a stranger. Right, because I gave you my entire life story. He grinned. Starting with the turkey baster. The rest of the group went quiet in confusion. Jensen ignored them. You know what this night needs? He asked us all rhetorically, but looked directly at me. The way this trip is going, I can't imagine where you're headed with this, Hannah said. He shook his head and in a quiet little growl said, A lot of wine. Maybe it was the run-in with Becky that had everyone a little slap-happy, but having a lot of wine wasn't an issue. The moment we sat down, Will ordered 2 bottles, a red and a white, and some appetizers, and told the waiter it was Jensen's birthday. Jensen got a straw hat and a plastic bib for the 2-pound crab they brought out, and after we polished off the 2 bottles, it seemed appropriate to order 2 more. Hannah reasoned, quite rationally I felt, that there were only 6 4-ounce servings in a bottle of wine, which meant we'd each only had 2 glasses. A pretty rubbish showing if we're lighting it up tonight, Niall said as he waved down the waiter. 2 more bottles in, and Will's cheeks were rosy, Hannah was snort-laughing indelicately, and Jensen had his arm around the back of my chair in a familiar casual lean. We ordered dessert wine when they brought out the creme brulee and lava cake. We ordered after-dinner cocktails when we finished dessert. And then we remembered we still had karaoke with Becky and Cam at a dive bar in town. Ruby waved a finger in the air. We don't have to go, she said, blinking tipsily over at me and Jensen. If this is awkward for you guys. I laughed. It's not awkward for me. We're not actually married. I think she means the tone-deaf thing, Jensen said, his voice suddenly very warm and very soft in my ear. That's really only a problem for everyone else in the bar, I told the table, and then I turned to him, so close I could just lean in a little and kiss him. It was, in fact, hard to resist. He smelled like chocolate and had the smallest bit of stubble lining his jaw. And, I'll have you know, I do very good Violent Femmes karaoke. His mouth tilted in a half-smile. You could eat some glass and gargle some whiskey and then do Tom Waits. We could duet, I suggested. My vote is duet, Will nearly shouted from across the table. Hannah gently shushed him as a few of our fellow diners glanced in our direction. I tell you what, Jensen said, reaching up to scratch his eyebrow. "You sing me a little song right here at the table, and I'll do a duet with you." I pulled back a little. He'd said it as a joke, as though this was something I would never do. "I'm not going to sing in a restaurant," I told him. "If you do, I'll sing with you in the bar." I did the math in my head, trying to calculate how much he'd had to drink. He was being quite adorable. "You're crazy." I shook my head and felt Ruby's eyes on me before she leaned to the side to whisper something to Niall. "Any song at the bar," Jensen goaded me. "Your pick. You just have to sing something to me right now." Bingo. I grinned widely at him. "My pick." "Sure," he said, waving a casual hand. "It's a shame you don't know me better." I pushed back from my chair and then climbed onto it, standing high above everyone seated. "Pippa," he said, laughing. "What are you doing? I just meant sing to the table." "Too late," Ruby told him. "You, sir, have released the Kraken." "Excuse me, everyone," I called to the entire restaurant. It was small, maybe 10 tables in all, but completely full. Forks scraped across plates and ice clinked in glasses as people came to a rustling quiet. At least 35 pairs of eyes were trained on me. "It's my husband's birthday today, and his best friend from college, who is now actually his brother-in-law, bought a really disturbing amount of alcohol tonight, and I would greatly appreciate it if you would join us all in singing Happy Birthday to Jensen." Without waiting for them to agree, I began the opening verse to the song, loudly, off-key, and probably too high for most men to be able to sing along. But, as luck, or Connecticut, would have it, everyone in the restaurant was game, singing raucously and with their glasses raised in the air. At the end, they all cheered loudly as I climbed down from the chair and bent, planting a kiss on Jensen's mouth. "My birthday is in March," he whispered. "Don't you know?" I said, running my fingers through his hair just because it seemed I could. "We're playing pretend. You're married, I'm the lucky gal, and today is your birthday." Jensen looked over at me, eyes dark with some unnameable emotion. He wasn't angry, he wasn't even surprised, but I couldn't interpret it because it looked mildly like adoration. And we all knew I was shit at reading men.
8. Jensen. Everything in Wyndham was in walking distance, but it seemed to take us an hour to get 3 blocks. Ziggy and Will stopped at every window, whether it was an antique shop or a realty storefront. By the time we made it to Duke's Tavern, the two of them had planned to buy a sofa, 2 end tables, an antique lamp, and a house just down the road in Canterbury. Without realizing it, I held Pippa's hand the entire time. Strictly speaking, I didn't need to. There was no Becky, no Cam, no marriage show happening out on the street. But it felt good to touch her like this, and I remembered just a day ago when I was considering doing it anyway, and not for some impulsive lie, but because she was beautiful, and we were both single, and why the fuck not? Faced with the reality of Becky in the flesh, our history felt a little like the childhood monster in the closet. I really had built up our past in my head. I would have expected this sort of coincidental run-in to be flat-out painful, but the truth was, it was more awkward than anything. Cam seemed nice, if bland. Becky seemed happy, if a little fragile over seeing me again. Completely unexpectedly, it seemed harder for her than for me. Duke's reminded me of every small bar I'd ever visited. It smelled like spilled beer and also faintly of mold. There was a popcorn machine and a stack of paper trays for customers to help themselves. There was a single bartender working and a lone karaoke machine in the corner. A scattering of patrons sat at the bar and at small tables throughout, but by no means could the establishment be considered busy. Seeing Niall Stella, so tall, so eternally poised, in a place like this gave us each a measure of joy. He sat carefully on a vinyl-covered chair and ordered a Guinness. "You've," Pippa started, gazing at me. "You've softened." "Huh?" Tilting her head, she said, 5 days ago I would have expected you to look like a businessman in here. Now you just look—" She let her eyes drop to my new Willimantic Brewing Co. t-shirt and the single pair of jeans I'd packed. "You look good." "I was on autopilot when I packed for this trip," I admitted, deflecting the compliment. "It's mostly sweaters and dress shirts." "I've noticed." She leaned in, her breath warm on my neck. "I like you regardless, but I like it a bit more when I can see these arms." Pippa ran a soft hand up my forearm and curled it around my bicep. "They're good arms." I shivered, quickly diverting my attention to the server as he carefully placed a drink in front of each of us. Will lifted his glass, full of an amber-colored IPA. "To marriages, old, new, and pretend. May they give you everything you've ever wanted." With his eyes on mine, Will reached forward, waiting to clink my glass. I lifted the pint of dark stout and tapped it to his. "Happy birthday, asshole," he said, grinning. "Happy birthday?" Becky's voice rang out from behind me, and I watched the smile fall from Will's face. He straightened, leaning to the side to put an arm around his wife. "Whose birthday is it?" Becky asked. "Hey," he said. "Yeah, we're just fucking around." "It's Pippa's," I said, smiling over at her, and she gave me an amused shake of her head. We were just about to sing to her. Across the table, Niall bent, laughing into his hands. "This is too much," he said, shaking his head. "I can't keep up." Cam waved down the server, while Becky pulled out a chair on the opposite side of me from Pippa. "Is it okay if I sit here?" I felt Pippa stiffen slightly to my left, and I stuttered out a quiet, "Sure." The truth was, I didn't want Becky sitting there. I didn't want Becky here. I didn't want her anywhere near this trip. I wasn't in love with her anymore. I didn't want to go back and change anything. I didn't even need a better explanation for why our marriage had ended. I just wanted to move on. And while the rest of my life had become a success, Will was right. My relationship life had been an utter failure by my own design. I simply hadn't wanted to deal. Cam ordered a Bud Light and a glass of the crappy House Merlot for Becky. I caught Will's small laugh before Ziggs must have pinched him under the table because she leaned over, whispering, "Stop it." But I knew this was a mistake. Playing nice, pretending to be old friends. I couldn't do it. Will couldn't do it. And Ziggy especially couldn't do it. Becky had fucked up. We'd been having a nice time before she came along, and 3 more days of playing chummy were going to wear on us. "Where did you guys go for dinner?" Becky asked, smiling amiably. "John's table," Ruby told her, correctly sensing the slight strain at the table. "It was amazing." "I think we have reservations there tomorrow," she said, looking to Cam for confirmation. He nodded. "We ate at the Lonely Sail. It was pretty good." We all gave mild ahs, as if any of us found this interesting. "Do you guys remember," Becky said, smiling, "when we broke the table at that sandwich place?" She trailed off, squinting up at me, uncertain of the name. "Atman's," Will said before taking a sip of his beer. I smiled, remembering. We'd been drunk, and Becky had jumped on my back, propelling us both into the table, where we'd fallen and snapped the top from the stem. The poor kid working there had squeaked out his panic and told us just to go, that he'd figure it out. "We should have paid for it," she said, shaking her head. "The table? With what?" I asked, laughing a little. "If I recall correctly, we shared a sandwich that night because we had $7 between the 3 of us. I remembered the rest of that night, too. Will and I tripping back to our room, falling on the floor, and plotting a way we could project the television onto the ceiling so we could play video games drunk on our backs. We ended up successfully hooking up the TV to a retired projector we'd snagged from the bio department storeroom that weekend, and it was awesome. In fact, the bulk of my memories from college were things I did with Will. Silence engulfed the group, bringing to the forefront the realization, to all of us I assume, that we didn't have anything in common anymore. Cam tapped his knuckles on the table. "Anyone here a Mets fan?" We all shook our heads, mumbling some version of no, and not really, and he tilted his beer to his lips, looking up at a television mounted above the bar where, presumably, a Mets game was on. Ziggy met my eyes, and I could see the exasperation there. The night, which had previously been the kind of fun that would drive me to stay up late, drinking to keep it all going, was losing steam. I missed Pippa's laugh. I missed the rush I felt when she looked at me, and I wasn't entirely sure what she would do next. Turning to her, I put my arm around her shoulders, pulling her into me. "I believe I owe you a song," I said. She perked up, grinning at me. "Yeah? Brilliant!" "Your pick." I lowered my voice. "I just want to get away from the table." My gaze flickered back and forth between her eyes, and I wondered if she saw the way they said, "I don't want to be with her." I saw, more than heard, her quiet, "Right then." And then she took my hand, pulled me toward the corner where the microphone lay on the solitary stool under a single spotlight, and turned the mic on. Feedback squawked through the bar, and everyone winced before Pippa brought it to her lips. "Hello, Connecticut," she sang, doing a cute little shimmy. "Jensen here promised he would sing with me, and so I thought it would be nice to sing something really romantic." Will laughed at the table, and my sister watched us with wine-sleepy eyes. Ruby was half in Niall's lap, either sucking his neck or sleeping there, and the only person watching us with full attention was Becky. I wanted to crawl out of my skin. Pippa's hand came to my jaw, turning me to face her. "This one is for you." The opening riff to Violent Femme's Kiss Off began to play through the bar, and Pippa bounced next to me, leaning in to sing. Will put 2 fingers into his mouth and let out a piercing whistle. Even Ruby sat up, letting out a prolonged, "Woo!" "I need someone, a person to talk to, someone who'd care to love," Pippa sang, and after looking at her wide grin, her playful eyes, I couldn't possibly resist, so I joined her. "Could it be you? Could it be you?" It was ridiculous and embarrassing, and we sounded terrible, but it was the single most cathartic moment since my divorce. How was that even possible? I was yell-singing an angry song with a woman I'd met only days before, whom I initially thought I'd hate but I'd grown to somewhat adore, and Becky sat watching, Becky of all people, with a mixture of relief and misery on her face. But then even she disappeared, because the woman in front of me commanded every bit of my attention. Pippa's hair was down and fell over her shoulders. Beneath her jersey dress, her body was easy to imagine, and I reached forward, sliding a hand around her waist to pull her just a little closer. I wanted to kiss her. I knew that in part it was the wine and the beer and the heady sense of freedom in a small town where I knew no one, but I also knew that in no part was that feeling about Becky. Pippa bounced against me, singing terribly into the mic, perfect for the song, really. Her earrings cascaded down from her ears, nearly touching her shoulders. Her bracelets clanged on her wrist. Her lipstick stained her lips a seductive fire red, and it made her happy smile seem boundless. The song ended with a dissonant strum of the guitar, and Pippa stared up at me, breathless. I rarely did things without thought, but leaning forward to kiss her wasn't for show or because anyone was watching. It was because, in that moment, I couldn't think of anything else. We returned to the table and were met with Will's slow clap, Hannah's goofy grin, Ruby and Niall's wide eyes, and Becky's watery smile. Cam was playing on his phone. "You guys are really cute together," Becky said. "You really are," Ziggy agreed, and for some reason her opinion meant something here. I felt faintly restless, like I did sometimes in a pointless meeting that went long or at the end of a never-ending conference call. Pippa slid her hand into mine and watched as Becky and Cam replaced us by the karaoke machine, selecting an old Anne Murray tune, one of her slow country songs. "An odd choice to follow, maybe?" Pippa asked, her head on my shoulder. "Though I suppose ours was an odd choice to begin." I turned a little closer so she could hear me over the volume of their song. Her dad died when she was a teenager. He loved Anne Murray. It's sort of a thing for her. She tilted her head to me. "Ah, this is how it begins," I thought. Not in a huge rush of information, but tiny tidbits. Cam could know all these little things about Becky now, and more. I could learn that Pippa didn't need to look at the video prompt to sing the Violent Femmes. I could learn that she dances like a muppet, has 2 mums, and likes to scream in the rain. My mouth came over hers again, and when I pulled away, I could see a question in her eyes. "What?" I asked, brushing a strand of her hair out of her face. "Are you drunk?" she asked me. Laughing, I said, "Well, yeah, aren't you?" "Yeah, of course. But that felt like a real kiss." I opened my mouth to answer, but felt the shifting of bodies beside us at the table and looked up. "This place is pretty dead," Will said, standing and pulling on his jacket. "Let's hit the wine bar at the hotel." Glancing at my watch, I realized it was only 10. I stood helping Pippa with her coat, and we silently paid our tab and left Duke's. Only once we were stepping into the B&B did I realize we'd left in the middle of Becky's song, and we hadn't even said goodbye. The moment of truth was upon us. Well, almost. I could feel the call of the room upstairs even as we filed into the small wine bar at the B&B. Were we putting off the inevitable, an awkward dance around a tiny bed, or were we searching to find the fun in our night again? "I feel like we need to have a team summit," my sister said, plopping down in one of the plush chairs. "We need to seriously discuss whether we stay on this tour or just head up to the next stop." "I thought this Becky thing would be no big deal," Will said, nodding. "I thought your fake marriage would be funny and we'd all get a kick out of it, but as the buzz wears off and the night goes on, it's a little weird the way Becky can't stop watching you." "It's true," Pippa said, looking at me. "Do you notice it?" I shrugged, pulling my sweater off in the heat from the fireplace. This is probably weird for her, too. "Cam seems like a good-looking lug nut," Ruby said. I closed my eyes, leaning back against the couch. Reality time. Seeing Becky again had been more exhausting because of my constant anticipation of weirdness rather than any actual weirdness that had occurred. "I'm honestly okay either way," I said. "I'm fine staying. I'm fine leaving." "The person who seems to be handling it the best is Jensen," Ziggy said. "I sort of want to go off on her whenever I see her." "Well, it's been one hell of a day, and I have had far, far too much to drink," Will said. "Who was responsible for me? Was it you?" He leaned into Ziggy with a goofy smile. "Hi." "Okay, I think someone is ready for bed," she said, smiling when he pressed his face against her chest. "Maybe we should talk about it in the morning? I'd have to rearrange some things for us to check into the cabin early. Maybe we should sleep on it and see if we still want to murder Beck—" Hannah stopped and smiled mischievously. "Oops, my bad. I mean, see how we feel tomorrow." "Excellent plan," Niall said and stood from the table. Ruby hugged everyone, and after a round of good nights and see you in the mornings, they headed in the direction of the elevator. I looked at Pippa and found her watching me. Had the realization that we had one room and a single bed to share between us resurfaced for her, too? She stood, reaching out her hand. "Ready?" She smiled down at me. "I guess it's that time," I said, and inwardly cringed. Get it together, Jensen. My heart took off beneath my breastbone as I stood and took her hand. It felt small in mine, warm and soft, but solid somehow, too. It was her reassuring me, just like this morning, and my feet almost came to a stop when my brain made the connection that to anyone watching, this was supposed to be our honeymoon. That was not helping. Hand in hand, we walked down the hall and up the stairs. We were going to our room, and I had no idea what came next.
9. Pippa. Jensen opened the door to our room, wordlessly gesturing for me to lead us inside. The door closed behind him with a heavy click. Whoa, the moment was loaded. The entire walk up the stairs, neither of us had said a word. Down the hall, still silent. With nearly every step I wanted to turn to him and do a tiny dance and say, "This doesn't have to happen. We could just tell scary stories and clean out the minibar snacks and pretend it's a slumber party." But sometimes, I felt with Jensen, saying it out loud nearly made it more awkward. We'd hardly spent any time in here since we'd brought our bags up earlier, and at that time the rush of the marriage game and the knowledge that we had the entire evening before we had to face this moment had made the bed somehow seem so much bigger. But no, it was minuscule. Was there a size in the US between a twin and a full? He was the first to break the silence as we both stared at it. "I can absolutely sleep on the floor." I didn't want that, though. In truth, I wanted his long frame around me, arms holding me tight with my back to his front. I wanted to hear his sleeping breaths and feel the heat of him all night long. It wasn't just that I liked sex, which I did, or enjoyed cuddling, absolutely. It was that I felt safe with him. I felt important, especially today, when I'd been able to do something to help him, and it seemed that tiny favor opened up so much of him to me. But here we were, with his shutters back in place. "Don't be silly," I turned to my suitcase, pulling out my pajamas. "I'm just going to change." He coughed down at his own suitcase, open on a chair in the corner of the room. Of course. I changed, washed my face, put my hair up, pulled my hair back down, put it up again, moisturized. I brushed my teeth, used the loo, washed my hands, moisturized again, brushed my teeth again. I stalled. And then, stepping out, I let him past me to do the same routine, realizing as he walked into the loo that he had only a pair of shorts in his hand. He slept shirtless. Fuck me sideways. However, when he finally came out of the restroom, Jensen was still wearing his T-shirt, to my enormous dismay. "I thought you slept shirtless." What? What did I just say?" He looked up at me in surprise. "I mean, I usually do, but—" I swear my heart was beating so hard I could barely take in a steady breath. "I think I was hoping you would." I licked my lips, begging him not to move his eyes away from mine. "I'm sorry. My filter seems to have broken." A tiny smile pulled at his lips. "You say that like it's happened only now." Somehow this joke, and the forgiveness embedded in his voice, let the rest of my thoughts tumble free. I realized that we were just playing a game today, but the past few days I've been open to something happening between us. It's loaded now, and there's absolutely no way to change that, but I didn't want you to think that I would dislike sharing a bed. I paused, and then opened my mouth to continue, but stopped myself, giving him a chance to reply. He didn't seem to expect my silence after such a short ramble, apparently, because he stood there staring at me expectantly for a few breaths. "Go ahead," I whispered, sitting down on the bed and scooting toward the headboard. "I'm done. For now." Jensen came toward me slowly, sitting down at the corner of the mattress just at the edge. "I was thinking about this before Becky showed up, too." "You were?" He nodded. "Of course I was. You're beautiful and only half as irritating as I initially thought." A laugh burst out of me. "You think I'm pretty?" "I think you're stunning." I chewed my lip, watching him. A slow grin took over his face, and he finally asked, "Do you think I'm pretty?" Reaching behind me, I pulled a pillow free and lobbed it at him. "I think you're stunning," I echoed, and the rest of it tumbled out of me. "I like you." He laughed, eyes shining. I like you, too. And the famous Pippercock's mouth was off and running. Before this trip, I'd never been to a proper winery. My friend Lucy had a party a few years back. It was meant to be a classy evening. Wine, cheese. But what's the saying? You can't put lipstick on a pig. We just aren't those people. The night is still a bit of a blur, wine stains on the carpet and people snogging in corners. It wasn't a big enough party for covert snogging, so it was rather awkward, really. Johnny tripped and ended up on the patio naked, waving the Brazilian flag. Lucy passed out on the kitchen floor and people sort of just stepped around her to refill their glasses. I woke up with blue hair. I often dye my hair red, sometimes even pink, but never blue. And I swore off wine for eternity, or at least until the next weekend. I smiled up at him. My point is, this trip is a bit classier than my last wine tour, and today has been about 1,000,000 times more fun than I could have ever expected. The cartoon version of Jensen in this moment would be a man stepping out of a convertible, his hair askew and his eyes widely stunned. You are honestly unlike anyone I've ever known. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? He laughed. Good, I think. You think? I think. I swallowed down a flutter of nerves before asking, Are you going to sleep in the bed with me? Jensen shrugged. I hadn't really gotten that far. If we share a bed... His meaning was clear. You think if we share a bed we might have sex? He nodded, studying me. We might. I could barely move, I was shaking so intensely. Do you want sex? I laughed at myself immediately. I mean, not that we... It's just... Tonight, when you kissed me, it felt like you weren't just playing. I fucking love sex, he said in a quiet growl. Of course I want it. But tonight was complicated, and I don't just have sex with someone on impulse. God, I let my head fall back against the headboard. That's incredibly hot, and I don't even know why. Pippa. I grinned up at him. Jensen. My heart beat a savage rhythm in my chest as he reached forward, lifting a hand and touching my bottom lip with the tip of his index finger. Do you like sex? He whispered. Oh, fuck me. Yes. Jensen waved a casual hand. Well, that's good to know. He sat up, blinking away as if we were done, and I caught the devious smile as he began to stand. You wanker, I said, laughing and leaning forward to smack his shoulder. He caught my hand with his, pressing it just over where his heart hammered beneath his breastbone. His expression shifted away from that playful smile. He suddenly seemed so unguarded. Take it easy on me, he said quietly. I will. He continued to stare, his meaning growing clearer the longer our eyes held. Do you want to put on a movie? I asked. I'm suddenly sympathetic to any prostitute ever who isn't sure how to get the ball rolling. He stared at me, bewildered, before shaking his head and laughing. I doubt I'd ever be able to predict what comes out of that mouth next. I mean, I don't care what we do. I want you to come over here and relax. I really just wanted him beside me, warm and strong, curled up nearby. We had a week and a half left together on the trip. I could work up to sex. And with Jensen, it was about more than that, as terrifying as that truth felt. He leaned for the remote, turned on the TV, and began scrolling through the channels. Our frank conversation had eased the tension somewhat, but it was still there, especially when Jensen selected Goodfellas and turned back to survey where I was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Okay? He asked. There wasn't much else on, I said, nodding, and I love this movie. With a small nod, he put the remote down on his bedside table, seemed to hesitate for a few breaths, and then reached behind his neck, pulling his shirt off. "Bloody hell," I whispered. In only a tiny flash I'd memorized the entire shape of his upper body, and believe me, there was plenty to take in. He held the shirt to his chest. "Is this okay? I get really hot, and there's not a fan in here. I'm used to sleeping with a fan." "It's fine," I said, waving at him without looking. His chest was a map of muscle, with the perfect amount of hair to make me feel the presence of a motherfucking man in the room with me. He pulled back the covers, and we both scooted under them, arranging our limbs carefully so as to not touch. It was an exercise in insanity for me. Jensen in nothing but a pair of shorts beside me in bed. But then his leg pressed against mine under the covers, warm, the soft slide of his leg hair against my thigh, and with a tiny laugh he reached around me, pulling me so that I was resting my head on his chest. "We don't have to be weird," he whispered. I nodded, sliding my hand up over his stomach, feeling it tighten under my touch. "Okay? Thank you again for what you did today." I could hear his heart beating against my ear, could feel his chest rise and fall with each inhale. "You're welcome." Hesitating, I added quickly, "I guess that's what I was trying to say earlier. It was fun. It was easy." He laughed, and the sound was a rumbling echo against me. It was. Jensen's palm slid up and down my arm from shoulder to elbow, and we watched the film together. Somehow I knew neither of us was paying much attention. I liked the smell of his deodorant, the smell of his soap, but I liked even more the faint smell of his sweat beneath it all. His warmth was unreal, limbs long and solid, skin so soft and firm. I closed my eyes, pressing my face into his neck. Carefully I slid one leg over his, scooting closer and cuddling into him. It meant that the heat between my legs was pressed against his thigh. He held his breath, somehow making the room fall into a heavy anticipatory silence, while maintaining the rhythm of his palm up and down my arm. He finally let out a long, controlled exhale. Was he hard? Was that it? Was it that my leg was so close to his cock, and my breasts were pressed to his ribs, and my mouth was only an inch from the tanned skin of his chest? I was so keyed up, so desperate for relief and contact, and him, that I closed my eyes and just focused on breathing in, breathing out. But each breath pulled more of him into my head, and the gentle sweep of his hand over me just told me how much care he would put into loving me, and it became nearly too much. I had to filter out everything but the feel of air coming into my lungs and being expelled. I welcomed that drowsy relief, the knowledge that my body was unwinding, turning off. A tiny part of me had worried that I would be awake all night, continually aware of the fit, sexual man beside me. But it faded away to the rhythm of his hand, up and down my arm. I woke up, aroused, flushed with the memory of a mouth working its way down my neck, warm hands sliding beneath the cotton of my camisole. I ached between my legs in a way I hadn't in an eternity, needing relief. But it wasn't a memory. Jensen was there, curled on his side and pressed against me from behind, his mouth moving from my ear down my neck. I made a quiet noise of surprise, pressing back into him and feeling his cock, hard and ready against my backside. At the contact, he groaned, grinding against me in a slow, pressing rhythm. "Hey," I whispered. He scraped his teeth along the side of my neck, and I nearly cried out at the sensation. "Hey." It was dark in the room. The television was off, the lights extinguished. On instinct, I looked over to the clock. It was nearly 3 in the morning. I reached a hand back, sliding my fingers into his hair to hold his face against where he was pulling the strap of my shirt aside to nibble at my shoulder. "I woke you," he said, and then sucked at my neck. "I'm sorry." Then he paused. "No, I'm not sorry." Turning in his arms, I thought I knew what his kiss would feel like. He'd kissed me earlier, after all. But I could not have predicted the hunger of it, the demand of his mouth, his hands sliding up my top, the way he rolled over onto me. His mouth pulled at mine, lips teasing until I opened for him, letting him inside. I'd never been so aware of the feel of someone's tongue against mine. The tiny flicks, the nibbling of his teeth on my lips, the way his moans would vibrate against my kiss. My arms went around his shoulders, hands slid into his hair, and he was there, rocking between my legs, finding that spot where he would be inside me if it weren't for these ruddy clothes. I could feel him, hard and urgent, could feel the tip of him sliding across the point between my legs that set me on fire, the place where I was warmest, wanting him. Jensen bent, sliding my shirt up over my breasts and ducking so that he could lick them, fill his hands with them, before returning to me with renewed energy but no words. He wasn't a talker, but there was something about the tiny grunts in his breaths, the sharp inhales and shaking exhales, that had me listening acutely, clawing at him, begging him silently to undress me fully and slide inside. But I didn't need that. I was swollen and desperate for it, feeling my body respond to the rhythm he set, the hard press of him just where I wanted it. And when I arched into him, rocking, working my body in tandem with his, he let out a hissed, "Yes, fuck, yes." My shirt was off, and it was hot in here, wasn't it? Because there was a fine sheen of sweat to my skin, and to his, and it sent me sliding over him, in that pressing, delicious slide that feels so good it nearly hurts. Each point of contact between us carried an electric current, a delicious stab of warmth, and I wanted nothing more than to be bare, everywhere. But again, I didn't need it. My body, hijacked by that building ache inside, reminded me I needed only what Jensen was already doing, and more of it, with his mouth on mine and his little sounds resonating inside my head like a hammer on a drum. He knew exactly how to move against me, focused on where he had to press rhythmically. God, the truth of that made me nearly cry out, the simple reality of him. Even the idea of him with other women, lost to the demands of his body, figuring it out, thrilled me. So focused, too greedy for pleasure. How did I get here? How did I earn his attention, his desire? It boggled, it really did. He sped up, breathlessly close, and the reality that he'd been as amped up as I had, that he was ready to go off like a bomb, pushed me past that point of a mind split in two by sensation and realization to one that could process only the feel of my orgasm approaching. I grew a bit wild, gripping his backside, pulling him harder against me, warning him in a whisper, "I'm close, I'm going to come." With renewed focus he ground into me, his own breath coming out fast and hot on my neck until I felt like I was twisting away from the pleasure of it, nearly overwhelmed with the force of my orgasm as it splintered through me, flushed and frantic. He followed with a relieved shout, his pleasure spilling wet on my navel, his mouth pressed to my neck, teeth bared. Oh, God! And in the moment that followed, it was so quiet in the room, but for the gasping of our inhales, the forceful push of our exhales. Jensen stilled, braced over me, and then slowly rose onto his elbows. In the dark my eyes had adjusted somewhat, and although it was nearly black outside, there was the slight bleed of light from the alarm clock and spilling in from the hall through the crack beneath the door. I could tell he was staring down at me, gauging. But that was the extent of it. What I didn't know was whether he was frowning or serene in relief. His hand came up to the side of my face, sweeping away a damp strand of hair. "I meant to take it slower." I shrugged beneath him, relieved immeasurably by the sweetness in his voice. "At least we didn't get naked." "More of a technicality," he whispered, bending to kiss me. "I'm covered in you. You're covered in me." "I'm covered in you." I closed my eyes, sliding my hands around his hips and forward between our bodies to feel the warm spill of his orgasm on my stomach, and then lower to where he pressed, still half-hard, between my legs. "We're a mess," I said. He laughed, a bit growly. "Want to shower?" "Then we'll really be naked." I mean, not that it really mattered anymore, but maybe it did, even just a little. To hold something back here meant that there was something more to come between us, something we wanted to save that for, and the thought gave me a tiny, heady burst of happiness. You first, then me. "Or we could sleep like this," he said into my neck, laughing, "because I'm really fucking tired now." Yes, or we could sleep. I turned my head to him, and he turned his face to mine, kissing me slow and warm, tongue lazily stroking. "This'll make it easier to pretend tomorrow." As soon as he said it, he stiffened. I couldn't deny that the timing was a little off, referencing the ex-wife just moments after we dry-fucked our way to orgasm. But I knew what he meant, too. It was still a comment about us, just more real, somehow. The truth was, I was British, he was American, I lived in London, he lived in Boston, and his ex-wife was 2 doors down the hall. Given how fascinated she'd been with Jensen tonight, and how hard it had been for her to tear her guilt-stained eyes from his face, I wondered, too, whether she was up, listening for evidence of what we'd just done. In the darkness, it was somehow easier to ask him about it. "How was it for you today? Really?" He rolled off me, but pulled me with him, turning me onto my side so we faced each other and curling a palm around my hip. Jensen, the gentle, cuddling lover. "It wasn't actually that bad," he said, and then leaned forward, kissing me. "Which was unexpected. I think having you there helped. I think having Ziggs and Will be angry on my behalf helped." I nodded. "Yeah, I agree." "And I think it helped that she's married to a guy who seems sort of boring," he whispered, as if he was a bit ashamed to admit it so baldly. "I shoulder some of the blame for our breakup, of course, but it makes me wonder if maybe I wasn't the problem after all." "So we'll keep up the facade?" I asked. Jensen coughed quietly and shrugged against me. "I don't really see any point in telling her either way. I haven't seen her since the day we signed the divorce papers. We no longer have any friends in common. At this point, telling her it was a joke would probably only hurt her feelings." "I love that you don't want to hurt her feelings after everything." He went quiet for a few even breaths. "She ended things so terribly, with such appalling immaturity. But she wasn't trying to be awful." "She just is," I said, repressing a little laugh. "She was young," he said by way of explanation. "Though I don't remember her being quite so—" "Dull?" I asked. He coughed out an incredulous sound that I'd put it so plainly at last. "Well, yeah. No one is interesting at 19. "Some people are," he argued. "I wasn't. I was obsessed with lip gloss and sex. There wasn't a lot more going on upstairs." He shook his head, hand sliding up from my hip to my waist. "You studied math." "Anyone can study math," I told him. "It's just something to do. Having an aptitude for math doesn't make you inherently more interesting. It just makes you good with numbers, which, in my experience, often translates to bad with people. You aren't bad with people. I let this sentence hang between us, wondering if it would strike him as funny or surprising or wonderful, given our start on the plane. After a beat, he grinned at me in the darkness. Well, unless you're slamming champagne and belching on planes.
10. Jensen. I was startled awake by a scratching sound to my right and pushed up onto an elbow. The blankets fell away from my body, sliding down my hips, and Pippa's eyes flickered from my face and down and back to my face again. Her cheeks flushed, and I was pretty sure I knew why. I'd kicked off my shorts sometime after our exchange in bed. She was seeing me naked for the first time in the light of the morning after. "You're up," I said, my voice still heavy with sleep. As my vision cleared, I realized she was dressed in leggings and a t-shirt, her hair knotted in a messy bun. She was crouched by the bed, tying a pair of brightly colored sneakers. "You're dressed." For the first time on this vacation, I didn't want to bolt from bed. I wanted her warmth with me, under the covers. "Yeah, sorry," she whispered. "I tried not to wake you." "Where are you going?" Unease slid through me. She was just going to leave? After a small hesitation, she said, "I'm off to yoga with Becky." I sat up fully, squinting at her. "You know you don't actually have to do that, right?" "I know," she said, nodding. "But I did say I would meet her." She looked back down to her shoe, but I knew there was more there. "And?" I asked. "And," she said, drawing out the word, "I just wanted a moment to think. You're the first man I've woken up next to, other than Mark, in a long time." Sliding my legs over the side of the bed and pulling the sheet across my lap, I bent, resting my elbows on my thighs and studying her. "Okay." "I liked it," she assured me quietly, looking up at me. "Just doing something I don't usually do and taking a moment to pace myself." I reached forward, taking her hand in mine. It was cold, as if she'd washed her hands under the tap before coming over to put her shoes on. She chewed her lip, eyes scanning my face. "On a scale of sloth to Woody Allen, what level of freaking out are you?" Laughing, I said, "I am somewhere between sloth and old lazy dog." Oh, this seemed to surprise her. "Okay, I can handle that." My chest grew tight. "Look, let's make a deal." She shifted to her knees, scooting closer. "All right." "Let's just have fun," I said, staring at our hands. She was pale and smooth against my tanned skin. Tendons and veins wove together along the back of her hand. She was so strong. "We have a week and a half left together," I said. "You live in London. I'm in Boston. So far, this trip has been crazy," she said, smiling up at me. "Good. Different." "All of that," I agreed, nodding. "So let's just make a deal that we're partners in this. I want to make your holiday perfect." "I want to make yours perfect, too." She leaned forward, kissing the inside of my wrist. "And if you decide you just want to be a single woman on a trip," I began. "I'll tell you. And same," she added quickly. She pressed the back of my hand to her cheek. "I like this plan." "So are you sure you wouldn't rather get back in bed?" I pulled her forward between my legs. But she resisted, even though she took a few seconds to look at my chest, my stomach, my hips. "I should... yoga." I exhaled slowly. "Right. Where are you meeting?" "We've opted to skip the steam thing and are yogaing it up in the backyard." "Have you ever done yoga before?" She shook her head. "Not once in my life, but it's bending and putting your legs in the air. How hard can it be?" I laughed. "For what it's worth, Becky is trying," she said quietly, her expression straightening. "And it's easier for me, your wife, to respond to it than it is for you." "Are you protecting me?" I asked, grinning at her. "Maybe." My quiet laugh broke free. "Who would have pegged you as the wise peacekeeper?" She stretched, kissing my chin. See you at breakfast. I pulled on my jeans and a sweater, heading downstairs to grab a cup of coffee from the pot near reception before padding out to the back porch. There was a thick layer of fog hovering over the grass, and it was chilly out, but it was beautiful. Stark greens seemed to explode from behind the thick clouds, in the grass, the trees, the hills, and the distance. Just down the broad back steps and to the left of the house a bit, on the flat, smooth lawn, Becky and Pippa stretched out on yoga mats I assumed Becky brought along for her and Cam to use. I sipped my coffee, watching them. Pippa's general fitness had to be due to genetics and her constant energy and motion, rather than a natural proclivity for athletics. Even stretching, she looked unsure of herself and wiggly, dancing and talking. The screen door creaked behind me, and Ziggy came to sit on the step at my side, her hands cupped around a steaming mug. "What on earth is she doing?" she asked, voice still scratchy. "Yoga." "That's yoga?" Pippa's version of it, at least. "Wow, and with Becky? She should have told her to get bent." I nodded, smiling over the top of my mug. Apparently she's true to her word. Becky straightened, instructing Pippa on something I couldn't hear, and then I watched as Pippa bent to touch her toes and stiffly lifted one of her legs behind her. She was about 1/8 as flexible as Becky. She looked ridiculous. She was amazing. Ziggs snorted. "She's flipping awesome. She looks like little Annabelle doing yoga." Becky mimicked what Pippa had done, and then transitioned it into a complicated version of downward dog that nearly sent Pippa to the ground. "I think Becky is onto her," I said, shaking my head as Pippa collapsed onto the mat in a pile of giggles. "Onto her how?" Pippa said she was really into this fictional British steam yoga. My sister's eyes narrowed as she studied them more seriously. "The weird thing is," she said, "I don't even worry about Pippa being able to take care of herself out there." "Becky isn't exactly a predator," I noted dryly. "And they're not sword fighting, it's yoga." "No," she said, laughing. "I mean, you guys made up this whole complicated story, and now there's pretend yoga, but it's like Pippa is game for anything. I like that about her." On their backs now, they lifted their legs, letting them fall back over their heads in what I remembered from a few yoga classes as halasana. I heard Pippa's exuberant "oof," her ringing laugh, and then her shirt slid up her body, exposing most of her stomach and back. "She has a nice body," Ziggy mumbled. "She does." I sensed my sister turning to look at me. "Did you guys—" "Not quite." "But almost?" She sounded hopeful. I met her eyes. "I'm not discussing this with you." She acknowledged this with a little smile. "I like her." Unease settled in my gut. I liked Pippa, too. The problem was the impossibility of it all. Pushing that aside, I turned my attention back to where my fake wife and my ex-wife continued doing yoga together on the lawn. Standing now and lifting one leg, bending it at the knee and holding the foot in one hand while stretching out the other arm in front of them, a move I think was called Natarayasana. Pippa toppled face first and ended up landing in a clumsy half somersault. Rolling to her back, she held her stomach, laughing. Becky straightened, staring down at Pippa with an amused grin. It was more than obvious that the jig was up. Pippa was no yogi. "Hannah and I will throw the red balls," Pippa explained to me a couple of hours later. "You and Will throw the blue balls." Giggling at this, I gave her a patient yet amused sigh. She held up a small yellow ball. "This is the palino." She placed it in my waiting palm and said, "Toss it past the center line, but not past the 4-foot line." She pointed to the 5th white line in the grass. "That far one there." We were playing bocce, of all things, out on the rolling lawn beside the B&B. After yoga, Pippa had met the rest of us for a mimosa brunch, Becky and Cam in tow. It felt as though some tension had solidified overnight, and although I was firm in my decision to avoid drama, Becky seemed unsure where to look at all times and ended up mutely poking at her eggs for most of the meal. The problem wasn't so much that conversation was stilted. It was that we literally had no overlap, no grounds for conversation to start when it wasn't polite small talk. It didn't help that I simply wasn't interested in catching up or knowing what she'd done these past 6 years. I studied Becky in tiny, covert glances. I said as much last night to Pippa, but had she always been this quiet, always blended into the background this much? I tried to figure out if it only felt that way because this situation was awkward, and she was clearly the bad guy here in many ways, so was playing it carefully. But really, other than the odd crying yesterday, it just felt like Becky was being Becky. Now we had 2 hours before a group vineyard tour, and instead of heading up to the room for a leisurely shower, like I'd suggested, Pippa and Ziggy had challenged Will and me to a battle of the sexes bocce match. Taking the ball from Pippa now, I approached the court. "Yes, ma'am." "But don't suck," she added quickly. My sister snickered beside me. "This is very important," Pippa added loudly as I extended my arm to throw. "Men versus women, you wouldn't want to perform badly." Pausing, I turned and looked at her over my shoulder. I don't think my performance to date has been a problem. Ziggy groaned, but Pippa grinned at me. "Yes, but if you recall, I was the one in a position to play with the balls, so—" Screaming in protest, my sister scurried away just as a giant hand clapped around Pippa's mouth and she was lifted from the ground. Will removed her from the vicinity with an arm around her waist. "I'll take care of this one," he said, his laugh ringing out. "Go ahead and throw, gents." I turned back to the bocce court and tossed the ball neatly onto the grass. It rolled only a few inches from the 4-foot line, a clean throw. Pippa kicked, wiggled out of Will's arms, and went to pick up the first red ball. "And now the ladies show you how it's really done." "So this is essentially like shuffleboard?" I asked, getting a hang of the rules. "But we try to get closest to the palino instead." "Right," Ziggy told me. "But hipsters play bocce at wineries and old people play shuffleboard on cruise ships." "Not only old people," Pippa protested, bending to throw. "There's a brilliant shuffleboard table at one of my favorite pubs." Fascinating. I stood right at her side, speaking directly into her ear, and she startled, turning to fake glare at me. "Go away." "Tell me more about this shuffleboard table at a pub," I whispered, working to distract her from her efforts. She turned and looked at me, her eyes a startling blue, and so close. My heart stumbled, and when it picked itself back up, it was racing. What a strange fling this was. "You're pretty terrible at this distraction game," she said. "Am I?" She took one more step forward and arced the ball away just as I said quietly, "I can still feel the heat of you all along my cock." The ball overshot badly, landing out of bounds by a mile, and she whipped around to playfully smack me. "Not fair!" I caught her hand, and wrestling, I curved around her, my front pressed along her back, gently restraining her arms. Pretty terrible, was I? Will picked up a blue ball and tossed it lightly in his hand as he stepped forward to take his turn. "You guys are adorable." He said it absently, but I could see the effects of the words roll over Pippa, and she glanced over her shoulder at me, concerned, before stepping out of my arms, instinctively giving me space. The timing was all wrong. Just as Pippa turned back to me, she looked over my shoulder toward the inn and deflated slightly. "Becky." "What?" Tilting her chin to indicate behind me, she repeated, "Becky. She's coming over here." I turned around with a smile on my face. "Hey, Bex." Becky startled. "You haven't called me that in forever." "I haven't seen you in forever." This seemed to hit her somewhere tender, and she winced. "I was just coming to see if you guys wanted to leave a little early for the tour. The van is here." "I haven't showered," Pippa said. "I can be quick, though." "Okay," Becky said, studying me still. "Sure." Pippa retreated, watching as she moved around Becky and began walking toward the inn. "Do you need to shower?" Becky asked, looking me over from head to toe before her eyes came to linger on my stubbly jaw. "Yeah, probably. I might head up with her." "I was wondering if we could talk real quick first." I glanced behind Becky to where Pippa had already disappeared into the building. "Becky," I said gently, sensing my sister and Will pretending not to listen a few feet away. "Now isn't the time." "What did she want to talk about?" Pippa asked, buttoning a shirt up her stomach and over her chest. "Goodbye, perfect breasts." "Jensen," I blinked up to her face. "Hmm?" "I asked what Becky wanted to talk about," she said, laughing at me. "Oh." I shrugged and rubbed a towel over my wet hair. We'd showered separately, much to my chagrin. "No idea. Maybe about Cam selling us our dream house." Pippa grunted skeptically as she stepped into a pair of black pants, shimmying them up her hips. They were tight, and her shirt was practically sheer. "Beacon Hill must be fancy for how excited he seems to get this fake commission." "Is that what you're wearing?" I asked, lifting my chin. She looked down at herself. "Well, yeah, and some shoes. Why?" "Because I can see your breasts?" "No reason." She smoothed her hands over her stomach, regarding me with uncertainty. And then her jaw set. "If you think you get an opinion on what I'm wearing, you don't understand how this works." I stood, laughing. "I like it. I can just see your bra." "So?" she asked, tilting her head. "So," I repeated, "it makes me think of your boobs." Pippa bent, slipping on her boots. "You are far less evolved than I initially believed." We were the last to join the group at the van and climbed into the first row of seats, tangling ourselves in the seat belts. I'm not sure how we managed it. Pippa ended up with a strap around her neck and nearly popped a button off her shirt. The buckle snagged on my pocket. As I worked to disentangle us, she gazed at me, bemused. "This makes me wary of ever dabbling in bondage with you." Silence greeted us, and I unlooped the belt from her neck before looking up and around us at the other passengers. "We're not alone, are we?" she playfully stage-hissed. "There are others," I confirmed. "They're regarding you with curiosity." "And mild whore," Niall added dryly. Pippa looked up and grinned winningly at the driver gazing at her in the rearview mirror. "And this is me, sober. Best of luck." Will turned and looked at us from the front seat. "Are you two going to be trouble today?" "Probably," I admitted. "How's the headache?" He laughed, facing forward again. "It's slowly diminishing." "How late were you guys out?" Becky asked from the very back. "Until about midnight," Ruby guessed. Cam leaned forward in his seat. "Where did you go?" "We were just at the wine bar at the B&B, Neil told him. The van went silent for a few heavy seconds. "We didn't see you leave," Becky said. Beside me, Pippa tensed, and I put a hand on her thigh, urging her to not feel obligated to answer. "Karaoke was loud," Ziggy said, and I heard the smile in her voice. "And beer makes me sleepy." Ellen piped up. "We found a lovely quilting show just down the highway. They have some truly amazing crafts there if anyone is interested in joining us later today." The silence that followed was painful. I looked over to Pippa and could see the effort it was taking her to not accept the invitation, knowing her own sense of obligation would require her to follow through. My hand curled tighter around her thigh, and she met my eyes and smiled weakly. "That sounds lovely," Niall said smoothly, "but we've a late lunch reservation." "I've got another Bennett dispatch," Will called out, quickly explaining the situation to the rest of the group in the van before reading aloud. "Chloe ironed my shirt this morning. It was already pressed from the dry cleaner, mind you, but she said they hadn't done a very good job. Did you read that? She ironed my shirt." "That doesn't seem so bad," Pippa said. "Odd, but still sane." "You'd have to know old Chloe," Will explained. "Old Chloe would have burned Bennett's shirt before she'd have ironed it." My phone vibrated in my pocket. I'd turned off email notifications and couldn't imagine anyone was possibly calling or texting me. Pulling my phone out, I looked down to see a text from my sister. "This sucks. I want to hear Bennett texts in our van, not with all these people. I want our little group back." I quickly typed a reply. "Organized tours maybe aren't the thing for us." What is up with Sad Sack Becky? Don't know, I answered. Don't care, I didn't add. And of course Becky approached me again on the tour, asking to talk. I let go of Pippa's hand and, after my pretend wife gave me a small nod of approval, stepped to the side into the shadows of the oak barrels. It's good to see you, Becky began. I nodded, but didn't agree. It's been a while. I really like Pippa. My stomach tightened. I really liked Pippa, too. Cam seems great. Congratulations. Thanks. And thank you for taking her out to do yoga this morning, I said with a smile. She has a pretty fun sense of adventure. I didn't realize she hadn't done it before. I'm sure she'd done it lots, just in her imagination. We both laughed courteously, awkwardly, until Becky looked to the side, taking a deep breath. And before she could speak, before any sound escaped, I already wanted out of this conversation. Look, I said, I don't think we should do this. You don't think we should talk? She asked. Her face was so familiar to me, even aged 6 years as it was. Big brown eyes, dark brown hair. Becky was always described as cute, because she was petite and perky and, this trip aside, always had a smile on her face. But she was more than cute. She was beautiful. She just wasn't made of something very solid inside. Right now? No, I told her honestly. Not while I'm on vacation for the first time in years. After giving her shoulder a gentle squeeze, I walked back over to the group, sliding my arm around Pippa's back. My sister caught my eye and then looked over to Becky, who was returning to Cam's side with a defeated frown. Shaking my head, I tried to communicate that everything was fine, but Ziggs looked determined. With a quick nod, she ducked out of the group and back toward the winery lobby. She caught up with us about 10 minutes later, a picnic basket slung over her arm and a triumphant grin on her face. Let's bail. We should have known it would rain. Never trust a blue sky in October, Ziggy said, giving up on trying to repackage her sodden sandwich and dropping it back into the basket the winery had loaned us. We were seated under an enormous oak tree, and it sheltered us from most of the rain, but an occasional spout would fall from one of the branches, soaking an unexpected spot. Whose rule is that? Will asked, gently chucking her chin. Water ran down his face, dripping off the tip of his nose, but he didn't seem to care. I've never heard it before. I just came up with it now. It's oddly warm, Pippa said, turning her face to the sky. At everyone's protesting expression, she added, It is, though. In London, when it rains, it's so cold you don't just feel wet, you feel waterlogged. It's true, Ruby agreed. I thought, coming from San Diego, that I would love the rain, but I'm over it. Despite this, none of us seemed to mind the rain all that much, certainly not enough to leave the meadow beside the winery, framed by fall colors, trees lush with late-season apples. I've never lived anywhere but London and Bristol, Pippa said. I would miss the mums, but I don't know that I would miss London exactly. Maybe I need an adventure. Myanmar or Singapore. Move here, my sister said, lying down in Will's lap as he wrapped his arms around her shoulders. Right now that sounds bloody amazing. Granted, it's probably the present state of mind. Cheating ex back in London, dreary job. We always want to move wherever we end on holiday, etc. But I do think I'd enjoy a stint in the States at some point. Propping herself up on an elbow, Ziggy perked, serious now. Okay, then why not? Do it. It's not so easy, Niall said quietly. Getting a job, a visa. I mean, Zig said, wiping a few drops of water from her face, if you're interested. I have a lot of connections in the engineering world. She continued on about international hires and some people she knew in the field, but I tuned out, watching Pippa instead. She was such a surprising mix of gentle and brash, of focused and flighty. It was almost as if I could see the little girl in her battling with the responsible woman, figuring out which would lead the way. I don't know, Pippa said, voice quiet. I have a lot to figure out. The rain picked up, beginning to fall more heavily from the leaves, until we no longer felt like we were sheltered. Soon we would be inundated. "Guys," my sister said as we stood and collected our trash, "I know I brought it up last night, but I think we need to cut this trip short. We have 2 more days in the area, and it just feels like we're happier in our bubble," Niall finished for her. Everyone looked at me, almost in unison. I hadn't wanted to be the reason we would leave Connecticut early, but in the end, it seemed I wasn't the only one wanting to escape. Finally, I gave in. "Okay, fine, you're right." "More wine," Pippa said. "Fewer strangers." Glancing at me, she laughed and added, "Well, other than me."